Chapter 330. After taking out the materials, Duan Lingtian's gaze squinted. Hiss! With a flip of his palm, a strand of flame lit up at the center of his palm, raging, soaring, and spreading. This flame was golden in color, dazzling and resplendent. It was precisely a Grade 7 weapon flame. Along with the rising of the Grade 7 weapon flame, the pile of weapons refinement materials that Duan Lingtian took out quickly melted, transforming into pools of liquid before finally fusing together under the control of Duan Lingtian. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian had melted the Grade 8 spirit weapon cauldron as well. Another pool of liquid appeared. In the end, the two pools of liquid converged together and gradually fused together. Under the control of the Grade 7 weapon flame in Duan Lingtian's hand, they gradually fused into one and didn't separate any longer. The entire process took more than an hour. The Grade 7 weapon flame raged, and under the control of Duan Lingtian, the liquid that had completely fused into one gradually condensed into shape, transforming into the cauldron embryo of a cauldron. The cauldron embryo gradually became clear, and in the end, it transformed into an exquisite cauldron. Around the cauldron were 9 lifelike, domineering divine dragons. I'll call you the 9-dragon cauldron in the future. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile as he looked at the cauldron before him, and along with the Grade 7 weapon flame in his hand gradually extinguishing, the 9-dragon cauldron slowly descended into his hand. This was the first time Duan Lingtian was refining a weapon since becoming a Grade 7 weapons craftsman. He who possessed the lifetime worth of weapons refinement experience of Emperor Wu of Samsara was able to easily refine this cauldron without encountering any resistance. Everything was so natural. Since he now possessed the Grade 7 spirit weapon cauldron, the 9-dragon cauldron, Duan Lingtian could start refining the Grade 7 spirit cleansing pill. The Grade 7 spirit cleansing pill was sufficient to completely remove the remaining origin restriction goo in Xiong Quan's body and allow Xiong Quan to recover his strength at his prime. Once Xiong Quan recovered, it would be an extremely great assistance to Duan Lingtian. At his prime, Xiong Quan was a 6th-level Void Prime Stage martial artist after all. It was precisely because of this that not long after he broke through to the 7th level of the Origin Core Stage and became a Grade 7 alchemist, he impatiently rushed back to Black Bamboo City for the sake of helping Xiong Quan remove the remaining Origin sealing parasite poison. The materials required for the Grade 7 Spirit Cleansing Pill were also one of the materials he asked the various powers of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial City to help gather. Now he could directly refine it. Chi! With a flip of his hand, Duan Lingtian once again condensed a wisp of golden flames in his hand. This strand of golden flame was different from the Grade 7 weapon flame from before. It was completely condensed together, and its color was deep. 7th grade alchemy fire. Duan Lingtian took out a pile of medicinal ingredients and combined them with the 9 dragons cauldron and Grade 7 pill fire. After spending an entire 2 hours, he finally refined the Grade 7 spirit cleansing pill. 3 Grade 7 spirit cleansing pills. Duan Lingtian walked out of the room and passed the 3 Grade 7 spirit cleansing pills into Xiong Quan's hand, and at the same time he instructed, Xiong Quan, your cultivation will recover to its prime in 3 months. At that time, I intend to make a trip to Solitary Peak. Solitary Peak, Shangguanyan. It was precisely the person that the Boundless Sect's young sect leader asked Duan Lingtian to find that day. Duan Lingtian had a voice transmission jade slip in his hand, and it was the Boundless Sect's young sect leader who asked him to pass it to Shangguanyan. Yes. Xiong Quan replied respectfully, and a wisp of gratitude appeared in his eyes. He was once a member of the Boundless Sect, and Duan Lingtian was still able to remember the Boundless Sect's young sect leader's instructions, and it caused him to feel gratitude from the bottom of his heart. Recover well. I'll come look for you 3 months from now. Duan Lingtian informed Xiong Quan before leaving the courtyard house and Black Bamboo City. After returning to the 7-star sword sect, he returned to Migra's Peak. After vigilantly circling a few rounds around the various mountain roads that were filled with people flowing about on Migra's Peak, and after half an hour after confirming that it was impossible for anyone to follow him, Duan Lingtian turned into a remote mountain road and headed towards the peak of Migra's Peak. Today, Zhao Lin's madness caused Duan Lingtian to realize that he was in danger. He had to be careful. Once Zhao Lin found an opportunity, he would be doomed eternally. After returning to the stalactite cave, Duan Lingtian calmed his heart and cultivated, waiting for the arrival of the inner court disciple test. During this 1 month of time, besides cultivating, Duan Lingtian also made a trip to the primeval forest, and during the process of killing fierce beasts, he tested out the scope of effect of the quake energy he possessed now. He still remembered that when he was at the 4th level of the origin core stage, the scope of effect of the quake energy was within the body of 10 ancient mammoths. When he was at the 5th level of the origin core stage, the scope of effect of the quake energy was within the body of 20 ancient mammoths. When he was at the 6th level of the origin core stage, the scope of effect of the quake energy was within the body of 30 ancient mammoths. Now his cultivation had stepped into the 7th level of the origin core stage, and the scope of effect of the quake energy had increased to within the body of 50 ancient mammoths in one go. In other words, so long as his opponent's strength didn't exceed the strength of 50 ancient mammoths, then his quake energy would be able to be effective. Once my cultivation breaks through to the 9th level of the origin core stage, the 3rd form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, the WYRM Python form, will be perfected. At that time, the quake energy will increase to the limit as well. But I wonder to what extent the quake energy will increase to at that time. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and his eyes flickered with bright lights that were filled with anticipation. A month of time quickly passed. The day of the inner court disciple test arrived as scheduled. Duan Lingtian left the stalactite cave, left the peak of Migra's Peak, and arrived nearby the trade hall. Right when Duan Lingtian was about to step onto the chain bridge, Suddenly, Duan Lingtian heard a slightly familiar voice sound out from behind him, but he was unable to recall who it was for a moment. Turning around, Duan Lingtian saw the young man that walked over with large strides. The young man's face squeezed out a trace of a smile. "Hidong," Duan Lingtian replied with a smile. The person that arrived was none other than the Migra's Peak's 7th level origin core stage outer court disciple Hidong. In next to no time, relying on his acute spiritual force and the lifetime of experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian was able to sense that there seemed to be a trace of a slight change on Hidong, and he had a guess in his heart. "Duan Lingtian, you're intending to participate in the inner court disciple test, right?" Hidong stood before Duan Lingtian and lightly smiled as he asked. He could be arrogant before other Migra's Peak disciples, but before Duan Lingtian, he was unable to be arrogant in the slightest. In terms of natural talent, in terms of strength, he was unable to compare with this young man that was a little over 20. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded. "I heard that after you consumed the profound origin fruit, you broke through to the 8th level of the origin core stage in one go. Congratulations." Hidong congratulated with a smile on his face. Duan Lingtian nodded, and he wasn't the slightest bit surprised that Hidong was able to know his current cultivation. After all, many people saw him exert a strength comparable to the 8th level of the origin core stage that day, and now perhaps it had already spread throughout Migra's Peak. "Congratulations to you too." Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and congratulated Hidong as well. "Congratulations to you too?" Hidong was stunned and was unable to react for a time. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Hidong, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. "Didn't you break through to the 8th level of the origin core stage as well? You ought to be intending to participate in the inner court disciple test now, right?" "Ew. How did you know?" Hidong was stunned. How did this Duan Lingtian see through it? After all, he'd only broken through a few days ago, and after he broke through, no one had mentioned the matter of him breaking through to anyone, nor had he revealed his cultivation at the 8th level of the origin core stage before anyone. Now, it was seen through by Duan Lingtian, and it caused him to be extremely astounded. Duan Lingtian smiled mysteriously. Duan Lingtian, I'm unable to see through you more and more now. Hidong sighed. No matter if it was witnessing the former number 1 disciple in the outer court, Sure Hao, being killed by Duan Lingtian that day, or this time, Duan Lingtian was able to see through his cultivation with a single glance. It all caused him to realize how mysterious Duan Lingtian was. This Duan Lingtian seemed to conceal many secrets. Since both of us are going to participate in the inner court disciple test, then how about we go together? Hidong looked at Duan Lingtian and issued an invitation. I'm fine with it. Duan Lingtian shrugged and spoke indifferently. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian and Hidong stepped onto the chain bridge together, and after arriving at the main peak, W Peak, they walked all the way down the mountain towards the test platform. Duan Lingtian had come to the test platform 7 months ago. At that time, he'd just arrived at the 7-star sword sect, and he'd passed the outer court disciple test there to become a member of the 7-star sword sect. When Duan Lingtian and Hidong arrived at the test platform, there were already many people waiting there. Duan Lingtian. A familiar voice sounded out by his ears, and Duan Lingtian looked over, and the young woman that stood alone at the side slowly walked over. The young woman had a delicate and pretty appearance, a pair of beautiful eyes that were extremely lively, and a wisp of a light smile appeared on her face. Senior sister, Zhu Qing. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he greeted the delicate and pretty young woman. The delicate and pretty young woman was precisely Li Fei's senior sister, Zhu Qing. Duan Lingtian, I heard that you broke through to the 8th level of the origin core stage 1 month ago. Looks like the medicinal strength of the profound origin fruit has really been completely unearthed by you. Obviously, Zhu Qing had heard of the matter of Duan Lingtian breaking through as well. I was just lucky. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled as he spoke modestly. There's nothing to be lucky about. Zhu Qing shook her head, then said, I heard that after you broke through to the 8th level of the origin core stage, junior sister cultivated even more painstakingly. I'm afraid it won't be long before she'll be able to smoothly break through to the 6th level of the origin core stage. When she mentioned Li Fei, Zhu Qing's eyes emitted traces of doting. She liked that junior sister that had extraordinary natural talent from the bottom of her heart. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile. That little girl is always so eager to excel. Zhu Qing, you've come to participate in the inner court disciple test as well. Could it be that you've broken through as well? Hidong looked at Zhu Qing with a face full of surprise. Zhu Qing shook her head. Who said that one can only participate in the inner court disciple test after breaking through. It is indeed difficult for a 7th level origin core stage martial artist to pass the inner court disciple test. But it isn't like there's no chance to pass. As she finished speaking, Zhu Qing had a face full of confidence. Besides, if you can come, then why can't I? Chapter 331. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled when he saw Zhu Qing's current attitude towards Hidong. Looks like his senior sister Zhu Qing was still unable to accept the fact that she lost to Hidong in the outer court martial competition the other day. At that time, it was only because Zhu Qing made a mistake that she lost to Hidong. Otherwise, the two of them might not be able to determine a victor. Hidong laughed bitterly, then glanced at Duan Lingtian with a pleading gaze. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhu Qing and lightly smiled. Senior sister Zhu Qing, there's something you might not know. Hidong has already broken through to the 8th level of the origin core stage a few days ago. Zhu Qing's expression froze when she heard Duan Lingtian, as she obviously didn't expect that Hidong would break through before her. After a short moment, Zhuqing looked at Hidong and grunted in a low voice. Although she was unwilling to admit it, she still had to admit it. Even if Hidong defeated her in the outer court martial competition the other day, purely by luck. Now Hidong had broken through to the 8th level of the Origin Core stage and was already not on the same level as her, so he could easily defeat her. Humph. Right at this moment, a cold snort sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Then a familiar and ear-piercing voice sounded out. Hidong, I never expected that you've broken through as well. If there's a chance, let's spar? Duan Lingtian frowned. He didn't see the person, but only heard the voice, and he'd already discerned who the owner of the voice was. Hu Shuefeng, the personal disciple of the Merak Peak's master. From what Hu Shuefeng said now, he could discern that he'd broken through to the 8th level of the Origin Core stage as well. Hu Shuefeng had just stepped onto the test platform and obviously heard what Duan Lingtian said to Zhuqing. He walked over in large strides, then looked at Zhuqing, and his eyes narrowed. Zhuqing, now amongst us. It seems that only you haven't broken through. You have to work hard. Ha! Hu Shuefeng's words weren't without ridicule. Hu Shuefeng. Zhuqing's delicate and pretty face sank, and her beautiful eyes seemed to have a trace of rage arose within. What? You've become angry from embarrassment? Hu Shuefeng started laughing. Zhuqing, it's not that I'm looking down on you. But even if I didn't break through to the 8th level of the Origin Core stage, you're still not a match for me. As for now, you, a 7th level Origin Core stage martial artist, I, Hu Shuefeng, only need a single sword strike to defeat you. Zhuqing was so angry that her delicate body trembled. Her pretty face turned ashen as she said coldly, You can try. I'm happy to oblige. Hu Shuefeng smiled brightly, with a bit of arrogance between his brows. He did not put Zhuqing in his eyes at all. At this moment, the other outer court disciples who were preparing to participate in the inner court disciple test noticed the commotion and gathered around to watch the show, just when everyone thought that Hu Xiefeng and Zhuqing were about to fight. Humph! A cold snort that seemed to have come from an ice cave brought with it an extreme coldness, causing the bodies of the people present to tremble uncontrollably. For a time, the gazes of everyone present fell onto Duan Lingtian, who was beside Zhuqing. This cold snort came from Duan Lingtian. Zhuqing was Li Fei's senior sister. Li Fei was Duan Lingtian's woman. Duan Lingtian naturally took Zhuqing to be his senior sister. Now his senior sister was being provoked and humiliated right in front of him. With his temper, would he be able to endure it? The answer was no. Hu Shuefeng. Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold as it descended onto Hu Shuefeng, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. So what if you've broken through to the 8th level of the Origin Core stage? Do you believe that I only need a single sword strike to kill you? I only need a single sword strike to kill you. Duan Lingtian's straightforward words entered into Hu Shuefeng's ears, causing Hu Shuefeng's face to instantly stiffen, and his eyes emitted a fierce light. Hu Shuefeng's body was angered to the point of trembling, and he was enraged to the limit. Duan Lingtian, what are you complacent about? You've only consumed the profound origin fruit to possess your current cultivation. If it wasn't for that, why would I, Hu Shuefeng, be afraid of a 6th level Origin Core stage outer court disciple like you? Hu Shuefeng's face sank, and his icy cold eyes stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. He'd heard of the matter of Duan Lingtian breaking through to the 8th level of the Origin Core stage 1 month ago. At that time, his rage shot to the skies. As far as he was concerned, that profound origin fruit ought to be his, but it was seized by Duan Lingtian halfway through. Otherwise, once he consumed the profound origin fruit, his cultivation might have already broken through to the 9th level of the Origin Core stage. Ha! Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh when he heard Hu Shuefeng, and after he finished laughing, his gaze focused onto Hu Shuefeng. Hu Shuefeng, on that day, during the outer court martial competition, I was only a 6th level origin core stage outer court disciple. You, a high and mighty 7th level origin core stage outer court disciple. Why didn't you dare battle me? Now, do you think that because you've broken through to the 8th level of the origin core stage, you have the confidence to think that I, who was at the 6th level of the origin core stage, wasn't a match for you? As he finished speaking, the sneer on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth grew deeper. Of course, Hu Shuefeng sneered, and his eyes emitted a strand of cold light. If you were still a 6th level origin core stage martial artist, then the current me would only need a single sword strike to kill you. Shameless. Zuoqing couldn't help but spit when she heard Hu Shuefeng. The surrounding crowd of outer court disciples all looked at Hu Shuefeng with strange expressions. When this Hu Shuefeng's cultivation was at the 7th level of the origin core stage, he didn't have the guts to battle the 6th level origin core stage Duan Lingtian. Now that he'd broken through to the 8th level of the origin core stage, he was boasting here, saying that he would be able to kill the former 6th level origin core stage Duan Lingtian with a single sword strike. Absurd! You, Hu Shuefeng, have broken through, and you still want others to stay where they are and be oppressed by you? Simply the ravings of a fool. Ha ha! Duan Lingtian laughed once more, and his eyes flickered with a bright light as he stared at Hu Shuefeng. Hu Shuefeng, according to what you mean, if the current you were to face the me from a month ago before I consumed the profound origin fruit, then you wouldn't be cowardly to the point of not daring to battle me, even to the extent that you would be able to kill me with a single sword strike? Of course. Hu Shuefeng had a proud expression, as he who'd broken through to the 8th level of the origin core stage was incomparably confident. If Duan Lingtian was still a 6th level origin core stage martial artist now, then he had the confidence to be able to kill Duan Lingtian with a single sword strike. All right. Duan Lingtian started laughing, and a brilliant smile appeared on his face. Since you said so, then I'll give you a chance. Duan Lingtian's words caused most of the people present to be stunned. They didn't understand the meaning of Duan Lingtian's words. Zuoqing and Hidong looked at Duan Lingtian as if they were lost in thought. As for Hu Shuefeng, his face sank slightly, and a bad premonition arose within his heart. Hu Shuefeng! Duan Lingtian looked at Hu Shuefeng, then abruptly took a step forward as his body emitted battle intent that shot into the sky, and his fierce gaze descended onto Hu Shuefeng. I, Duan Lingtian, am willing to suppress my strength to the 6th level of the origin core stage and battle you on the life and death arena. If I use strength that surpasses the 6th level of the origin core stage, then I'm willing to commit suicide on the spot. Do you dare? Do you dare? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, in the eyes of the surrounding crowd of outer court disciples, the Duan Lingtian before them was so lofty. It was as if he'd transformed into an invincible god of war, overbearing and fearless. What a Duan Lingtian! Hidong looked at Duan Lingtian and couldn't help but secretly praise in his heart. He noticed that at this moment he was completely convinced by Duan Lingtian, and it was difficult for him to arouse the desire to compare with Duan Lingtian. Junior sister, why didn't you come with me today? This is your man. Zuoqing's gaze was complicated, and her eyes revealed slight envy. If a woman was able to obtain the love of a man like this in her lifetime, then she would have no regrets even if she died. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, a true man. From today onwards, my idol is senior brother Duan Lingtian. Some of the surrounding outer court disciples were excited to the point their faces flushed red, as if the person that stood there and issued the life and death arena invitation to Hu Shuefeng wasn't Duan Lingtian, but was instead themselves. In next to no time, the gazes of everyone descended onto Hu Shuefeng. Hu Shuefeng had repeatedly said earlier that the current him was able to kill the 6th level origin core stage Duan Lingtian with a single strike of his sword now. Duan Lingtian used a cultivation at the 6th level of the origin core stage to invite Hu Shuefeng to battle in the life and death arena. Did Hu Shuefeng dare accept the challenge? Hu Shuefeng's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. He dared speak those words earlier because he had blind confidence towards his own strength, and felt that if Duan Lingtian was still that 6th level origin core stage martial artist from before, he would surely be able to easily kill Duan Lingtian. But now, Duan Lingtian actually wanted to suppress his strength to the 6th level of the origin core stage to battle him in the life and death arena. As he looked at Duan Lingtian, who stood there with a face full of confidence and battle intent that shot into the sky, his heart was shaken. Was he really able to kill the 6th level origin core stage Duan Lingtian? Although now he was still sure of this. But he didn't dare open his mouth to accept Duan Lingtian's life and death arena invitation. He hesitated. Duan Lingtian's current confidence caused traces of fear to arise within his heart. If he wasn't confident, would Duan Lingtian issue such a challenge? Putting himself in Duan Lingtian's shoes, Hu Shuefeng felt even more how mysterious and terrifying Duan Lingtian was. Perhaps Duan Lingtian was really able to kill him with a cultivation at the 6th level of the origin core stage. After all, Duan Lingtian used a cultivation at the 6th level of the origin core stage to kill Shi Hao, who was at the 7th level of the origin core stage. Duan Lingtian's methods were too strange. When he saw Hu Shuefeng's expression that flickered between a livid and ashen expression, Duan Lingtian seemed to be able to see through Hu Shuefeng's state of mind, and he ridiculed. Hu Shuefeng, the personal disciple of the Merak Peak's peak master? You're only SOO, only a coward. Coward? Duan Lingtian's words caused Hu Shuefeng to be filled with rage, and he glared angrily at Duan Lingtian. What? You're still unwilling to admit it now? Didn't you say earlier that with your current strength, you'd be able to kill me, who's at the 6th level of the origin core stage, with a single sword strike? Now, I've suppressed my cultivation to the 6th level of the origin core stage with the intention of battling you in the life and death arena. You hesitated for a long time and didn't dare accept the challenge. Isn't this still a coward? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile, and every single word he said struck at Hu Shuefeng's heart. Chapter 332. Coward. As the personal disciple of the Merak Peak's peak master, how could the arrogant Hu Shuefeng possibly admit that he was a coward? But now that he realized the strong confidence emitted from Duan Lingtian, he didn't dare accept the challenge. He could only maintain his silence. The gazes that were like blades from the surroundings contained traces of ridicule, and he naturally noticed it. His heart was filled with humiliation and resentment. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the resentment Hu Shuefeng had towards Duan Lingtian in his heart had practically reached an extreme. If he was given the chance, he wouldn't hesitate in the slightest to kill Duan Lingtian, and even burn his bones and scatter his ashes. Coward! Seeing Hu Shuefeng's gloomy face and not daring to reply for a long time, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a trace of disdain as he coldly grunted. He and Hu Shuefeng originally didn't have any relationship. But this Hu Shuefeng actually wanted to take his life during the outer court martial competition. Today, Hu Shuefeng even humiliated Zui Qing, his woman's senior sister, in front of him. This caused Duan Lingtian's rage to be completely vented. Hu Shuefeng's breathing became hurried, and his eyes transformed into a crimson-red color. Yet he just happened to not dare flare up. He didn't dare gamble. The confidence Duan Lingtian displayed caused him to be extremely fearful. The surrounding crowd of outer court disciples looked at Hu Shuefeng with more and more strange gazes. However, when their gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian, they were instead filled with reverence. Senior sister, If this coward dares to be disrespectful to you in the future, feel free to tell me." Duan Lingtian looked at Zhuo Qing and lightly smiled. Zhuo Qing was his woman's senior sister, and was also his senior sister. He had the responsibility to protect Zhuo Qing and not allow others to humiliate her. Zhuo Qing lightly nodded, and a brilliant smile hung on her beautiful face. "Duan Lingtian, you're really something." He Dong shook his head and smiled as he wholeheartedly submitted to Duan Lingtian. "Test Elder has arrived." Suddenly, a sharp-eyed outer disciple looked into the distance and exclaimed. Upon hearing the voice, Duan Lingtian turned around and followed the gaze of the outer disciple. The test elder whom Duan Lingtian had met 7 months ago had appeared before him once more. Presently, the test elder had come up from the main peak, Dubhe Peak. Behind him, there were 8 inner sect disciples who were divided into 2 groups. They carried 2 huge objects covered in red cloth and slowly walked onto the examination platform. Test Elder. The group of outer court disciples on the test platform respectfully greeted the test elder, who was in the lead. The exam elder nodded slightly. He stood in the middle of the exam platform and said to the 8 inner disciples, "Put the 2 cages here." Yes. 8 inner sect disciples responded and carried the 2 huge objects covered in red cloth over to him. A cage? Hearing the words of the invigilating elder, the outer court disciples present were all puzzled. Ferocious beasts? Duan Lingtian immediately used his spiritual energy to detect a clue. He discovered that there was actually a powerful ferocious beast hibernating within each of the huge objects covered in red cloth. Could this be the inner court disciple assessment? Duan Lingtian secretly guessed in his heart. Bang! Bang! 2 loud noises sounded. The 2 huge objects covered in red cloth landed in the middle of the exam platform. Now, apart from the test elder and the 8 inner court disciples present, only Duan Lingtian had a calm expression on his face. All the outer court disciples, including Hidong and Zhuo Qing, stared curiously at the 2 huge objects covered in red cloth. They wanted to know what was inside. Lift the red cloth. At this moment, the test elder looked at the inner court disciples who were standing on the side of the huge objects covered in red cloth and said lightly, "Whoosh! Whoosh!" As the red cloth was lifted by the 2 inner court disciples, the huge objects under the red cloth were completely revealed before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and the group. Some outer court disciples couldn't help but stare in shock. Violent ape. It's a violent ape. An outer court disciple couldn't help but shout out in shock, and his face was ghastly pale. Presently, what appeared before the eyes of everyone was 2 enormous cages. The cages were obviously made of special materials, and within each of the 2 enormous cages sat a sleeping, huge object. These 2 huge objects were enormous apes that were completely covered in black fur. They were 3 meters tall with bulging muscles on their entire bodies, and they were obviously not ordinary ferocious beasts. Violent ape, 9th level origin core stage ferocious beast. Duan Lingtian's gaze squinted as he recognized the origins of these 2 ferocious beasts. Violent ape, 9th level origin core stage ferocious beast. It possessed boundless strength and speed like the wind. It was able to smash a tiger or leopard to death with a single punch, and a single collision was able to knock down a large tree that required a few adults to encircle. It was an extremely terrifying and troublesome, ferocious beast. Awaken them. Right when the gazes of Duan Lingtian and the group descended onto the 2 violent apes, the test elder continued to instruct. Instantly, 2 inner court disciples withdrew 2 medicinal pills and stuffed them into the mouths of the 2 violent apes. After a short moment, the 2 violent apes that had fallen asleep woke up, and they opened their crimson red eyes that were large as gongs. When they opened their eyes, they saw the group of people, and they instantly became irritable. "Aolo! Aolo!" The two violent apes pounded their robust chests as they exerted all their strength to ram into the cages that locked them up. But, unfortunately, even though they possessed boundless strength, they were still unable to do anything to the two cages. The material of this cage seems to be thousand-year dark iron. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be astounded as he looked at the pitch-black, enormous cage. As expected of the seven-star sword sect, so extravagant, this thousand-year dark iron was the main material to refine a grade 7 spirit weapon, but now it was actually used to make a cage. Extravagant, too extravagant. In the end, the two violent apes seemed to have realized that using brute force was unable to solve the problem. They stopped moving, and their human-like eyes flickered as their gazes descended onto the test elder. When he saw this scene, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but praise in his heart. As expected of the ape-type fierce beasts that are closest to humans, although they're only at the 9th level of the origin core stage, they've already begun to understand human nature. Under the gaze of Duan Lingtian, "Aho! Aho!" The two violent apes looked at the test elder and roared in a low voice, and their gong-sized eyes contained a trace of begging mixed within. "As long as you cooperate, I'll get someone to send you back to the primeval forest after we're done." The test elder looked at the two violent apes with a calm gaze as he spoke indifferently. "Aho!" Seeming to have understood what the test elder said, the two violent apes took human form and nodded, then obediently stayed within the cage. These two violent apes wouldn't be the content of the inner court disciple test this time, right? An outer court disciple couldn't help but guess. It shouldn't be. Although the violent ape is strong, it's only a 9th level origin core stage fierce beast after all, and its strength is only comparable to the strength of 120 ancient mammoths. Not to mention senior brother Duan Lingtian and the others, even I, with my cultivation at the 7th level of the origin core stage and relying on a grade 7 spirit sword, would be sufficient to kill it. Another outer court disciple shook his head. His words obtained the agreement of most of the people. Duan Lingtian agreed as well. A 7th level origin core stage martial artist possessed the strength of 100 ancient mammoths, and if they were to utilize a spirit weapon, their attack strength would completely crush the violent ape. Coupled with being in such a narrow cage, the violent ape was utterly unable to exert its speed, and in the end it could only be reduced to a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. What, all of you look down on the violent ape so much? The corners of the test elder's mouth curled into a ridiculing smile when he heard the group of outer court disciples whispering in discussion. Duan Lingtian's heart jerked when he saw the test elder's sly smile. Traces of a bad premonition arose within the hearts of the other outer court disciples as well. Test elder, could it be that these two violent apes are really the content of the inner court disciple test? An outer court disciple looked at the test elder and couldn't help but ask, "Exactly." Test elder nodded. Right when the group of outer court disciples were beaming with joy and had faces full of excitement, and felt that the inner court test this time was extremely simple. Test elder continued, "Right, I almost forgot to tell all of you. The content of the inner court disciple test this time is exactly as all of you guessed. It's to allow all of you to battle the violent ape. But when all of you battle it, all of you are not allowed to utilize any external forces, including spirit weapons, inscriptions, and so on." When Test Elder finished speaking, the hearts of the group of outer court disciples had already risen to their throats. After Test Elder finished speaking, the expressions of all the outer court disciples couldn't help but go pale. Not using external forces? At this moment, besides Duan Lingtian, whose gaze shone and had a calm expression, the expressions of the others couldn't help but go pale, including Hidong, Zuiqing, and Hu Shuefeng. The expressions of the three of them were extremely unsightly. Even if Hidong and Hu Shuefeng had broken through to the 8th level of the origin core stage now, But if they didn't rely on any external forces and fought empty-handed against two ninth-level origin core stage fierce beasts, the violent apes, they similarly didn't have the slightest confidence. Test Elder, how could this be possible? If we don't use external forces, how could we possibly go against the violent apes? An outer court disciple was terrified by what Test Elder said to the point his legs trembled, and he asked with slight hesitation. His words obtained the agreement of all the outer court disciples besides Duan Lingtian. Amongst the outer court disciples present, including the strongest Duan Lingtian, Hidong, and Hishui Feng, the strongest was only at the 8th level of the origin core stage, and there wasn't a single 9th level origin core stage martial artist. Humph. Test Elder grunted in a low voice, and his fierce gaze swept past all the outer court disciples present one by one. He couldn't help but frown when he saw the outer court disciples with unsightly expressions, and only when his gaze descended onto a young man around the age of 20 did his frown ease up. "You're Duan Lingtian." In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed that Test Elder had looked over. "Test Elder." Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled to Test Elder. "Indeed, young. I heard that after you consumed the profound origin fruit, you've already broken through to the 8th level of the origin core stage?" When Test Elder faced Duan Lingtian, his face was filled with a brilliant smile. Duan Lingtian's natural talent was already worthy of him, facing him with a smiling face. Meanwhile, the gazes of the nearby 8 inner court disciples descended onto Duan Lingtian. "He's that Duan Lingtian. He's really as young as the rumors say. Oh my God! Such a young man is an 8th level origin core stage outer court disciple?" Chapter 333. During the outer court martial competition, he killed the number 1 disciple in the outer court, Sure Hao, with a cultivation at the 6th level of the origin core stage. 1 month ago, he consumed the profound origin fruit, and his cultivation broke through from the 6th level of the origin core stage to the 8th level of the origin core stage in one go. All this happened on a young man that was only a little over 20. This young man was Duan Lingtian. Presently, even if it was within the 7-star sword sect's inner court, the name Duan Lingtian was like a thunderclap that reverberated in the ears. So long as it wasn't an inner court disciple that was especially ill-informed, practically all of them had heard of Duan Lingtian. However, even though the 8 inner court disciples had heard of Duan Lingtian, when they really saw Duan Lingtian now, they couldn't help but be slightly shocked. Only because Duan Lingtian was truly too young, shockingly young. For a time, as expected, Duan Lingtian became the absolute center of attention on the test platform. Even the Test Elder greeted Duan Lingtian with a smiling face. No one noticed that at the corner of the crowd, Hu Shuifeng stood there with a pair of icy cold eyes that emitted a sheen of jealousy. "Duan Lingtian, the two of us are absolutely irreconcilable." Hu Shuifeng was ruthless in his heart, and he secretly swore a ghastly oath. "It was just luck." Duan Lingtian lightly smiled to Test Elder as he replied. Test Elder shook his head. "This isn't luck. After you consumed the profound origin fruit, you were able to directly break through from the 6th level of the origin core stage to the 8th level of the origin core stage in one go, and it's sufficient to show that your natural talent is shocking. Work hard. Even in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, no one is able to compare to your natural talent, and it can be said to be unprecedented. I will." Duan Lingtian smiled modestly and was refined and courteous. "It's rare for you to be neither arrogant nor impatient. I really look forward to your future." Test Elder smiled to Duan Lingtian, then asked, "I heard you entered the sect 7 months ago?" "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. "That day when I entered the sect, it was precisely the outer court disciple test that Test Elder presided over. I didn't notice you back then." The Test Elder shook his head and smiled. "The 7-star sword sect has a total of 5 Test Elders, and every single test elder takes turns to be in charge of the outer court disciple and inner court disciple tests for a year. This year, I've successively been in charge of your test twice, and it's sufficient to show that we're fated. Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded. It is indeed fate. In the future, if you have time, you can come to my place often. Yes, my name is Jiang Huai. The invigilating elder said to Duan Lingtian. The surrounding people were all shocked. The exam elder had even told Duan Lingtian his name. This was enough to show how much he valued Duan Lingtian. Don't worry, Elder Jiang Huai. I'll definitely disturb you when I'm free. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled. Yes. Test Elder Jiang Huai nodded. Then his gaze swept past all the outer court disciples present and said in a clear voice, Earlier, I've already spoken of the contents of the inner court disciple test. Every single one of you must take turns to enter the cage and battle the violent apes. As soon as Jiang Huai finished speaking, all the outer court disciples present shuddered. Isn't this asking us to give our lives away? Exactly. How are we supposed to deal with these two violent apes if we're unable to rely on external forces? Once we enter the cage, we'll die for sure. Some outer court disciples whispered in discussion. Humph. Although the outer court disciples' discussion was soft, it was still heard by Jiang Huai, and Jiang Huai said coldly, If all of you are afraid of death, you can withdraw from the inner court disciple test this time. No one is forcing all of you to participate. The crowd of outer court disciples instantly went silent when they heard Jiang Huai. Meanwhile, Jiang Huai continued, Although the inner court disciple test today allows all of you to enter the cage and battle the violent apes without relying on any external forces, it doesn't require all of you to kill the violent apes. So long as any one of you is able to persist for more than 10 breaths of time under the hands of the violent apes, then you'll be able to pass the inner court disciple test and become an inner court disciple. As soon as Jiang Huai said this, Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. So it's only like this. For a time, He Dong and Hu Shuefeng heaved a sigh of relief. It was practically impossible for them to kill the violent apes without relying on external forces. But if it was only persisting for 10 breaths of time under the hands of the violent apes, then it wasn't difficult for them. Even Zhu Qing had a firm expression now, and her eyes were filled with burning yearning to pass the inner court disciple test and become an inner court disciple. At this moment, although the other outer court disciples still felt great pressure, they couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Persisting for 10 breaths of time was much easier than killing the violent apes. Now, all the outer court disciples that need to participate in the inner court disciple test stand by my side. Jiang Huai spoke out. For a time, including Duan Lingtian, He Dong, and Zhu Qing, the group of outer court disciples stood by Jiang Huai's side, and not a single one of them gave up. They'd come here today for the sake of the inner court disciple test, and if they didn't give it a try, they wouldn't be satisfied. Moreover, the inner court disciple test today was nothing more than to allow them to persist for a period of time under the hands of the violent apes. If they didn't have confidence, they were completely able to choose to flee. Very good. Jiang Huai looked at the group of outer court disciples and nodded. When the test is carried out in a while, there will be an inner court disciple entering the cage with all of you. If all of you are unable to persist, then they will make a move to save all of you. Jiang Huai's words caused the hearts of most of the outer court disciples to be at ease. With an inner court disciple making a move, they were much more at ease. Now, the people I've called out, enter the cage and battle the violent apes. As Jiang Huai spoke, he looked at an outer court disciple. You, enter the cage on the left. You, enter the cage on the right. Subsequently, Jiang Huai called out another outer court disciple. The 2 outer court disciples took a deep breath, then walked towards the 2 cages in the distance and entered the cages with the 2 inner court disciples. Now, the 2 violent apes seemed to have realized something, They raised their arms and fiercely pounded their chests, and their crimson-red eyes that were large like gongs flickered with a bloodthirsty sheen. "Eolo! Eolo!" The cries of the two violent apes caused the faces of the two outer court disciples to go ghastly pale, and their legs started trembling. Feeling fear before the battle, they'll probably be unable to persist for 3 breaths of time. Hidong shook his head and spoke to Duan Lingtian, who was beside him. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled as he thought so as well. In next to no time, the two outer court disciples respectively attacked the two violent apes. Whoosh! One of the outer court disciples flashed out, and he seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that blew towards the violent apes. Above him, 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. 7th level of the origin core stage. Eolo! The violent ape was instantly enraged when it saw this human daring to attack it, and its robust arms spread out before pouncing over. The strength of 120 ancient mammoths that belonged to a 9th level origin core stage fierce beast all exploded out. Whoosh! The outer court disciples fist shot out, fiercely smashing onto the violent ape's arm, but it didn't cause any material harm to the violent ape. Eolo! The violent ape roared explosively, then swung its arms up and fiercely smashed down onto the outer court disciple's head. If it were to hit, this outer court disciple would die for sure. When faced with the enraged violent ape, the outer court disciple's face went ghastly pale, and his legs seemed as if they were filled with lead, and he was unable to move in the slightest. No, when faced with the violent ape's attack, he cried out in grief, and his voice contained slight despair mixed within. Bang! Right at this moment, the inner court disciple made a move, slapping out with his palm to block the violent ape's attack. This inner court disciple was in existence at the 9th level of the origin core stage as well. Eolo! The violent ape roared furiously, and its enormous body shook, wanting to launch another attack. Whoosh! The inner court disciple raised his hand, and a 3-foot-long blade appeared out of thin air. Above him, 150-plus ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Instantly, the violent ape's enormous body stopped, and it glanced at the 150-plus ancient mammoth silhouettes in terror, then retreated and stood there obediently. You persisted for less than a breath of time. Eliminated. The inner court disciple looked at the outer court disciple that was scared silly long ago, and said with a cold voice. The outer court disciple laughed bitterly, then obediently left the cage. Earlier, before the violent ape, he felt as if his heart was about to jump out, and he even forgot to dodge. In the other cage, the mental strength of the outer court disciple was comparatively stronger, and he dodged 2 of the violent ape's attacks. But even then, he was still unable to dodge the 3rd attack. Fortunately, an inner court disciple made a move and stopped the violent ape for him. Otherwise, he would die for sure. Persisting for 2 breaths of time, not bad. The inner court disciple nodded to the outer court disciple. However, you don't satisfy the conditions to pass the inner court disciple test. Eliminated. The outer court disciple laughed bitterly as he nodded, then left the cage. Although this outer court disciple didn't pass the test as well, he still obtained gazes of admiration from the group of outer court disciples. Being able to persist for 2 breaths of time before the 9th level origin core stage, violent ape, with a cultivation at the 7th level of the origin core stage, was already not bad. Subsequently, the outer court disciples were called out by the test elder, Jiang Huai, one by one. One by one, the outer court disciples were miserably eliminated. When facing this violent ape, if a 7th level origin core stage martial artist doesn't possess a superior movement technique, it's extremely difficult for them to persist for 10 breaths of time. Hidong shook his head and sighed. Even if they possess a superior movement technique, it's useless. The disparity in strength is too great. It's not easy to persist for 10 breaths of time. Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted. Then he glanced at the nearby Zuiqing, and a trace of a bright light flashed within his eyes as he seemed to be lost in thought. Zhuqing. In next to no time, Jiang Huai's gaze descended onto Zhuqing, and he called out the outer court disciple's name for the first time. Obviously, he knew Zhuqing. Zhuqing took a deep breath, then walked towards a cage in large strides. Zhuqing isn't skilled in movement techniques, and it's not very likely for her to pass the test. Hidong shook his head and didn't hold any hope towards Zhuqing. However, Zhuqing ought to be about to break through to the 8th level of the origin core stage. She can't pass the test this time, but she'll surely be able to pass the test next time and become an inner court disciple. Hidong, isn't it a bit early for you to say this now? Duan Lingtian smiled slightly disapprovingly when he heard Hidong. What? Could it be that you think Zhuqing can persist for 10 breaths of time before the violent ape? Hidong had an expression of disbelief. He couldn't see through this little freak, Duan Lingtian, but Zhuqing was instead his old rival. Chapter 334. Just watch. The smile on Duan Lingtian's face still remained, and he seemed to be extremely confident of Zhuqing. Hidong frowned. Needless to say, his heart was filled with bewilderment towards Duan Lingtian's current attitude. Although he didn't have much interaction with Duan Lingtian, he was able to discern that Duan Lingtian wasn't the type of person that spoke without thinking. Now, Duan Lingtian was so confident of Zhuqing. Could it be that he knew something? But no matter what, he wasn't willing to believe that Zhuqing, who was at the 7th level of the origin core stage, was able to persist for 10 breaths of time under the hands of the 9th level origin core stage violent ape. Even if it was him, before he broke through to the 8th level of the origin core stage, he didn't have the slightest certainty. Some people go too far in boasting, and even the people by their side don't believe them. Laughable. A ridiculing voice suddenly sounded out, and it was incomparably ear-piercing. Duan Lingtian's face sank when he heard the voice, and he turned around to look at the owner of the voice with a cold and indifferent gaze. It was precisely Hu Shuefeng who stood at the other side of Test Elder. What, am I wrong? The corners of Hu Shuefeng's mouth curled into a ridiculing smile when he saw Duan Lingtian looking over, getting angry from embarrassment. Duan Lingtian glanced at Hu Shuefeng as if he was looking at an idiot, then sneered. Hu Shuefeng, you said I was boasting. Then how about we make a bet? If senior sister Zhuqing is able to persist for 10 breaths of time under the violent ape, then pass the inner court disciple test and become an inner court disciple. You, Hu Shuefeng, fight me on the life and death arena and we'll fight to the death. Do you dare? Duan Lingtian once again threatened to invite Hu Shuefeng to battle on the life and death arena. Do you dare? Similar to before, Duan Lingtian's question was powerful and resonant, and when it entered Hu Shuefeng's ears, it caused his face to flicker between livid and pale. When he saw the confidence on Duan Lingtian's face, he hesitated once again in his heart. He didn't dare reply. Including the test elder, Jiang Huai, the other 8 inner court disciples looked at Duan Lingtian in astonishment, and at the same time they glanced at Hu Shuefeng. Before they arrived, they were unaware of the conflict between Duan Lingtian and Hu Shuefeng on the assessment platform. If you dare battle me on the life and death arena, then I'll still do as I said before and suppress my strength to the 6th level of the origin core stage to battle you. You, Hu Shuefeng, do you dare battle me? Duan Lingtian's gaze gradually turned cold, as if it had turned into an icicle that pierced towards Hu Shuefeng. Hu Shuefeng's face was ashen, yet he did not dare to accept the challenge. Duan Lingtian's confidence once again made him feel uncertain. Suppressing his strength to the 6th level of the origin core stage? When Jiang Huai and the 8 inner court disciples heard Duan Lingtian, their pupils couldn't help but constrict as they were shocked. As far as they were concerned, Duan Lingtian was simply courting death. They'd heard of the news of Hu Xiefeng breaking through to the 8th level of the Origin Core stage half a month ago, the personal disciple of the Merak Peak's Peak Master. As far as they were concerned, no matter how strange and heaven-defying Duan Lingtian's methods were, it was still impossible for him to kill a genuine 8th level Origin Core stage martial artist with a cultivation at the 6th level of the Origin Core stage. Right when they thought Hu Xiefeng would accept the challenge, they instead noticed that Hu Xiefeng's expression was unsightly, and he didn't dare make a sound for a long time. Hu Xiefeng didn't dare accept the challenge. For a moment, they were all stunned, and the gazes they shot at Hu Xiefeng underwent a change. An 8th level Origin Core stage martial artist didn't even dare accept the challenge of a 6th level Origin Core stage martial artist? Truly shameful. Hu Xiefeng naturally noticed the disdainful gazes from Jiang Huai and the 8 inner core disciples, and this caused his expression to become even more unsightly and even more livid. When he saw Hu Xiefeng's current appearance, Duan Lingtian naturally knew that Hu Xiefeng was terrified again, and he couldn't help but sneer. I really don't know why the Merak Peak's Peak Master would take a coward like you as his personal disciple. You've really thrown away the face of the Merak Peak's Peak Master, and even the Merak Peak itself. Meanwhile, many people thought that Hu Xiefeng would explode because of what Duan Lingtian said. In next to no time, they were disappointed. Hu Xiefeng stood there with his head lowered and his body trembled. He was enraged to the limit, yet he just happened to not dare vent it. Hu Xiefeng, the personal disciple of the Merak Peak's Peak Master, is only SOO. I heard that the Merak Peak's Peak Master took him as a personal disciple because of his family. The Hu clan is a great clan in our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City. So he's from the Imperial City's Hu clan. Looks like he's someone that relied on relationships to obtain his position. Truly laughable. Senior brother Duan Lingtian wants to suppress his cultivation to the 6th level of the Origin Core stage to battle him. Yet he, an 8th level Origin Core stage martial artist, is actually afraid. One by one, the outer court disciples whispered in discussion. Although their voices weren't loud, practically all the people on the test platform were existences at the 7th level of the Origin Core stage or above. Which one of them didn't have shocking hearing? They naturally heard it. Duan Lingtian. Hu Xiefeng lowered his head, and his eyes were suffused with crimson red and covered in blood veins, and his eyeballs seemed as if they would explode at any moment. Duan Lingtian swept Hu Xiefeng with a disdainful gaze, then withdrew his gaze to descend onto the distant Zhuqing. Because of the small incident from before, the inner court disciple test was temporarily suspended. Now continue. Duan Lingtian, you're too ruthless. But this Hu Xiefeng's background isn't simple. You have to be more careful when you do things in the future. Hidong's voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian shrugged and smiled indifferently with an indifferent expression, and his gaze descended onto Zhuqing, who walked into the cage and stood in confrontation with the violent ape. All of a sudden, whoosh, Zhuqing moved, as if transforming into a bolt of lightning that flashed directly towards the violent ape. Roar! The violent ape roared furiously when it saw Zhuqing's movements. As a fierce beast, it utterly didn't know how to be protective of a woman, and its strong arms spread open as if transforming into a strong bow as it pounced towards Zhuqing. Zhuqing's figure flashed out. Just when everyone thought that she wanted to dodge the violent ape's attack, her figure abruptly descended. What does Zhuqing want to do? This was the question in the hearts of most people present. Roar! The violent ape's furious roar sounded out once more, and this time the furious roar contained slight pain mixed within. Everyone's vision blurred, and they noticed that after Zhuqing descended to the ground, she'd borrowed the force to leap up, avoiding the violent ape's arms that whistled towards her before firmly descending onto the violent ape's shoulder. The time of a breath passed. Heavens! Zhuqing borrowed force from the violent ape's feet earlier? An outer court disciple looked at the scene before him with disbelief. Seems like it. Zhuqing is simply courting death. Her actions will only infuriate the violent ape. Most outer court disciples didn't look favorably upon Zhuqing. Duan Lingtian, what's Zhuqing doing? He Dong frowned when he saw Zhuqing's graceful body firmly descending onto the violent ape's broad shoulder, and he had a puzzled expression. You'll know if you continue watching. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently with a carefree expression. Whoosh! Within the cage, Zhuqing borrowed force from the violent ape's shoulder as her leg shot out, fiercely flashing towards the violent ape's neck. Even though the violent ape's strength was strong and its speed was swift, it still required a process of conditioned reflexes. Presently, it was unable to avoid Zhuqing's kick, and it forcefully suffered Zhuqing's kick. Ow! The violent ape felt pain and howled sorrowfully. Its crimson-red eyes seemed to have blazed with scorching flames of rage, and it raised its arms, wanting to grab Zhuqing. Zhuqing seemed to have known beforehand that the violent ape would make this move, and she'd first borrowed force from the violent ape's shoulder to rise up, narrowly avoiding the violent ape's swinging arms. This, in the eyes of others, the violent ape was cooperating with Zhuqing's leap, and that was why it swung its arms to sweep over, sweeping empty air. The time of 2 breaths passed. Roar! The violent ape seemed to have realized that it had to take the initiative, and its enormous body shook as it wanted to dash to the other side of the cage to pull apart the distance between it and Zhuqing. A scene that caused everyone to be dumbstruck appeared once more. The direction the violent ape charged towards was precisely the direction Zhuqing had borrowed force to leap up and land on the ground. Zhuqing once again firmly landed on the violent ape's body. Whoosh! A leg that was suffused with origin energy and raged once again descended onto the violent ape's neck, causing the violent ape's head to tremble as it emitted an extremely sorrowful howl. The time of 3 breaths passed. Seeing Zhuqing predict the future time and time again, taking the initiative to avoid the violent attacks of the violent ape, besides Duan Lingtian, everyone present was dumbstruck, including the inner court disciple within the cage. 10 breaths of time has passed. Only when Duan Lingtian's voice transmission pierced into the ears of the inner court disciple did the inner court disciple react, and his figure moved to stop the violent ape. Zhuqing, persist for more than 10 breaths of time and pass the inner court disciple test. Yeah. Zhuqing flew down. Her beautiful cheeks flushed red, and she walked lightly with graceful steps to leave the cage. Zhuqing has passed the inner court disciple test and become an inner court disciple. Meanwhile, the voice of the test elder sounded out in a timely manner. This caused everyone that was dazed to recover from their shock. My God, unbelievable. It's truly unbelievable. Senior sister Zhuqing actually passed the test just like this. Why do I feel that the violent ape seemed to be intentionally letting her pass? I have this feeling as well. Humph. Could it be that all of you didn't notice that the violent ape is staring madly at senior sister Zhuqing? Obviously, it was extremely aggrieved from everything earlier. One by one, the outer court disciples discussed. In next to no time, everyone noticed that the violent ape that was subdued by the inner court disciple stood within the cage, and as it looked at Zhuqing's figure that left, it roared madly as its arms swung like the wind, fiercely pounding its own chest. It seemed as if it was venting the rage in its heart to its heart's content. Its emotions went out of control for a moment. F***K. This violent ape has gone mad. I wonder which unlucky bastard will be the next to go fight this berserk ape. The gaze of an outer court disciple descended onto some outer court disciples that hadn't participated in the test yet. This will depend on who the test elder picks. The gazes of all the outer court disciples descended onto Jiang Huai. Chapter 335. Finally, The gaze of test elder Jiang Huai flashed past all the outer court disciples that hadn't participated in the inner court disciple test. Everywhere Jiang Huai's gaze passed, all the outer court disciples had ghastly pale expressions. Jiang Huai frowned, and in the end, his gaze descended onto Duan, Lingtian, Hidong, and Hu Shuefeng. Duan, Lingtian, Hidong, Hu Shuefeng. Who amongst the three of you will go first? Duan Lingtian shrugged with an indifferent expression. Hidong was slightly eager to give it a try. Me. But their movements weren't as swift as Hu Shuefeng. Hu Shuefeng stood out as if he wanted to use his performance to once again win back the dignity he'd lost earlier. At the same time that Hu Shuefeng took the initiative to volunteer, it caused the group of outer court disciples to be shocked, and he'd indeed obtained the admiration of many people. Although Hu Shuefeng is inferior to senior brother Duan Lingtian, he still has some ability. Yeah, he even dared to take the initiative to go up when facing that violent ape that has gone mad. As expected of the personal disciple of the Merak Peak's master, some outer court disciples' opinions towards Hu Shuefeng had changed. The corners of Hu Shuefeng's mouth curled into an imperceptible complacency when he heard similar discussions. Meanwhile, another cage had successively changed a few more outer court disciples. Not a single person passed the test. Now, besides Duan Lingtian, Zhuqing, and Hidong, the gazes of everyone else had descended onto Hu Shuefeng, who walked towards the violent ape that had gone mad. Hu Shuefeng was about to enter into battle with the violent ape that had gone mad. They were filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, Zhuqing returned to Duan Lingtian's side and said via voice transmission, "Duan Lingtian, thank you." Duan Lingtian shrugged and replied via voice transmission, "Senior sister Zhuqing, your little Fei's senior sister, so you're my senior sister as well. We're all family, there's no need to be courteous." Family? A brilliant smile appeared on Zhuqing's beautiful face when she heard Duan Lingtian, and she nodded. "Zhuqing, how did you do it?" Hidong was puzzled as he stared at Zhuqing in disbelief. Zhuqing's actions had shocked him. During those 10 breaths of time when Zhuqing and the berserk ape were fighting in the cage, it was as if Zhuqing and the berserk ape had gone through countless rehearsals. It was even more like a play. However, this play was extremely realistic and thrilling. You should ask Duan Lingtian about that. Zhuqing only gave Hidong a single sentence before her gaze descended onto Hu Shuefeng, who'd walked into the cage and was facing the violent ape that had gone mad, and the smile on her face faded away to be replaced by gloominess. "Duan Lingtian?" Hearing Zhuqing's words, Hidong looked at Duan Lingtian, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. No wonder Duan Lingtian was so confident in Zhuqing. It turned out that he already had a plan in mind. Furthermore, he seemed to have contributed a lot to Zhuqing being able to pass the inner court disciple test. "Duan Lingtian, how did you do it?" Hidong looked at Duan Lingtian as he asked in a light voice, and his tone contained a sense of astonishment mixed within. To him, this was simply too inconceivable. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he slowly said, "Actually, it's very simple. You only need to know the habits of the berserk ape." Subsequently, Duan Lingtian roughly explained to Hidong. All of this came from the lifetime experience of Emperor Wu of Samsara. Hidong was intoxicated as he listened. However, this berserk ape has been tricked once, and it won't be tricked a second time. If you want to play like this, then you can only go find another berserk ape. After Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he smiled. "Duan Lingtian, you actually know so many things that I've never heard of before. Now, I'm really curious exactly how many secrets are stored in your head." Presently, Hidong admired Duan Lingtian to the point of prostrating himself before him, and he completely had no temper. His gaze descended onto the other berserk ape. "I hope the test elder will call me out to deal with this berserk ape. I'll also be able to test out the theory you taught me." Roar! Meanwhile, Hu Shuefeng had already started a fierce battle with the berserk ape that had gone mad. Rather than calling it a fierce battle, it could be said that Hu Shuefeng dodged as he fought, as an 8th level origin core stage martial artist. Although Hu Shuefeng was unable to utilize the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand, his strength couldn't be underestimated, and he narrowly dodged the berserk ape's attacks time and time again. Of course, Hu Shuefeng didn't have it easy either, and was in an extremely sorry state. Hidong! Test Elder Jiang Huai called out Hidong to enter the other cage and battle with the other berserk ape. My luck isn't bad. Hidong smiled, then walked in with large strides. In next to no time, everyone saw that the method Hidong used to deal with the berserk ape was exactly the same as Zui Qing, senior brother Hidong has broken through as well. The crowd of outer court disciples were dumbstruck when they saw the 110 ancient mammoth silhouettes that condensed into form above Hidong. Even Test Elder Jiang Huai's face revealed slight astonishment. Hidong relied on his cultivation at the 8th level of the origin core stage to toy with the berserk ape, and it was even easier than Zwiqing. In the eyes of others, Hidong seemed as if he was playing. He easily persisted for 5 breaths of time. Meanwhile, in the other cage, 10 breaths of time was up. Hu Shuefeng had passed the inner court disciple test. However, the current Hu Shuefeng was covered in dust, and he completely didn't have the handsome appearance from before. Right when Hu Shuefeng's face revealed complacency and he was waiting for the cheers of the people nearby, he instead noticed that not a single person was looking at him now, as the gazes of everyone had descended onto the other cage. It was as if there was an even more exciting scene there. Hu Shuefeng frowned and looked over. Just a glance caused his pupils to constrict and his face to sink. Within the cage, Hidong's figure floated gracefully, and he easily dodged the berserk ape's attacks. After 10 breaths of time passed, and he passed the inner court disciple test, the berserk ape didn't even touch the corners of Hidong's clothes. Ao! Ao Wu! Along with Hidong passing the test, at the same time that the crowd of outer court disciples cheered for him, the berserk apes within the 2 cages had already started to go berserk and were completely enraged. Hidong, Hu Shuefeng passed the test. Test Elder Jiang Huai slowly spoke out. 2 8th level origin core stage outer court disciples have passed the inner court disciple test as expected. An outer court disciple couldn't help but sigh. 8th level origin core stage martial artists with shocking strength. Passing the test isn't strange. However, even though they've passed the test, who's strong and who's weak can be seen through with a glance. That's true. Even though senior brother Hu Shuefeng passed the test, he was in an extremely sorry state. On the other hand, senior brother Hidong completely doesn't seem like a person that had just fought a berserk ape. Hidong and Hu Shuefeng stood there and formed a sharp contrast. Hu Shuefeng's face sank, and he fiercely glared at Hidong. Now he even hated Hidong. As far as he was concerned, if it wasn't for Hidong seizing his limelight, he would surely be the absolute center of attention now. He hated. Within the 2 cages, the 2 berserk apes were extremely restless, ceaselessly pounding their chests, and their crimson red eyes that were large as gongs caused one to be shocked. The few outer court disciples that hadn't participated in the inner court disciple test had pale faces when they saw Test Elder Jiang Huai's gaze sweep over. I give up. I give up as well. In the end, they chose to give up. Earlier, they'd clearly seen the ability of the berserk ape that went berserk. Even Hu Shuefeng, who was at the 8th level of the origin core stage, was in such a sorry state. If it was them, perhaps they wouldn't even be able to persist for the time of a single breath. They knew their limits. For a time, only Duan Lingtian remained amongst the people present that hadn't participated in the inner court disciple test. The gazes of everyone descended onto Duan Lingtian, and they looked forward to Duan Lingtian's performance. Duan Lingtian, the young man that had just entered the 7-star sword sect 7 months ago. In a short 7 months of time, He'd already become famous in the entire seven-star sword sect and became the publicly acknowledged #1 genius of the seven-star sword sect. The #1 genius since the founding of the sect. Presently, the halo above Duan Lingtian was dazzling and dazzling. A little over 20 years old with a cultivation at the 8th level of the Origin core stage. Not to mention the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Even if it was in the entire Darkstone Empire, or even the Dark Han Dynasty, such natural talent was a top-rate existence. Duan Lingtian. Test Elder Jiang Huai's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and he lightly smiled. 2 berserk apes. Which one will you choose? Presently, the 2 berserk apes that were locked within the 2 cages seemed to have gone mad, and had completely gone berserk. Of course, there was a difference in the degree to which the 2 berserk apes went berserk. The berserk ape that Hidong faced earlier was still fine, and it was only in rage just now. Now that some time had passed, its mood had calmed down greatly. However, the berserk ape that Hu Shuefeng faced was even more berserk and enraged to the limit than after he fought with Zuiqing. It was repeatedly played with by 2 people whose strengths were inferior to it. At this moment, this berserk ape seemed to have transformed into a berserk ape. Now, even if an ordinary 9th level Origin core stage fierce beast appeared before it, perhaps the fierce beast would be directly torn into pieces by it. I wonder which berserk ape Duan Lingtian will choose. An outer court disciple was slightly curious. His curiosity aroused the curiosity of the crowd of outer court disciples as well. I feel that he ought to choose the berserk ape that Hidong faced earlier. After all, the rage of that berserk ape seems to have calmed down greatly now. I think so as well. The berserk ape that Hu Shuefeng faced earlier was already infuriated by Zuiqing, and its rage hadn't subsided yet when it was infuriated by Hu Shuefeng. Now, the strength of this berserk ape under its rage has probably already arrived at an unimaginable extent. Its current strength is absolutely the limit of a 9th level Origin core stage fierce beast strength. Right when the gazes of everyone descended onto Duan Lingtian and were curious about how Duan Lingtian would choose. Hu Shuefeng's icy cold gaze followed to descend onto Duan Lingtian, and he sneered. Duan Lingtian, you should choose that berserk ape that Hidong faced earlier. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll be unable to pass the inner court disciple test this time. Hu Shuefeng's sneer contained dense ridicule mixed within. Hiss. Chapter 336. You seem to not have the qualifications to talk about me now. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a sneer as he looked at Hu Shuefeng, and he slowly spat out 2 words. Coward! Coward! Duan Lingtian had once again ridiculed Hu Shuefeng as a coward in public. This time, the people present included Test Elder Jiang Huai and the 8 inner core disciples, and all of them looked at Hu Shuefeng with strange expressions. Hu Shuefeng's expression was unsightly to the extreme, yet he just happened to have no words to refute. Presently, when he noticed the numerous gazes of ridicule from the surroundings, he wished for nothing more than to dig a hole and hide in it. Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Lingtian withdrew his gaze that had descended onto Hu Shuefeng, then swept the 2 violent apes in the distance, one by one, before walking over with large strides. Everyone present concentrated their minds and calmed their breathing. They were all curious which violent ape Duan Lingtian would choose to be his opponent. The restless mood of the violent ape that Hidong faced earlier had already calmed down now. Duan Lingtian, wanting to persist for 10 breaths of time under this violent ape, ought to not have the slightest difficulty. After the successive provocations of Zuiqing and Hu Shuefeng, the other violent ape's rage had reached its peak, and up until now it was still beating its robust chest like a madman. Thump, 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 thump. On the test platform that had temporarily quieted down, the sound of the violent ape ceaselessly swinging its arms and beating its chest as if it had gone mad could be vaguely heard. Ewo, The violent ape emitted roars of extreme rage from time to time. The muscles on its body that was like a small hill bulged, and strong muscles could vaguely be seen twitching ceaselessly. Not far away from the two cages, Duan Lingtian stopped moving. Duan Lingtian is going to choose. On the test platform, the hearts of everyone, including Test Elder, couldn't help but rise to their throats. Numerous gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian. They were curious exactly what choice Duan Lingtian would make. Duan Lingtian. Hidong and Zhuqing looked at Duan Lingtian's back as flowing lights flickered within their eyes, and they were similarly curious. Humph. Hu Xiefeng looked at Duan Lingtian from afar. His handsome face was slightly distorted and ugly. Finally, Duan Lingtian moved. He took a step forward, and his entire body moved. It was as if he had turned into an agile snake and quickly swept into one of the cages. He had made his choice. It's the berserk ape that Hu Xiefeng dealt with earlier. In the end, senior brother Duan Lingtian still chose this extremely enraged berserk ape. With senior brother Duan Lingtian's strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to persist for 10 breaths of time in front of this crazy violent ape. I just don't know if he will be as miserable as Hu Xiefeng. One by one, the outer disciples looked at the scene before them with anticipation. Everyone's gazes fell onto the cage. Currently, Duan Lingtian was standing opposite the berserk ape. Senior brother, you go out first. After Duan Lingtian walked into the cage, he started sizing it up from top to bottom. When everyone was bewildered, he looked at the inner court disciple that stood within the cage and lightly smiled. The inner court disciple was unable to react for a moment when he heard this, and he was stunned. Senior brother Duan Lingtian asked that inner court senior brother to leave the cage? Awesome. Too awesome. That's a 9th level origin core stage fierce beast, the berserk ape. Senior brother Duan Lingtian is so confident. As expected of the current number 1 disciple in our 7-star sword sex outer court. Senior brother Duan Lingtian is too awesome. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, do your best. Some outer court disciples were aroused by Duan Lingtian's decision, and their hot blood boiled. Duan Lingtian, you're really asking me to leave? The inner court disciple was slightly hesitant when he heard Duan Lingtian. If I leave the cage, then even if 10 breaths of time have passed, it won't stop. Are you sure you don't need my help to subdue it? No need. Duan Lingtian shook his head with a confident expression. The inner court disciple nodded, but he still looked at the test elder, Jiang Huai, from afar, and only when Jiang Huai nodded and obtained Jiang Huai's permission did he leave the cage. What a Duan Lingtian! Jiang Huai looked at Duan Lingtian, and for a time he felt that Duan Lingtian was really pleasing to the eye no matter how he looked at him, and his face revealed a wisp of a smile. Our 7-star sword sect has really picked up a treasure this time. Once this Duan Lingtian grows up in the future, he'll surely become a genius of the Dark Han dynasty, a genius of the generation. Figures that were able to be called geniuses of the generation in the Dark Han dynasty were all top figures in the Dark Han dynasty. It could be imagined that Jiang Huai held extremely great expectations towards Duan Lingtian's future. After the inner court disciple left the cage, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and actually closed the door of the cage, then casually locked it. This scene caused the scalps of the people present to go numb. What does senior brother Duan Lingtian want to do? He wouldn't be thinking of killing the violent ape, right? The crowd of outer court disciples were completely dumbstruck, and they were unable to understand Duan Lingtian's actions. As far as they were concerned, Duan Lingtian's actions were simply sealing off his path of retreat. Ow! Within the completely sealed cage, the violent ape that seemed to have gone mad stared wide open, its crimson red eyes that were large like gongs as it sized up Duan Lingtian, then abruptly roared explosively, and it was filled with threatening intent. Duan Lingtian stood on the spot, and a light smile hung on his face. He had a carefree expression, and his expression wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. Presently, in the eyes of others, Duan Lingtian stood within the cage, unmoving like a mountain. It was as if what he was facing wasn't a 9th-level origin core stage, fierce beast that had gone mad, but a docile little cat. The violent ape is about to make a move. An inner court disciple that had always been paying attention to the violent ape's changes couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. Instantly, the gazes of everyone descended onto the violent ape. Ow! Within the cage, the violent ape roared explosively. Then, at the same time that it swung its arms and took a stride out, it fiercely smashed towards Duan Lingtian. The violent ape that had gone mad smashed out with its arm, and it carried the strength of 120 ancient mammoths. The strength of a 9th-level origin core stage, fierce, beast exploded out without holding back in the slightest. Right when everyone thought that Duan Lingtian would choose to dodge, a scene that caused them to be astounded appeared. They saw Duan Lingtian take a stride forward and actually didn't dodge or dodge. Not only that, the current Duan Lingtian took a stride out like a mountain, and he actually copied the violent ape and swung his arm out directly. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's arm swung out, tore through the air, causing everyone present to have the misconception that what Duan Lingtian swung out wasn't an arm, but a strong and powerful python tail. His arm tore through the sky like a python swinging its tail. Above Duan Lingtian, 110 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. This arm swung out carried the strength of 110 ancient mammoths. Madman! At practically the instant that Duan Lingtian made a move to go head-on with the violent ape, the same thought couldn't help but emerge within the hearts of everyone present. Using the strength of 110 ancient mammoths to go head-on with the strength of 120 ancient mammoths of the violent ape, is he really rational? Besides the outer court disciples present that seemed to be lost in thought, Test, Elder Jianghuai, and the inner court disciples all had astonished expressions. Under the gazes of everyone present, bang! The arm that Duan Lingtian swung out fiercely smashed together with the arm that the violent ape smashed down. Instantly, the dust beneath the feet of Duan Lingtian and the violent ape was affected by the two formidable forces and suffused into the air. Satisfying! Duan Lingtian's face revealed an excited smile, and he felt the hot blood in his entire body boil, swinging out his arm to go head-on with the violent ape that had gone mad. How many martial artists below the nascent soul stage would dare do this? At the instant that he swung out his arm and smashed out with the violent ape's arm, Duan Lingtian felt a formidable force come from the violent ape's strong arm, causing the vital blood in his entire body to roil. However, in the blink of an eye, this force was dissolved by the quake energy that slightly trembled within him. So, as far as the spectators were concerned, he and the violent ape were evenly matched, and it was difficult to determine a victor. In reality, this was only the beginning. Duan Lingtian is actually evenly matched with the violent ape? The surrounding crowd of spectators were all shocked. Looks like it's, as the rumors say, this Duan Lingtian does indeed possess a mysterious and unfathomable ability to defeat a stronger opponent with the weak. Jiang Huai thought in his heart, "Ayo!" Within the cage, the violent ape was instantly enraged when it saw the human before it had blocked its attack, and it roared explosively as its other arm fiercely swung up and smashed down towards Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! Everywhere the violent ape's arm passed, the air was shaken and emitted oppressive sounds of air exploding as it smashed down towards Duan Lingtian's head. It could be imagined that if Duan Lingtian's head were to be smashed, he would die without a doubt. Forget it, I'm not playing with you anymore. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a sneer when faced with the violent ape's arm that smashed down in extreme rage, and his other hand formed into a fist as his origin energy skyrocketed and raged. Whoosh! His fist smashed out like a cannonball as it moved to intercept the violent ape's arm that smashed down. On Duan Lingtian's fist, origin energy started to tremble, and the frequency became faster and faster. It was precisely the quake energy that Duan Lingtian had executed that was difficult to detect. Bang! Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's fist smashed onto the violent ape's arm, and it emitted a oppressive sound. Not long after, the violent ape's body trembled, and its crimson-red pupils constricted as if it had encountered something terrifying. Its enormous body trembled as it hurriedly retreated, and it looked at Duan Lingtian in terror. This scene caused the surrounding crowd of spectators to be greatly shocked. What's going on? The violent ape actually retreated. The 8 inner court disciples had shocked expressions, and although the crowd of outer court disciples were mentally prepared since long ago, they still couldn't help but be moved. Senior brother Duan Lingtian's ability is too terrifying. Yeah, that day he used the strength of 100 ancient mammoths to kill Sher, who exerted the strength of over 120 ancient mammoths. Today, this violent ape is only stronger than him by the strength of 10 ancient mammoths. Even if it goes berserk, it's probably not a match for him. In the next moment, the scene that occurred before their eyes caused the faces of all the outer court disciples to flush red, and their throats seemed as if they were choked by someone, causing them to be unable to make a sound for a long time. You're smart. You know how formidable it is. Chapter 337. This violent ape noticed something was wrong at the first possible moment when it was struck by Duan Lingtian's punch that contained the terrifying quake energy, and its enormous body retreated decisively. This caused Duan Lingtian to have no choice but to sigh with emotion. This violent ape was simply as intelligent as a human, as expected of a humanoid fierce beast. Ow! Suddenly, the violent ape, whose legs were locked by Duan Lingtian, roared furiously. Then its arms pulled back as if transforming into a strong bow, and it once again smashed down towards Duan Lingtian. Too late! The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile, and origin energy skyrocketed above his hands. Quake energy! The terrifying quake energy instantly gushed into the violent ape's legs, then spread out and shook the origin energy on the violent ape's body to disperse. In the next moment, under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Lingtian pulled with his arms and forcefully swung the violent ape up, then fiercely smashed it towards the side of the cage. Bang! The cage trembled for a moment, and the violent ape was forcefully smashed onto the cage by Duan Lingtian. Ow! The violent ape howled with grief. The current violent ape didn't have the bloodthirsty and furious appearance from before, and it was simply like an aggrieved little wife. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's arms shook. Then he once again swung the violent ape up and smashed it towards the other side of the cage. Bang! The enormous body of the violent ape was once again smashed onto the cage, emitting an enormous bang. When this enormous bang entered into the ears of the surrounding crowd of spectators, it caused them to feel a chill run down their spines. They could imagine that if the violent ape was them, they would probably be directly smashed to death by Duan Lingtian. Bang! Another enormous bang sounded out, and this time the violent ape was swung around and smashed onto the ground by Duan Lingtian. Ow! The violent ape, whose entire body was covered in injuries, lay on the ground and emitted a wave of low and high-pitched, sorrowful howls. Its arms hugged its head, and its pair of large eyes flickered with a pitiful sheen as it stared at Duan Lingtian. It was as if he was begging Duan Lingtian for mercy. Duan Lingtian also didn't plan on doing anything to the berserk ape, and directly released his hand. Meanwhile, whoosh! He raised his hand, and a medicinal pill flew out, directly shooting into the berserk ape's mouth. Eat it! After the wild ape swallowed the pill, its injuries gradually recovered, and it was finally able to stand up. After standing up, it knelt on one knee and bowed its head to Duan Lingtian. This scene caused the absent-minded crowd to quiver. They came back to their senses and looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. This etiquette of the violent ape seems to be the etiquette of submission. Logically speaking, This sort of etiquette of submission is something that the violent apes ought to only display before the king of their race. Usually, even if they die in battle, they won't submit. A knowledgeable inner disciple couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva as he was inexplicably shocked. Looks like Duan Lingtian has obtained the true respect of this violent ape. Another inner court disciple said with a tone that contained traces of shock. As for the others, they were instead completely dumbstruck. Submission? That violent ape actually submitted before Duan Lingtian? F***K. An outer court disciple reacted to what happened and couldn't help but burst out with a curse. This inner court disciple test seems to only ask us to persist for 10 breaths of time before the violent ape before we're considered to have passed, right? Senior brother Duan Lingtian instead directly beat the violent ape to the ground and even made the violent ape submit beneath his feet. Too awesome! The remaining group of outer court disciples mostly had flushed faces and were exceedingly excited. That violent ape is a 9th-level origin core stage fierce beast at any rate. But before senior brother Duan Lingtian, it was like a kitten or puppy. Earlier, Duan Lingtian swung it around and smashed it randomly, and it was simply like playing with a toy. Yeah, too exaggerated. If I didn't see it with my own 2 eyes, I utterly wouldn't dare believe that an 8th-level origin core stage martial artist is capable of doing this. That's a 9th-level origin core stage fierce beast, not a kitten or puppy. I've decided, in the future, senior brother Duan Lingtian is my idol. When I recall the scene from before now, I still can't help but feel my hot blood boil. The violent ape was swung around and smashed by senior brother Duan Lingtian just like that, and in the end, it was simply smashed to the point it lost its temper. All the outer court disciples now looked at Duan Lingtian with gazes that were filled with burning gazes. Freak! Hidong and Zhuqing glanced at each other. The 2 people who were never on good terms were filled with a rare tacit understanding. Humph! Hu Shuifeng's expression was as unsightly as it could be when he saw this scene. He'd barely persisted for 10 breaths of time before this violent ape before finally passing the test in a sorry state. Now, it was the same violent ape, yet Duan Lingtian had made it submit. Such a large contrast caused Hu Shuifeng's heart to be unable to refrain from trembling, and the hatred he had towards Duan Lingtian in his heart rose to the limit. Test Elder Jiang Huai had an astounded expression when he saw the scene before him. Although he had confidence in Duan Lingtian, he never imagined that Duan Lingtian would be so barbaric, directly making the violent ape lie on the ground. Just like what that outer court disciple had said earlier. This inner court disciple test seemed to only require one to persist for 10 breaths of time under the violent ape, right? This Duan Lingtian instead directly smashed the violent ape to the point it had no temper. Ow! The violent ape that knelt on one knee before Duan Lingtian abruptly lowered its head, and its cry was filled with respect. The violent ape's actions caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but be stunned. He possessed the lifetime worth of memories of Emperor Wu, so he was naturally able to discern that the violent ape was performing the etiquette of submission. This was the etiquette that would only be performed when facing an ape king. Now, this violent ape performed this sort of etiquette before him, and it caused him to be shocked in his heart. Get up. According to the memories of Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian had learned the actions of the Monkey King when facing this sort of situation, and he stretched out his hand to rub the violent ape's lowered head a total of 3 times. Ow! After Duan Lingtian finished touching it for the 3rd time, the violent ape stood up and stood obediently at the side, meek like a little kitten. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian opened the lock on the cage and walked out. Duan Lingtian noticed that the gazes of everyone present had descended onto him. Within these gazes were a variety of emotions. There was astonishment, reverence, adoration, yearning. Of course, there was also hatred. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he looked at the people that were staring at him with hatred. and the corners of his mouth were suffused with a wisp of coldness. This Hu Shui Feng is really like a ghost that refuses to leave. Duan Lingtian has passed the inner court disciple test and become an inner court disciple. Meanwhile, Test Elder Jiang Huai announced. Duan Lingtian's face revealed a smile. From today onwards, he was an inner court disciple of the 7-star sword sect. Today, there were a total of 4 people that had passed the inner court disciple test. Duan Lingtian, Hidong, Zuoqing, and Hu Shuifeng. This is your inner court command token. I'll report your names after we return today. Tomorrow, all of you can rely on the inner court command token to go register at the registration area near the Dubhe Peaks Trade Hall and receive the inner court disciple's attire. Jiang Huai raised his hand, and 4 simple command tokens appeared out of thin air, and he passed them to Duan Lingtian's group of 4. Humph! After Hu Shuifeng obtained the command token, he glanced hatefully at Duan Lingtian before leaving with large strides. If it wasn't for the sake of waiting for this inner court command token, he would have left long ago. Elder Jiang Huai will be leaving first. Duan Lingtian bid his farewells to Test Elder Jiang Huai, then left the test platform with Zuoqing and Hidong to walk towards Dubhe Peak. The group of outer court disciples respectfully sent Duan Lingtian off with their gazes. I'm afraid it won't be long before today's matter will spread throughout the entire sect. This Duan Lingtian really scares people to death. Jiang Huai glanced at Duan Lingtian's figure and shook his head as he sighed. Ow! Duan Lingtian had only just walked out of the test platform when he heard a respectful howl sound out from behind him. He turned around to look. He saw the violent ape kneeling on one knee within the cage, and it raised its arm as it sent Duan Lingtian off with its gaze. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile. Through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, he knew the meaning of the violent ape's actions. This was the etiquette of sending the Ape King off respectfully. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and waved at the violent ape before leaving with Zuoqing and Hidong. Ow! When it saw Duan Lingtian vanish before its eyes, the violent ape stood up and raised its head as it roared loudly, then swung its arms and ceaselessly struck its spacious chest. Thump! 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 A muffled sound sounded out, as if a song of farewell was being composed. This scene entered into the eyes of the people that hadn't left, and it caused them to be unable to refrain from sighing with emotion. How is this a fierce beast? It's simply like a human wearing beast skin. It's said that apes are fierce beasts that are closest to humans. Even if their cultivations aren't high, they've already begun to understand human nature. Today, I can be considered to have completely witnessed it. Even a fierce beast like the violent ape submitted before Duan Lingtian. Could it be that it has discerned that Duan Lingtian is extraordinary? It's possible. After Duan Lingtian's group of 3 left the test platform, they walked all the way up the mountain. They prepared to return to the outer court's Sword Peak. Duan Lingtian, you're really... I don't know what to say. On the way, Hidong squeezed out a sentence with great difficulty, yet he didn't know what to say. Don't say anything if you don't know what to say. Zuoqing grunted coldly and was extremely displeased with Hidong. In next to no time, the 3 of them arrived nearby the chain bridge that led to Migra's Peak. Hidong, you go back first. Duan Lingtian bid his farewells to Hidong. Then he and Zuoqing arrived at another stone platform and stepped onto the chain bridge that led to Alcade Peak. He intended to go look for Li Fei. He hadn't seen that little girl for over a month, and he rather missed her in his heart. Duan Lingtian and Zuoqing walked past the chain bridge, and on the way, the gazes of the Alcade Peak female disciples lit up when they saw Duan Lingtian, and they bowed respectfully. Senior brother Duan Lingtian. Only when Duan Lingtian stepped onto Alcade Peak did he truly understand the meaning of women are fiercer than tigers. After the group of Alcade Peak female disciples noticed him, they made a commotion and surrounded him. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, the sword skill I'm cultivating has encountered calmness. Can you guide me? Senior brother Duan Lingtian, I made a trip home a few days ago and brought back many snacks from home. Do you want to try some as well? Senior brother Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was rather helpless when being besieged by the group of Alcade Peak female disciples, and he could only look at Zhuqing, who stood at the side and was secretly laughing. Chapter 338. Perhaps it was because Duan Lingtian was pitiful, or perhaps it was because she recalled that Duan Lingtian had helped her pass the inner court disciple test. Zhuqing withdrew her smile. Junior sisters. Zhuqing walked gracefully and stood in front of Duan Lingtian, then looked at the group of Alcade Peak female disciples. That's enough. Duan Lingtian came to our Alcade Peak because my master asked him to come. If he's late because of you, then when my master blames you, you'll have to bear the consequences. Zhuqing's words were indeed effective. Although the group of Alcade Peak female disciples were reluctant, they still obediently dispersed. Many of the female disciples glanced affectionately at Duan Lingtian as they dispersed, and their gazes were filled with teasing. This caused Duan Lingtian to feel a wave of helplessness. Senior sister Zhuqing, they seemed to be very afraid of Elder Bai. After leaving the vicinity of the chain bridge, Duan Lingtian looked at Zhuqing and asked curiously, "Of course." Zhuqing nodded and smiled. Normally, the peak master of our Alcade Peak doesn't ask about the matters of our Alcade Peak. It's all managed by my master. In Alcade Peak, my master can be considered to be half a peak master. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. In the past, relying on his formidable spiritual force and the lifetime experience of Samsara Emperor, he was able to discern that Elder Bai's strength wasn't ordinary. She far surpassed the outer court elders of the other sword peaks that he'd seen. Now that he knew of Elder Bai's status in Alcade Peak, he felt relieved. After all, if one didn't have a certain amount of strength to manage such a large Alcade Peak, not to mention what the disciples of Alcade Peak would think, the other outer court elders probably wouldn't be convinced. Master shouldn't be here at this time. You go look for junior sister. Zhuqing sent Duan Lingtian out of the gorge and smiled ambiguously at Duan Lingtian, not intending to return with him. Thank you, senior sister. Duan Lingtian smiled as well. This senior sister, Zhuqing, was really considerate. Walking into the canyon, Duan Lingtian saw Li Fei. Li Fei was watering the flowers, looking at Li Fei's curvaceous body. Duan Lingtian's lower abdomen couldn't help but heat up. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled up into a smirk. He approached silently, opened his arms, and hugged Li Fei from behind. Who? Li Fei was frightened and shouted subconsciously, "Little beauty, stop screaming. Even if you scream yourself hoarse, no one will come to save you." Duan Lingtian put his mouth beside Li Fei's earlobe and lightly blew on it as he pretended to speak with a hoarse voice. Bastard! Li Fei came back to her senses, and her face was full of joy. She easily recognized Duan Lingtian. You're even able to recognize me? Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly and let go of Li Fei, then looked at Li Fei, who turned around, and his eyes were filled with tender affection. Bastard! You went to participate in the inner court disciple test today as well, right? Li Fei blinked her beautiful eyes as she asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. You're at the 8th level of the origin core stage now. Passing the inner court disciple test shouldn't be difficult. Senior sister went as well. Did she pass? Li Fei blinked her beautiful eyes and asked with a face full of anticipation. Since you want to know, why didn't you go watch the show with her? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. I just finished cultivating not long ago and looked at the sky. The inner court disciple test ought to be ending soon, so I didn't go over. Li Fei said, I'll tell you later. Duan Lingtian domineeringly carried Li Fei, whose beautiful face was flushed red, and directly rushed into the wooden house. After being intimate for a while, Li Fei, who had a satisfied expression, stretched out her finger and drew small circles on Duan Lingtian's chest. Bastard, did senior sister pass the inner court disciple test or not? Do you hope she passes? Duan Lingtian hugged Li Fei a little tighter, rubbed Li Fei's soft and smooth long hair, and smelled the fragrance of Li Fei's hair as he asked with a light smile. Of course, I hope senior sister passes, but supposedly it's extremely difficult for 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples to pass the inner court disciple test. As she finished speaking, Li Fei had a face full of worry. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled when he saw Li Fei's expression. With your man here, are you still worried senior sister won't be able to pass the test? Duan Lingtian's words caused Li Fei's eyes to light up. Senior sister really passed the inner court disciple test? Of course, why would I lie to you? But you have to properly help your senior sister. Thank your man me. Duan Lingtian laughed wickedly. Humph, you bastard, you're really thick-skinned. Senior sister passing the test is her own ability. How can you take all the credit? Li Fei grunted lightly with a face full of disbelief. Forget it, I can't get through to you. Go ask your senior sister yourself later. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly as he shook his head and didn't have any intention of explaining. Bastard, is what you said true? Duan Lingtian saying this caused Li Fei's heart to slightly tremble, and she blinked her beautiful eyes as she asked in a light voice. Of course it's true. Little Fei, when have I ever lied to you? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He took a deep breath and was intoxicated by the fragrance of Li Fei's hair. Bastard, tell me. Li Fei's interest was piqued. What? You believe me now? Duan Lingtian laughed. Seeing that Li Fei was urging her again and again, Li Fei roughly explained what had happened. Bastard, thank you. Li Fei rubbed against Duan Lingtian's embrace as she spoke softly. She knew that it was precisely because of her that her man would help her senior sister. Little Fei, when have you ever been so courteous with me? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. After accompanying Li Fei for a while longer, Duan Lingtian put on his clothes and prepared to leave. Before leaving, he asked, Little Fei, I intend to make a trip to the solitary peak 2 months from now. Li Fei's gaze lit up when she heard this. You want to help that boundless sect's young sect leader deliver a message. When Duan Lingtian met the boundless sect's young sect leader in the misty forest outside Aurora City, Li Fei was present as well. So, Li Fei knew of the request the boundless sect's young sect leader had given to Duan Lingtian that day. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. It's for the sake of helping him deliver a message and going for a walk while I'm at it. Do you want to go with me? Of course. I'll tell Master about it later. Li Fei nodded excitedly. She'd been in the 7-star sword sect for over 7 months, yet she'd never left and had been bored to death since long ago. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then I'll come look for you at that time. I hope Kerr can return at that time, and the 3 of us will go with Xiongquan. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian left after notifying Li Fei. When he left Alcade Peak, Duan Lingtian intentionally sped up his footsteps and quickly ascended the chain bridge to head towards the main peak, W Peak. It was as if he was fleeing for his life. This caused the group of Alcade Peak female disciples that had just reacted to the situation to sigh. Why is senior brother Duan Lingtian running so quickly? I still want to share the snacks I brought from home with senior brother Duan Lingtian. I still want to discuss life with senior brother Duan Lingtian. After Duan Lingtian arrived at the main peak, W Peak, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Then he returned to Migra's Peak. Duan Lingtian's brows frowned when he'd only just arrived at Migra's Peak, because he saw a familiar person walking towards him. Duan Lingtian. When Wu Yongqian saw Duan Lingtian once again, his eyes flickered with a ghastly sheen of hatred. It was precisely this outer court disciple that completely crippled his right arm, causing him to be unable to use his right hand to execute sword skills in the future. Is there something you need? Duan Lingtian's tone was calm as he asked indifferently. My foster father wants to see you. Wu Yongqian spoke directly. What? The Peak Master wants to see me. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Wu Yongqian. Then he raised his voice to spread throughout the surroundings for a moment. It drew the attention of many Migra's Peak disciples. Peak Master? Isn't that the foster son of our Migra's Peak's master, Wu Yongqian? Looks like it's precisely our Migra's Peak's master who wants to see Duan Lingtian. The crowd of Migra's Peak disciples discussed animatedly. Wu Yongqian frowned when he heard the discussions of these Migra's Peak disciples. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a low voice, Duan Lingtian, my foster father wants to see you. Why are you making so much noise? As if you're afraid others don't know that you're going to see my foster father. Ha ha! Duan Lingtian couldn't help but start laughing without restraint. Wu Yongqian, I crippled one of your arms that day after all, and you suddenly said that the Peak Master wants to see me. How would I know if the Peak Master went back on the matter from that day and wants to do something to me? So now, I feel that there's a need to let everyone know more about this matter. Crippled arm? The crowd of Migra's Peak disciples were completely petrified when they heard Duan Lingtian. Their gazes descended onto Wu Yongqian, and they instantly noticed that Wu Yongqian's right arm drooped down as if it had no bones. It can't be, right? Senior brother Duan Lingtian actually crippled senior brother Wu Yongqian's right arm? Isn't this too ferocious? I heard senior brother Duan Lingtian say that it seems like the Peak Master knows of this matter as well. Awesome. I can be considered to have witnessed what true awesome is now. All the Migra's Peak disciples looked at Duan Lingtian with adoration, simply as if taking Duan Lingtian to be their idol. Duan Lingtian, an outer court disciple like you dares be presumptuous before me. Wu Yongqian's face went ghastly pale when he saw Duan Lingtian publicizing his embarrassing matter to everyone, and he shouted with a stern voice, Outer court disciple? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a slight smile when he heard Wu Yongqian, and with a raise of his hand, an ancient command token appeared in his hand. Wu Yongqian, open your eyes wide and look carefully. This command token ought to not be unfamiliar to you, right? Wu Yongqian's face sank when he saw the command token in Duan Lingtian's hand. He naturally recognized this command token because he had one himself. As for the nearby Migra's Peak disciples, their gazes lit up one after another. Isn't that an inner court disciple's command token? It seems to be. Looks like senior brother Duan Lingtian has already passed today's inner court disciple test. 1 month ago, there was a rumor that senior brother Duan Lingtian had broken through to the 8th level of the origin core stage, and becoming an inner court disciple with a cultivation at the 8th level of the origin core stage isn't strange. The problem is, senior brother Duan Lingtian seems to only be a little over 20, right? Senior brother Duan Lingtian is worthy of being the publicly acknowledged monstrous genius of our 7-star sword sect. Before he appeared, if someone told me that an 8th level origin core stage martial artist a little over 20 had appeared in our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, I wouldn't believe it even if I was beaten to death. Chapter 339. When the whispers of the Migra's Peak disciples entered into Wu Yongqian's ears, it caused Wu Yongqian's face to go livid, and his pair of fierce eyes flickered with dense rage. This Duan Lingtian crippled his right arm, causing him to be dragged down because of this, and his future accomplishments were worrying. His dream since he was young was to succeed his foster father's position and become the peak master of the 7-star sword sex Migra's Peak. But now it would seem that all of this would become an extravagant hope. Duan Lingtian, if it wasn't for you, I'd surely be able to become the peak master of Migra's Peak in the future. It's all because of you. Wu Yongqian's heart was filled with rage to the limit, and wished for nothing more than to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces before burning his bones and scattering his ashes. As far as he was concerned, it was Duan Lingtian that destroyed his life. Duan Lingtian frowned when he noticed Wu Yongqian's ghastly and hateful gaze, then said indifferently, "Wu Yongqian, you seem to hate me?" Humph. Although Wu Yongqian didn't say anything, but a cold snort was sufficient to display his hatred towards Duan Lingtian. "Wu Yongqian, although I crippled your arm, but you have to understand one thing clearly. On that day, if it wasn't for you stubbornly resisting and being unwilling to stop, your right arm wouldn't have been crippled." Duan Lingtian looked at Wu Yongqian with a calm gaze. "So, the greatest responsibility for your right arm being crippled is on you. If you abandoned your sword a moment earlier, you would at most be lightly injured. It was your conceit, your arrogance, that completely destroyed yourself. On that day, when Wu Yongqian fought Duan Lingtian, he'd used his right hand to wield his sword. Duan Lingtian was extremely clear in his heart what effect a crippled right arm would have on Wu Yongqian, but he didn't have the slightest feeling of guilt. On that day, it was because Wu Yongqian was too conceited and was unwilling to abandon his sword for a long time that caused him to fall to such an end. Moreover, from the beginning until the end, the conflict between him and Wu Yongqian was caused by Wu Yongqian's foster father, the peak master of Migra's Peak, Wu Dao. If not for this, he would not have fought with Wu Yongqian. But now, sensing Wu Yongqian's hatred for him, Duan Lingtian realized that Wu Yongqian didn't think so. Wu Yongqian had clearly pushed all the blame onto him. Duan, Ling, heavens! Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wu Yongqian gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with hatred and killing intent, vicious and cold. "Didn't the Peak Lord want to see me? Why aren't you leading the way?" Duan Lingtian calmly glanced at Wu Yongqian and said indifferently. Wu Yongqian shuddered when he heard this, and only now did he recall the proper business. He suppressed the flames of rage that had reached the limit in his heart before turning around and intending to take Duan Lingtian and leave Migra's Peak. Senior brother Duan Lingtian. At this moment, a cry of surprise came from the direction of the cable bridge, causing Duan Lingtian to stop in his tracks. Duan Lingtian glanced over. A Migra's Peak disciple was walking over from the other side of the cable bridge, and when the Migra's Peak disciple saw Duan Lingtian, his eyes lit up and he walked over in large strides. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian recognized this Migra's Peak disciple. Yi Xiaobei. Duan Lingtian remembered this name clearly. On that day, he'd come to the trade hall with the intention of selling the pile of medicinal pills he obtained as a reward for the first place in the outer court martial competition at that time. Yi Xiaobei and another Migra's Peak disciple had a conflict for the things in his possession. In the end, Yi Xiaobei domineeringly took out 10 million gold and fiercely threw it at the Migra's Peak disciple's face, causing the latter's face to be covered in blood. Duan Lingtian still remembered that scene clearly until now. It was precisely because of this that he had such a deep impression of Yi Xiaobei. Yi Xiaobei. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled to Yi Xiaobei as he greeted him. Duan, senior brother Duan Lingti, you still recognize me? Yi Xiaobei was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian. Then he seemed as if he'd been injected with stimulants, and his face flushed red from excitement. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Is it so exaggerated? Senior brother Duan Lingtian, congratulations on passing the inner court disciple test and becoming an inner court disciple. Yi Xiaobei smiled as he congratulated Duan Lingtian, then said with an expression of adoration, Senior brother Duan Lingtian, I heard that during the inner court disciple test, you empty-handed swung up the 9th level origin core stage fierce beast, the violent ape, and randomly smashed it. In the end, you smashed the violent ape to the point it knelt down and begged for mercy before you. Yi Xiaobei was extremely excited as he spoke. Duan Lingtian was speechless when he heard this. Why is it getting more and more ridiculous? At that time, the violent ape didn't kneel down and beg for mercy. That was the ape clan's etiquette of submission. Yi Xiaobei didn't intentionally conceal his voice, and the surrounding crowd of Migra's peak disciples heard it. Empty-handed, swung up the 9th level origin core stage fierce beast, the violent ape, and randomly smashed it? Smashed the violent ape to the point it knelt down and begged for mercy? For a moment, the gazes of all the Migra's peak disciples that descended onto Duan Lingtian became extremely strange. Gulp, 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 gulp. Sounds of gulping down saliva in astonishment rose and fell. After a short moment, these Migra's peak disciples reacted to what had happened, and as expected, it caused an uproar. Is senior brother Duan Lingtian really a human? I heard that those formidable demon beasts of legend are even able to transform into human form and are called demons. Could it be that senior brother Duan Lingtian is one of those demon beasts that has transformed into human form? No wonder senior brother Duan Lingtian has such a monstrous cultivation at such a young age. So it turns out that he was originally a demon. As they finished speaking, all the Migra's peak disciples nodded in all seriousness. In their eyes, the accomplishments that Duan Lingtian had obtained so far were utterly not something a normal human could obtain. At least, in the history of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, there had never appeared an 8th level origin core stage martial artist that was at the same age as Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was speechless when he heard the discussions of these Migra's peak disciples. How did he become a demon? Humph. Yi Xiaobei frowned, then looked at the crowd of Migra's peak disciples and felt indignant for Duan Lingtian. What nonsense are all of you talking about? How could senior brother Duan Lingtian possibly be a demon? If he was a demon, do all of you think that all of you would still be alive? Do all of you think that there's anyone in the 7-star sword sect that's still alive? Demons are existences that demon beasts have transformed into human form. According to legend, they're omnipotent. Do all of you think that there's a need for a demon to sneak into our 7-star sword sect? Would a demon have the leisure to sit here and listen to all of you talk nonsense? As he finished speaking, Yi Xiaobei's voice was powerful and resonating. Duan Lingtian was surprised. The current Yi Xiaobei undoubtedly had a trace of an additional bearing in his eyes, although it was only faintly discernible. Duan Lingtian was able to discern it. This was the bearing of a person in a high position. Looks like this Yi Xiaobei isn't simple. Right? A figure that's able to casually take out 10 million gold. How could he be an ordinary person? As soon as Yi Xiaobei finished speaking, the Migra's peak disciples present all started pondering. Yeah, according to legend, demons that are capable of transforming into human form are all demon beasts that have stepped into the 4th void stage, the void transformation stage. If an existence at the void transformation stage wants to, then not to mention our 7-star sword sect. Even if all the experts of the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom came out in full force, it would probably still not be enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Oh, I almost forgot about that. How could an existence at the void transformation stage possibly have such leisure? You're right. Through Yi Xiaobei's reminder, the group of Migra's peak disciples reacted. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled to Yi Xiaobei, then followed up to Wu Yongqian, who had a gloomy expression and was slightly impatient from waiting, and stepped onto the chain bridge to leave Migra's peak. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian followed behind Wu Yongqian to arrive at the main peak, W Peak. They once again arrived at Migra's Hall, Migra's Hall's audience hall. The peak master, Wu Dao, stood in the audience hall with his back facing the outside of the audience hall. Foster father, Duan Lingtian, has arrived. At the entrance of the audience hall, Wu Yongqian, who stood together with Duan Lingtian, spoke respectfully. Come in. At the same time that Wu Dao spoke, Duan Lingtian followed behind Wu Yongqian to walk into the audience hall. Peak Master. Duan Lingtian lightly nodded to Wu Dao, and it could be considered to be a greeting. Duan Lingtian, we meet again. Wu Dao's eyes flickered as he stared at Duan Lingtian and slowly spoke. I wonder why Peak Master has come looking for me. Duan Lingtian went straight to the point, and his eyes were calm and without splendor. Duan Lingtian, since you're so straightforward, I won't beat around the bush. Wu Dao spoke frankly. That day, you defeated someone stronger than you and killed the former #1 disciple in the outer court. Sure how. Later on, you defeated someone stronger than you and defeated this useless foster son of mine. But you didn't cripple his arm. I'm extremely curious. Exactly what method did you use to defeat someone stronger than you? As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Dao's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and it was filled with burning yearning. Although Duan Lingtian was already mentally prepared on the way here. But when it was really time for Wu Dao to ask, slight fear still arose within Duan Lingtian's heart. Looks like there's another person in the 7-star sword sect that coveted his things. The first person was none other than the Migres Peak's outer court elder, Zhao Lin. Now there was another Wu Dao. He could disregard Zhao Lin. But this Wu Dao was the Peak Master of Migres Peak. He played an important role in the 7-star sword sect and possessed extraordinary ability. He had no choice but to fear him. Duan Lingtian was able to notice that Wu Dao's gaze was currently focused on him, seeming to be observing the changes in his expression, wanting to know if he would lie. Duan Lingtian felt disdain towards this. Controlling the changes in his expression was extremely easy to him. Peak Master. Duan Lingtian fearlessly looked Wu Dao in the eye and smiled indifferently. Actually, this is my greatest secret. But since Peak Master wants to know, then even if I say it or even share it, it's nothing. Say it? Share it? Wu Dao's face revealed a smile when he heard Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, looks like I really misjudged you the last time. Not bad, you're very sensible. So long as you're willing to share that ability, then even if we don't have the fate of being master and disciple, I'll surely take care of you in the 7-star sword sect in the future. The nearby Wu Yongqian's face sank when he heard Wu Dao. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian and frowned, and a wisp of jealousy and hatred appeared on his face. Then I'll thank Peak Master first. Duan Lingtian nodded, and a brilliant smile appeared on his face. Go ahead. Chapter 340. Congratulations on the birth of the first alliance leader in this book. Thank you, Wine Sage. Under Wu Dao's incomparably anticipating gaze, Duan Lingtian slowly said, Peak Master, the reason I was able to defeat someone stronger as the weak was because an unusual change had occurred to my origin energy. Duan Lingtian had only just spoken up to hear when Wu Dao's breathing became hurried. What he wanted to know was precisely this. Even Wu Yongqian had a burning expression now. As far as he was concerned, if he was able to grasp this ability, then even if his accomplishments in the martial Dao were limited, he would still be able to defeat someone stronger as the weak. In the future, he might not be unable to become the Peak Master of the 7-star sword sect's Migres Peak. Under the focused gazes of Wu Dao and Wu Yongqian, Duan Lingtian continued, My origin energy was originally no different than an ordinary martial artist's. But later on, when I arrived at the 7-star sword sect, I made a trip to the primeval forest and was fortunate enough to obtain a type of spirit fruit, an unknown type of spirit fruit. As he spoke up to hear, Duan Lingtian's breathing became hurried and he had a burning expression. At that time, after I consumed that spirit fruit, an unusual change occurred to the origin energy in my body, and it actually started to tremble involuntarily. I've tested it before, so long as it's an opponent whose strength doesn't surpass the strength of 30 ancient mammoths. I'm able to defeat them by relying on the unusual origin energy. Duan Lingtian spoke excitedly. Wu Dao and Wu Yongqian's expressions became gloomy in tacit understanding. Spirit fruits could be chanced upon by luck, but not sought after. The fortuitous encounter of obtaining a spirit fruit was practically impossible to replicate. Wu Dao's fierce gaze seemed to be able to see through everything as he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian, seeming to want to discern from the changes in Duan Lingtian's expression if Duan Lingtian was lying. However, no matter how he observed, the changes in Duan Lingtian's expression weren't unnatural in the slightest. Could it be that what this Duan Lingtian said was true? Was it really because he consumed an unknown type of spirit fruit that caused his origin energy to undergo an unusual change? At that time, after my origin energy mutated, I just happened to encounter the provocation of Huaxian and Yuan Wu. Thus, on the Migres peak life and death arena, I relied on my mutated origin energy to kill them in a single move. Later on, the Fecta Peak's 6th level origin core stage outer court disciple, Xiaoying, and the number 1 disciple in the outer court, Shi Hao, were both defeated by me, and I relied on my mutated origin energy to kill them. Duan Lingtian didn't seem to notice Wu Dao's burning gaze as he continued to speak. Excitedly, with a face full of excitement, Wu Yongqian's gaze on Duan Lingtian was filled with jealousy. Finally, the excitement on Duan Lingtian's face calmed down. He took a deep breath and looked at Wu Dao. Peak Master, I've told you everything now. I've shared everything with you. Are you satisfied? Can I leave now? No matter how much Duan Lingtian's expression changed, his heart was terrifyingly calm. Everything he said was just to brush off Wu Dao. As for whether Wu Dao believed him or not, that was not something he needed to worry about. Whoosh! Practically at the instant Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a formidable, imposing aura suddenly stretched out from Wu Dao's body and enveloped Duan Lingtian's body. Duan Lingtian stood on the spot without moving. As if he utterly didn't notice Wu Dao's imposing aura, he had a carefree expression, as if his expression wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, Wu Dao shouted out explosively, and his voice contained extremely terrifying origin energy that pierced into Duan Lingtian's eardrums, shaking Duan Lingtian to the point his vital energy and blood roiled, and his face slightly flushed red. My patience is limited. I'll give you one last chance. Tell me the truth. Otherwise, don't blame me for leaving you here forever. You ought to know that I have this ability. Wu Dao slowly spoke out, and his voice contained a threatening intent mixed within. Completely shed all pretense of cordiality, only for the sake of obtaining Duan Lingtian's method of utilizing origin energy. Duan Lingtian looked at Wu Dao and said in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing, Peak Master, what you want to know, I've said it extremely clearly earlier, but I wonder what you mean now. You think I'm deceiving you? Humph. Wu Dao's gloomy face seemed as if it was covered in a layer of ice, emitting a ghastly coldness, and his gaze that flickered with killing intent descended onto Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, do you think I'll believe what you say? I'm the Peak Master of the 7-star sword sex Migres Peak, and I've read through all the ancient books, yet I've never heard of a spirit fruit that's capable of causing origin energy to undergo a mutation. You actually dare speak without thinking in front of me. Do you think I'm unable to see through your lies? As he finished speaking, the aura on Wu Dao's body gradually became gloomy and cold. Faint origin energy had already started to blossom on Wu Dao's hand, and it became denser and denser. In the sky above Wu Dao, numerous ancient mammoth silhouettes were slowly condensing into form, increasing in number. In the blink of an eye, it was a few thousand. Ha ha! Duan Lingtian started laughing when he heard Wu Dao, laughing without restraint. Presumptuous! Wu Yongqian's face sank. This Duan Lingtian actually dared be so presumptuous in front of his foster father, the peak master of Migra's peak. He truly deserved death, but he knew his own limitations. He wasn't a match for Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, he would surely make a move to teach Duan Lingtian a lesson. What are you laughing at? Wu Dao's face was gloomy as he asked in a low voice, What am I laughing at? Finally, Duan Lingtian restrained his laughter, then sized Wu Dao up from top to bottom and slowly said, Peak Master, it's not that I'm looking down on you. Cloud Continent is so vast. Do you dare say you know everything? Read through ancient books? I wonder what ancient books Peak Master has read. Cloud Continent is vast and boundless. Even the legendary expert, Emperor Wu, doesn't dare say he knows everything. Could it be that Peak Master thinks your knowledge can surpass an expert like Emperor Wu? As he finished speaking, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a mocking smile. Even the Emperor Wu of Samsara all those years ago, who'd experienced 2 lifetimes, didn't dare say he knew everything. This Peak Master of Migra's peak, a higher-up of a tiny imperial kingdom sect, also dared to boast like this? Simply naive, laughable. You. Even though Duan Lingtian's words were reasonable, it was undoubtedly an undisguised slap to Wu Dao's face, causing Wu Dao to burst into rage, and the origin energy on his body raged and roiled restlessly. Duan Lingtian, do you know? Just based on these words of yours, I can directly kill you right now. Huh. When faced with the enraged Wu Dao, Duan Lingtian's face still remained carefree. Peak Master, your strength is shocking and you're a void stage expert. Killing me is naturally as easy as flipping your hand. But if you kill me today, I wonder what the Migra's peak disciples would think, what the 7-star sword sect disciples would think, and what the other peak masters, sect leaders, and even guardian elders would think. Humph. Even if I kill you today, who would know that it was me who killed you? Wu Dao grunted coldly with a face full of disdain. Peak Master, then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Before I came here, many Migra's peak disciples knew that I crippled your foster son's arm, and they knew that your foster son brought me to see you. Duan Lingtian's tone was calm as he spoke indifferently. Wu Dao's face sank when he heard Duan Lingtian, and he frowned as he looked at Wu Yongqian, who was beside him. Wu Yongqian nodded with a bitter smile, proving that what Duan Lingtian said wasn't false. Trash! Wu Dao glanced coldly at Wu Yongqian, and his expression was terrifyingly gloomy. If it was really like this, then he really didn't dare kill Duan Lingtian. He could disregard the Migra's peak disciples, and even the 7-star sword sect disciples. But once this matter was spread out, the sect leader would surely interfere. With the natural talent Duan Lingtian revealed now, practically everyone in the 7-star sword sect took him to be the hope of the sect. Even if it was the sect leader, perhaps he'd already started paying attention to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Wu Dao looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a low voice, Needless to say, you're extremely intelligent, truly extremely intelligent. You actually know how to create momentum for yourself and make me hold back from taking action. Peak Master, you're too kind. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly, and he felt a wave of delight in his heart when he saw Wu Dao's unsightly expression. Wu Dao continued, But even if I can't kill you, but I presume it's understandable if I teach you a lesson. As he spoke up to hear, a wisp of gloominess appeared on Wu Dao's face. Peak Master, if you don't want to know the characteristics of the spirit fruit I consumed, then feel free to make a move against me. The smile on Duan Lingtian's face didn't change, and he glanced deeply at Wu Dao, as if victory was within his grasp. He knew clearly in his heart that everything Wu Dao did earlier was undoubtedly threatening him and probing him. Even if it was Wu Dao himself, he didn't dare be 100% sure that what he said earlier was a lie. Humph. So long as you speak, I'll let you leave safely. From today onwards, I won't make things difficult for you. Wu Dao was tempted as expected when he heard Duan Lingtian. What Duan Lingtian wanted was the first half of Wu Dao's words. As for the second half, he directly disregarded it. Could Wu Dao's promise be believed? That's a spirit fruit that's completely dark violet in color, and there are some small lumps on its surface, Duan Lingtian slowly described. Of course, the spirit fruit he described now wasn't a spirit fruit that was beneficial to a martial artist, but was instead a highly toxic spirit fruit that killed without leaving a trace. This type of spirit fruit was extremely rare, and it had always been loved by demon beasts that were extremely poisonous. Moreover, if one didn't recognize this type of spirit fruit, one would absolutely not know that it contained a highly toxic poison. Because the highly toxic poison within the spirit fruit was extremely rare, and even a silver needle was unable to detect it. There were many people that had seen this type of spirit fruit, but it was extremely rare for them to survive, and the Reincarnation Emperor Wu was precisely one of them. Now, Duan Lingtian's original intention was to speak nonsense, because as far as he was concerned, it was very unlikely for this type of spirit fruit to exist in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. He only wanted to give Wu Dao a thought that was impossible to realize. You can leave. After finding out what he wanted to know, Wu Dao glanced coldly and indifferently at Duan Lingtian. Peak Master, farewell. Duan Lingtian nodded and left. Foster father, do you believe what he said earlier? After Duan Lingtian left, Wu Yongqian looked at Wu Dao and his brows knit together. I keep having the feeling that what this Duan Lingtian said can't be trusted. Humph. Wu Dao glanced coldly and indifferently at Wu Yongqian. Could it be that I can't discern it? Do I need you to teach me? Useless thing. I asked you to call him over, and even made it known to everyone, allowing him to be fearless and seize the initiative. Wu Yongqian lowered his head, his body lightly trembled, and his eyes transformed into a crimson red color. Duan Lingtian, I'm going to the primeval forest. Chapter 341. After leaving Migra's hall, Duan Lingtian returned to Migra's peak, and carefully arrived at the peak of the peak before returning to the stalactite cave. Even if the cultivation environment of the stalactite cave is compared to the 9 great spirit points in the Spirit Point grounds, it's still much better. Even if I become an inner court disciple now, there's no need to look for a place to cultivate on Dubhe Peak. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, then sat on the stone platform and cultivated in meditation. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, WYRM Python form. Although Duan Lingtian's current strength could be said to be invincible under the nascent soul stage. But Duan Lingtian didn't dare relax. What he had to do now was to break through to the nascent soul stage as soon as possible. Duan Lingtian walked out of the stalactite cave after cultivating all the way until dawn of the next day. Then he stood on the crooked tree and bathed in the morning mist before leaping up. When he left the peak and arrived nearby the trade hall, Senior Brother Duan Lingtian. Senior Brother Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian noticed that at the same time these Migra's peak disciples greeted him, the gazes they looked at him with were slightly more reverence than before. What's going on? Is it because of the inner court disciple test yesterday? Duan Lingtian was still wondering when a familiar voice suddenly entered into his ears. Duan Lingtian. Hidong. Duan Lingtian looked at the person that arrived and lightly smiled. You're so early as well. The person that arrived was precisely Hidong. Now, Hidong ought to be the same as him, and was also preparing to head to the Dubhe Peak Inner Court Disciple Registration Area to receive the Inner Court Disciple attire. Before long, the two of them stepped onto the chain bridge together. Duan Lingtian, I heard you crippled the arm of the Peak Master's foster son, Wu Yongqian. Moreover, the Peak Master summoned you yesterday. The gaze Hidong looked at Duan Lingtian became even stranger. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian, I'm afraid all the Migra's Peak disciples are completely convinced by you now, crippling the arm of the foster son of our Migra's Peak's master, and still being able to come out unscathed. You're absolutely the #1 person on Migra's Peak. Hidong gave Duan Lingtian a thumbs up in heartfelt admiration. Duan Lingtian's brows raised when he saw this. When he recalled the attitude of the group of Migra's Peak disciples earlier, he came to a sudden understanding. So it was because of this matter. The trade hall was located at the peak of W Peak. Duan Lingtian saw masters, disciples scattered everywhere, carrying out various transactions, as Duan Lingtians. A Lingtian, Tian, as Duan. Two, the gazes of some inner court disciples moved along with Duan Lingtian and Hidong. When they saw Duan Lingtian and Hidong walking towards the inner court disciple registration area, they came to a sudden understanding. Looks like these two people are the outer court disciples that passed the inner court disciple test yesterday. Suddenly, an inner court disciple seemed as if he'd discovered a new continent, and his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian. This outer court disciple is so young, he looks to be a little over 20. Could it be that he's that Duan Lingtian? As soon as this inner court disciple finished speaking, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. It set off an uproar in the crowd of inner court disciples. He's Duan Lingtian? That outer court disciple Duan Lingtian that's only 20 years old and has a cultivation that stepped into the 8th level of the origin core stage? He's really as young as the rumors say. I never imagined that our 7-star sword sect would produce such an outstanding genius martial artist. His natural talent in the martial Tao is simply even more monstrous than the 5 great young masters. It's always been regretful that no one in the younger generation of our 7-star sword sect is ranked amongst the 5 great young masters. Duan Lingtian's appearance might cause the 5 great young masters to become 6 great young masters. 6 great young masters? I'm slightly anticipating it. However, although Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Tao isn't bad, his current strength is still limited. Perhaps he'll only be able to compete with the 5 great young masters after a few more years, or even compete with them. In next to no time, practically all the inner court disciples near the Dubhe Peaks Trade Hall knew that Duan Lingtian had arrived. Many inner court disciples even fought to be the first to head towards the inner court registration area, as they wanted to see this genius disciple that gave rise to much discussion in the 7-star sword sect recently. At the side of the trade hall, 2 inner court disciples stood together. Presently, one of the inner court disciples' brows were knit together. His expression was terrifyingly gloomy, and his eyes emitted dense hatred. This scene was noticed by the other inner court disciple, and the inner court disciple asked curiously, "Fan Jian, you have enmity with that Duan Lingtian? Big brother Liu, that Duan Lingtian didn't just humiliate me the last time, he even severed my finger. But unfortunately he grew too quickly, and I'm not a match for him now. Otherwise, I'd surely teach him a good lesson." Fan Jian took a deep breath, and as he finished speaking, his tone contained slight helplessness. "Fan Jian, we were friends before we entered the 7-star sword sect, and your family and my family are family friends. Your matter is my, Lu Shiji's matter. Since that Duan Lingtian offended you, then I'll stand up for you." The inner court disciple that spoke was a young man around the age of 28 or 29, and traces of gloominess flickered within his eyes. "Thank you, big brother Liu." Fan Jian's gaze abruptly lit up, and he had a face full of joy. Duan Lingtian and Hidong took their inner court disciple attire and were shocked when they walked out of the registration area. Presently, the registration area was surrounded by people. All of them were inner court disciples. "He's Duan Lingtian? So young. Oh my God!" When I was his age, I seemed to only be at the second level of the origin, core stage. Comparisons are odious. A figure that can compare with the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom in natural talent in the martial Dao has finally appeared in our 7-star Sword Sect's younger generation. Just the natural talent Duan Lingtian has revealed so far has already completely surpassed the 5 great young masters. Duan Lingtian was astounded when he heard the group of inner court disciples whispering in discussion. Now he understood that the reason these inner court disciples had surrounded here was because of him. Duan Lingtian felt extremely uncomfortable from being stared at by so many people, and he frowned before calling out to Hidong and walking out. Everywhere he passed, the inner court disciples opened up a path. Right when Duan Lingtian intended to leave. "Stop!" A cold and indifferent voice that contained origin energy sounded out like a thunderclap. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian, who'd stopped his footsteps, turned around and saw 2 inner court disciples walking towards him. He recognized one of them. It was precisely the inner court disciple, Fan Jian, that wanted to forcefully buy an infant jade-eyed heavenly mouse from the restaurant in Black Bamboo City that day. It's this Fan Jian again. Could it be that the lesson I taught him the other time wasn't enough? Duan Lingtian's face couldn't help but sink when he saw Fan Jian. 1 month ago, Fan Jian, who'd just returned to the 7-star Sword Sect, had humiliated him. Out of respect for Elder Lucio, he'd only cut off an unimportant pinky of Fan Jian's as punishment. He originally thought that Fan Jian would take this as a warning, but now it would seem that his thinking was too simple. Fan Jian was just like his name. Despicable. Duan Lingtian was able to see that when Fan Jian and the inner court disciple by his side walked over, the group of inner court disciples had surrounded them to watch the show. Senior brother Lu Shurgo has enmity with this Duan Lingtian? Probably not. According to my knowledge, Duan Lingtian swung his sword and cut off Fan Jian's pinky 1 month ago. Senior brother Lu Shurgo probably wants to stand up for Fan Jian. I've long since heard that senior brother Lu Shurgo and Fan Jian have an extremely good relationship. Looks like Duan Lingtian is going to be unlucky today. Yeah, although Duan Lingtian is an 8th level origin core stage martial artist, senior brother Lu Shurgo is a 1st level nascent soul stage martial artist. The difference between the 2 of them is like the difference between heaven and earth. Even if Duan Lingtian knows the strange method of defeating a stronger opponent with a weaker opponent, I'm afraid it would be difficult for him to surmount the chasm between him and senior brother Lu Shurgo. The group of inner court disciples discussed animatedly. Lu Shurgo, 1st level nascent soul stage. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the inner court disciple by Fan Jian's side, and his face sank. Stand up for Fan Jian? You're Duan Lingtian? Lu Shurgo and Fan Jian walked over side by side and quickly arrived before Duan Lingtian. Lu Shurji's brows contained slight arrogance, mixed within as he looked down condescendingly at Duan Lingtian and asked with a flat tone. However, in the next moment, his expression stiffened. Only because Duan Lingtian utterly didn't have the intention of paying attention to him. Fan Jian! Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto Fan Jian, and his face sank slightly. That day, I was willing to bury the hatchet with you out of respect for Elder Lucio. What's the meaning of this today? What do I mean? With Duan Lingtian backing him up, Fan Jian was filled with confidence, and he glared angrily at Duan Lingtian as he sneered. Duan Lingtian, you crippled my finger 1 month ago, and I hate you in my heart. You still want me to bury the hatchet with you? Do you think it's possible? Do you think I, Fan Jian, am so magnanimous? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed into a line, and a cold light flashed within. Humph! Right at this moment, a cold snort sounded out, and what followed was a burst of awe-inspiring strong wind. Whoosh! A condensed origin energy palm print suddenly whistled over and flashed straight towards Duan Lingtian. This caused Duan Lingtian, who'd just become vigilant in his spiritual force, to be caught off guard. At the instant Duan Lingtian reacted, the origin energy palm print had already arrived before him. His face went pale, and he was utterly unable to dodge in time. Earth and Dragon Shield. He only had time to circulate his defensive martial skill and Quake energy. A layer of defensive chi rose up on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body, and the defensive chi started to intensely tremble at an extremely high frequency. Bang! The condensed origin energy palm print descended onto Duan Lingtian's chest, and a terrifying strength roared out. After a short moment, it shattered Duan Lingtian's defensive chi barrier that contained Quake energy. Although half of the strength contained within the origin energy palm print was resisted by the defensive chi barrier and Quake energy, the remaining strength still fiercely smashed onto Duan Lingtian's chest, causing Duan Lingtian's internal organs to tremble. Pooh! Duan Lingtian felt a wave of burning pain come from his chest, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His body flew out uncontrollably like an arrow that left the bowstring, and he fiercely crashed onto the ground. Bang! Duan Lingtian's body landed on the ground, and he felt a wave of dizziness, and he only reacted after a short moment. Lu Shirgu! Duan Lingtian, whose face was ghastly pale, gazed at the 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes above him that were gradually dispersing, and his eyes emitted dense coldness. Chapter 342. All this happened in the blink of an eye. Including Duan Lingtian, no one had imagined that the inner court disciple Lu Shirgu, who was a first-level nascent soul stage martial artist, would suddenly attack Duan Lingtian, an 8th-level origin core stage inner court disciple that had just entered the inner court, heavily injuring Duan Lingtian with a sneak attack. Duan Lingtian, are you all right? Hidong reacted to what had happened, and his face went grim. Then his figure flashed to arrive before Duan Lingtian as he asked with concern, I'm fine. Duan Lingtian withdrew a grade 7 gold injury pill and consumed it. Then he circulated his origin energy to dissolve the medicinal strength, causing his injuries to recover slightly. He stood up with great difficulty, but his face was still pale like a sheet of paper. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. Then his gaze descended onto Lu Shirgu, who was by Fan Jian's side, and his gaze contained frightening rage mixed within. What, you're angry? Lu Shirgu started laughing, then walked in large strides to arrive before Duan Lingtian, and his gaze went cold. You, a kid that has just entered the inner court, actually arrogantly to the point of directly disregarding the question of me, an inner court senior brother. Today, I'll let you properly remember this, so as to prevent you from relying on your natural talent and thinking that everyone has to revolve around you. Lu Shirgu, right? Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Lu Shirgu, and a wisp of a cold and indifferent smile appeared on the corners of his mouth, and it set off the bruises on his face, causing him to seem incomparably evil. Exactly, I'm Lu Shirgu. Kid, I know your natural talent isn't bad, but since you've entered the inner court, you better be obedient before me, this inner court senior brother. Understand? Lu Shirgu had an arrogant expression. Suddenly, Lu Shirgu waved his hand, and his origin energy skyrocketed as he once again attacked Duan Lingtian. 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes once again condensed into form above Lu Shirgu whoosh. This time, the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand flashed out like a bolt of lightning as he was prepared. Sword drawing arts. Quake energy. It intended to block Lu Shirgu's palm strike that was swept out with origin energy raging within it. Petty tricks. In the next moment, Lu Shirgu's disdainful voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand shook as the web between his thumb and forefinger trembled. Lu Shirgu's palm strike, that contained the strength of 200 ancient mammoths, completely disregarded Duan Lingtian's quick energy as it slapped away the grade 7 spirit sword and once again imprinted onto Duan Lingtian's chest. Boom! A terrifying power gushed out and entered Duan Lingtian's body. As Duan Lingtian was sent flying again, he felt extreme pain, causing Duan Lingtian's consciousness to begin to blur before he fainted. Duan Lingtian heard two voices in his ears. Duan Lingtian. One of them was Hidong's voice. Stop! The other voice sounded familiar, but Duan Lingtian couldn't recall who it was. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian completely lost consciousness. When Duan Lingtian recovered his consciousness and opened his eyes, he noticed that he was lying on a soft bed. Ah, so painful. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian felt a wave of pain come from his chest. When he looked within himself, he noticed that the injuries of his internal organs had already completely recovered, and his shattered sternum had almost healed as well. A grade 7 gold injury pill doesn't have such medicinal strength. Duan Lingtian's heart jerked. He who possessed the lifetime worth of memories of the Emperor Wu of Samsara was extremely knowledgeable towards grade 7 gold injury pills. With his injuries, even if he consumed a grade 7 gold injury pill, it would be impossible for him to recover to such an extent without a few months of time. Duan Lingtian naturally wouldn't think that he'd been lying there for a few months. It's a grade 6 great recovery pill. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed a trace of medicinal strength that remained in his body, and it was the medicinal strength of a grade 6 great recovery pill. What's this place? After returning to his senses, Duan Lingtian sized up this tidy room. There weren't many decorations in the room, but there were all sorts of practical furniture. Suddenly, seeming to have noticed something, Duan Lingtian's gaze focused. Spirit point. This is a spirit point? Duan Lingtian noticed the rhythm of the origin energy in his body, and the feeling this place gave him was exactly the same as the feeling he had when he was in Mizar Hall and Migra's Hall. Mizar Hall and Migra's Hall were both located on the spirit point of the 7-star sword sect's main peak, W peak. The cultivation environment was extremely good. Lu Shergo. As he recalled the scene before he lost consciousness, Duan Lingtian's eyes emitted a frightening cold light, and killing intent arose within his heart. Lu Shergo relied on the fact that he was a first-level nascent soul-stage martial artist to attack him twice, and the ruthlessness of his attacks caused one to shudder with fear. I'll return it to you double. Traces of coldness arose within Duan Lingtian's heart, and he made a ghastly vow. What exactly is this place? Suppressing the flames of rage in his heart, Duan Lingtian got off the bed and opened the door. You're awake. Right at this moment, a familiar voice sounded out from nearby. Duan Lingtian looked over, and at the end of the right side of the corridor outside his room was a spacious pavilion, and a middle-aged man was standing with his back facing him. Although the middle-aged man didn't turn around, he seemed to be able to notice Duan Lingtian's movements. Peak Master! Duan Lingtian left his room and walked up the pavilion, then greeted the middle-aged man that had his back facing him. I heard Song say that you were injured by a first-level nascent soul stage inner court disciple. You have enmity with him? The middle-aged man turned around and revealed his true appearance. It was precisely the Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Zheng Fan. And the place Duan Lingtian was currently at was precisely Mizar Hall, one of the 9 great spirit points of the 7-star sword sect's W peak. So it was senior brother Zheng Song that saved me. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. He recalled it now. No wonder he felt that the other voice he heard before he fainted was slightly familiar. So it turned out that the owner of that voice was precisely the son of the Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Zheng Song. I don't have enmity with him, but I have some conflict with another inner court disciple by his side. But after today, the enmity between me and him isn't shallow. As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, traces of cold lights flashed within his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled into a ghastly sneer. He would make Lu Shurgu return double what Lu Shurgu gave him. Peak Master, it was you who gave me a grade 6 great recovery pill? Duan Lingtian, who calmed his feelings, looked at Zheng Fan and asked. Zheng Fan nodded. I noticed that your injuries weren't light, and if you only consumed a grade 7 gold injury pill, even if you were able to recover completely, it would probably be a matter of a few months. So I gave you a grade 6 great recovery pill to allow your injuries to recover in a short period of time. Duan Lingtian will remember Peak Master's kindness in gifting me the pill. Duan Lingtian spoke with a serious expression. Compared to the huge favor you've given me, a single grade 6 great recovery pill is nothing. Zhang Fan shook his head and smiled, then sat down at the nearby table and started fiddling with the tea set. You've been unconscious for a few hours as well, and have just awoken. I presume your spirit is weak as well. Drink 2 cups of Soaring Cloud tea with me and recover your spirit as soon as possible. Thank you, Peak Master. Duan Lingtian sat down and glanced at the horizon. Presently, the scorching sun hung high in the sky, and it was already noon. Zhang Fan poured a cup of Soaring Cloud tea for Duan Lingtian, then asked with a light smile, Duan Lingtian, what plans do you have in the future? Duan Lingtian sipped a mouthful of Soaring Cloud tea, and his spirit was refreshed as he slowly said, I don't have any specific plans for now, but in the future, I ought to head to the foreign lands to take a look. Foreign lands? Zhang Fan shuddered when he heard Duan Lingtian, and the teacup in his hand almost fell to the ground. Zhang Fan shook his head and sighed with emotion. Duan Lingtian, I truly never imagined that your ambition was so great. Even I haven't thought about the foreign lands for now. Supposedly, even an existence at the void initiation stage like me is nothing in the foreign lands. It's even to the extent that experts at the void interpretation stage can be seen everywhere. Supposedly, there are even many existences at the void transformation stage in the central area of the foreign lands. As he finished speaking, Zhang Fan had a slight lingering fear in his heart. The experts in the foreign lands were as numerous as the clouds, and it also meant that every step was filled with killing intent. Without a certain level of strength, one would utterly not dare wander about the foreign lands. Peak Master, sometimes if your goal is set slightly further, then you might be able to walk even further on the path of the martial Tao. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too late to realize that you're only a frog at the bottom of a well when you're at the end of your life? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, and he didn't mind. In the eyes of others, perhaps the foreign lands was like a scourge or a ferocious beast. But in the eyes of Duan Lingtian, who'd fused with the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, it was instead an even vaster world in the foreign lands. Void-prying stage martial artists were everywhere, and void initiation stage martial artists were as numerous as dogs. If your goal is set slightly further, then you might be able to walk even further on the path of the martial Tao, a frog at the bottom of a well. Zheng Fan went silent when he heard Duan Lingtian. After a long time, Zheng Fan returned to his senses, and he looked at Duan Lingtian and sighed with emotion. Duan Lingtian, I've still underestimated you. No wonder you possess such accomplishments at such an age. Your martial Tao, your heart of an expert. Even I, the Peak Master of the 7-star sword sect's Mizar Peak, am ashamed of my inferiority. I'm slightly anticipating now. What heights will you attain in another 10 years? I can be sure of one thing. Your strength at that time will surely be stronger than me. Zhang Fan spoke very favorably of Duan Lingtian. Peak Master, you're too kind. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly, but his eyes revealed a wisp of confidence. In another 10 years, at that time, he might already be wandering in the foreign lands. After drinking a few cups of Soaring Cloud tea, Duan Lingtian stood up and lightly smiled to Zheng Fan. Peak Master, if you have other matters, then I'll be returning first. Please help me thank Senior Brother Zhang Song on his behalf. I, Duan Lingtian, will remember this favor. Zhang Fan nodded. Go on. Duan Lingtian turned around and borrowed force from the side of the pavilion to descend onto the vast platform outside Mizar Hall, and then his figure flashed out to flash off into the distance. Perhaps my greatest accomplishment in this lifetime is being on good terms with this little fellow. Zhang Fan sighed as he gazed at the figure of Duan Lingtian. He only returned to his senses when Duan Lingtian's figure vanished before his eyes, and he shook his head and smiled. So long as he's able to grow up safely, then his future isn't something I can imagine. This good karma is even able to allow me to enjoy it for my entire lifetime. Many years later, Zhang Fan would realize it. Chapter 343. After Duan Lingtian left Mizar Hall, he headed down W Peak. His eyes seemed calm, but actually concealed killing intent. Lu Shergot. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's face went gloomy, as if it was covered in a layer of thin ice, and the cold air was oppressive. He deeply remembered this name in his heart. Although he could invite Lu Shergot to battle on the life and death arena and use offensive inscriptions to directly kill Lu Shergot. But Duan Lingtian didn't want to do this. Inscriptions, in a certain sense, were equivalent to a cheating device. Using inscriptions to kill Lu Shergot was easy, but it was difficult to dispel the hatred in his heart. He wanted to use the strength that truly belonged to him to destroy Lu Sherji's confidence and make Lu Shergot repent for his actions today. This was his pride, crawl up from where he fell. This was a man, a true man. After Duan Lingtian left W Peak, he directly returned to Migra's Peak and carefully circled around for half an hour before returning to the stalactite cave at the side of the peak. Calmly cultivating. During these 2 months of time, Duan Lingtian cultivated in the stalactite cave. When he was hungry, he would directly roast meat to eat, and when he was full, he would continue cultivating, not giving up day or night. Time flew by like a white steed flashing by a crack. 2 months of time, it wasn't long, but it wasn't short either, and it passed just like that. 2 months later, Duan Lingtian left the stalactite cave and spent a day to prepare everything that needed to be prepared before heading to Alcade Peak. Elder Bai. When Duan Lingtian went to look for Li Fei, Elder Bai just happened to be there as well. Scoundrel. When Li Fei heard Duan Lingtian's voice, she walked out of the wooden house with a face full of joy. Elder Bai nodded to Duan Lingtian. Fei has told me everything that needs to be said. I want you to guarantee that when you return, Fei will be completely unharmed. Otherwise, I won't let you off. As she finished speaking, Elder Bai's gaze became fierce. Duan Lingtian did not get angry. He knew that Elder Bai was also concerned about Li Fei, so he smiled faintly. Rest assured, Elder Bai, you know the relationship between little Fei and me. Unless I die, I will not let her suffer any harm. Only then did Elder Bai nod her head in satisfaction before directly leaving. Scoundrel, don't mind Master's words. After Elder Bai left, Li Fei smiled apologetically at Duan Lingtian. Little Fei, is that how you look at your man? Not to mention that Elder Bai is your master. Just the words Elder Bai said earlier were because she was concerned about you. She's so good to you, I'm more than happy. Why would I mind? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Are you ready? Yes. Li Fei nodded excitedly, and when she thought of how she was about to leave the 7-star sword sect, she felt a wave of happiness in her heart. So we're leaving now. Do we need to inform Senior Sisters Wuqing? Duan Lingtian asked. He'd come to Alcade Peak precisely for the sake of taking Li Fei and leaving with her. I've told Senior Sister. Li Fei lightly shook her head, then said, I wonder if little Sister Kerr has returned yet. Let's go take a look at Alcade Hall. Alcade Hall, the cultivation place of the Alcade Peak's master on the main peak, Dubhe Peak. As the personal disciple of the Alcade Peak's master, Kerr usually cultivated there. There's no need. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly as he shook his head. I went to Dubhe Peak yesterday, and went to Alcade Hall on the way. Kerr and her master haven't returned yet. I wonder where they went. They haven't returned after so long. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian was slightly worried. Noticing that Duan Lingtian was worried about Kerr, Li Fei consoled. Don't worry. According to Master, the peak master of our Alcade Peak is a void initiation stage expert, and with her by Kerr's side, nothing will happen to Kerr. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. With the protection of a void initiation stage expert, there were very few people in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that were capable of threatening Kerr's safety. Let's go. Duan Lingtian called out to Li Fei, then directly left Alcade Peak. As they walked on the chain bridge, Li Fei laughed. Scoundrel! I saw the gazes of the group of Alcade Peak sisters earlier as if they wished for nothing more than to eat you up. Besides that, many senior sisters used gazes of envy and jealousy to look at me. As she finished speaking, Li Fei seemed to be slightly complacent, and she held on to Duan Lingtian's arm as a smile that could turn the world upside down appeared on her face. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. Little Fei, didn't you like to be jealous in the past? You're not jealous now. What's there to be jealous about? Li Fei laughed. There's nothing between you and them. Moreover, my man being so popular also shows that I have good taste. You have good taste. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself when he heard Li Fei. At that time, it seemed that it was I who took the initiative to pursue you. Scoundrel, what did you say? Li Fei heard Duan Lingtian muttering to himself, and she stared at Duan Lingtian with a spurious smile. No, nothing. Duan Lingtian hurriedly shook his head, as he'd already felt Li Fei's hand on his waist. He didn't doubt in the slightest that if he dared speak carelessly, his waist would immediately suffer extreme devastation. After Duan Lingtian and Li Fei arrived at Dubhe Peak, they headed down the mountain. All along the way, the 7-star sword sect disciples that saw Duan Lingtian and Li Fei all looked at them with gazes that were filled with envy and jealousy. The male disciples were filled with envy and jealousy towards Duan Lingtian. The female disciples were instead filled with envy and jealousy towards Li Fei. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian and Li Fei arrived at the stable near the entrance of the sect, and they intended to go get their horses. Senior brother Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian and Li Fei had only just walked into the stable when a figure nimbly dashed over and stopped before Duan Lingtian with an excited expression. "MOU." Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled to the outer court disciple that was similar in age to him. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, this is? MOU had an excited expression when he saw that Duan Lingtian was still able to remember him. In next to no time, his gaze descended onto Li Fei, and he was stunned for a moment before withdrawing his shocked gaze and didn't dare look any longer. He discerned that this was senior brother Duan Lingtian's woman. This is my woman. You can call her senior sister Li Fei. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled to MOU. Then he introduced to Li Fei. Little Fei, this is MOU, our Fergana horse. He's been taking care of it during this period of time. MOU, you haven't slacked off recently, right? As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian looked at MOU. Don't worry, senior brother Duan Lingtian. I've taken your and senior sister, Li Fei's Fergana horse out for a walk practically every day this past month, and it's become much sturdier. MOU laughed mischievously. Li Fei lightly smiled at MOU, causing MOU to be stunned for a moment. When had he ever seen such an outstanding beauty? Only when Duan Lingtian lightly coughed did MOU come back to his senses. His face flushed red, and his shy appearance caused Duan Lingtian and Li Fei to be unable to refrain from laughing. Soon, Duan Lingtian and Li Fei saw their Fergana horse, and it was indeed much sturdier than before. The two of them flipped over and mounted their horses, nodding and smiling at Mo before riding off. Only an outstanding genius martial artist like senior brother Duan Lingtian is worthy of a drop-dead, gorgeous beauty like senior sister Li Fei. Mo Yu's gaze gradually became firm as he gazed at Duan Lingtian and Li Fei's figures that galloped off into the distance, and he silently said to himself, Mo Yu, you have to work hard as well. Senior brother Duan Lingtian is the target you strive for. You don't have to be as outstanding as senior brother Duan Lingtian. But even if you're only half as outstanding as senior brother Duan Lingtian, you wouldn't have lived your life in vain. At this moment, Mo's martial Dao was unprecedentedly tough. In the future, when Mo became successful and made a name for himself, the person he was most grateful to in his heart was still that senior brother Duan Lingtian that was like a bright lamp in the night that led the way for him. This was something that even Duan Lingtian himself didn't expect. He didn't do anything, yet he'd affected the life of an outer court disciple that acted as a cart driver within the 7-star sword sect. Whoosh! A figure that dashed like the wind was incomparably swift as it passed through the sect gate and flashed out. His target was the 2 Fergana horses that were galloping off in the distance. His target was obviously the people on the Fergana horses. Void prying stage expert. The 7-star sword sect disciple that guarded the sect gate looked at the 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes that flashed out in the sky above the figure that flashed out and was stunned. Isn't this the symbol of a first-level void prying stage expert? I've finally found a chance. Duan Lingtian, let me see how you escape from my grasp this time. The laughter of the person that dashed out was filled with excitement and willfulness. At the same time, nearby the Dubhe Peak test platform, whoosh! Another figure flashed out, and his target was the foot of Dubhe Peak. In the sky above this figure, 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. First level of the nascent soul stage. Whoosh! Right at this moment, an even swifter figure flashed out, and in the blink of an eye, it surpassed the former and blocked the former's path. At the same time that this person dashed out, 300 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared in the sky above him. Second level of the nascent soul stage. The former's figure stopped moving, and after he focused his eyes to look clearly at the person that blocked his path, his face sank. Zhang Song, it's you again. I didn't fuss about it with you the last time when you took away that Duan Lingtian. But why are you blocking my path today? Lu Shirgo, are you mistaken? How did I block your path? This is Dubhe Peak, the place of the 7-star sword sect and not your home. I can walk however I like. What does it have to do with you? Zhang Song looked at the person before him and smiled indifferently. Zhang Song, must you make it difficult for me? Lu Shige's face sank, as he knew clearly in his heart that this Zhang Song had probably already known of his objective. Otherwise, Zhang Song wouldn't block his path. He'd waited for 2 months and finally found such a good opportunity to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Now his heart was filled with grievance when he saw it was about to be destroyed by Zhang Song. At that time, when he humiliated that Duan Lingtian, it was only for the sake of standing up for Fan Jian. Later on, with a quick thought, when he thought of Duan Lingtian's peerlessly monstrous natural talent, the intention to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots was born in his heart. Since that time, he'd always been looking for an opportunity. Today, he'd finally received the news of Duan Lingtian leaving the 7-star sword sect with great difficulty, and he didn't dare stay for a moment before flashing down Dubhe Peak, only for the sake of catching up to Duan Lingtian and killing Duan Lingtian to put an end to future troubles. Chapter 344. Make things difficult for you? Zhang Song couldn't help but laugh when he heard Lu Shirge, and he glanced indifferently at Lu Shirge. Lu Shirge, you seem to think too highly of yourself, right? You think you're worthy? Lu Shirge took a deep breath and slowly suppressed the flames of rage in his heart. The person before him was far from something Duan Lingtian could compare to, not to mention Zheng Song's own strength was much stronger than him. On the other hand, Zheng Song's father was the peak master of the seven-star sword sect's Mizar Peak, and was an existence that he and the clan behind him couldn't afford to offend. Since you're not making things difficult for me, then it couldn't be any better. Lu Shiji's figure flashed, wanting to go around Zheng Song and head down Dubhe Peak. Unexpectedly, Zheng Song's figure flashed and followed him like a shadow, causing him to be unable to move an inch. Zheng Song, don't go too far! Finally, Lu Shigu couldn't endure it any longer, and his eyes squinted as he glared angrily at Zheng Song. He wasn't willing to miss the opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian this time. Once he missed this opportunity, he didn't know when he would be able to find such a good opportunity next time. With Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao, when Duan Lingtian matured in the future, surpassing him was only a matter of time. He could imagine that once Duan Lingtian matured to surpass him, Duan Lingtian would surely look for him to take revenge. At that time, he would be completely in a passive position. So he must kill Duan Lingtian before Duan Lingtian matured, because only in this way would he be able to eliminate all future troubles and allow himself to have no worries. What? Lu Shigu, you still want to fight me? Zheng Song's eyes squinted as he stared at Lu Shigu with a spurious smile, and he had a calm expression. From the beginning until the end, he seemed as if he utterly didn't take Lu Shigu seriously. Zheng Song, Lu Shigu, will remember what happened today. When he realized that it was impossible for him to catch up to Duan Lingtian and eliminate him by the roots, Lu Shigu gritted his teeth and left behind a ruthless sentence before turning around and heading up Dubhe Peak. The corners of Zheng Song's mouth curled into a wisp of disdain as he gazed at Lu Shiji's figure that disappeared into the distance. Outside the seven-star sword sect, in the direction of Black Bamboo City. Whoosh! The figure that ran like the wind seemed to have transformed into a hurricane as it swept towards the two Fergana horses that were running at full speed in the distance. This person that was swiftly moving forward was a middle-aged man, and as he dashed forward, 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky above him. His cultivation was on the verge of being revealed. The first level of the void prying stage. Seeing the two Fergana horses drawing closer and closer, the middle-aged man's lips curled into a complacent smile as a fanatical look appeared in his eyes. The muscle tendon-changing and marrow-cleansing scroll is mine. However, in the next moment, the smile on the middle-aged man's face froze. This was because an even faster gust of wind had reached his ears. Before he could react, he discovered a figure had passed him in the blink of an eye. The figure stopped and stood in the distance. Although the middle-aged man was shocked by this person's cultivation, he had no intention of paying attention to him. His figure flashed as he prepared to go around this person. Zhao Lin. Right at this moment, a voice that was like a thunderclap mixed with thick origin energy pierced into Zhao Lin's ears, causing the vital energy and blood in Zhao Lin's body to roil, and he didn't dare continue dashing forward. After Zhao Lin stopped, he took a deep breath, and only then did he ease up the shaking of his internal organs slightly. Zhao Lin looked at the person that had his back facing him in astonishment. Who are you? Finally, the person that had his back facing Zhao Lin slowly turned around and revealed his true appearance. It's you. Zhao Lin's face went grim when he saw the lineup of the people that had arrived, as he never imagined that the person that stopped him would be this person. The Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Zheng Fan. Peak Master Zheng Fan, what's the meaning of this? Zhao Lin's face sank, and his words contained a questioning tone mixed within. Zhao Lin, the Migres Peak Outer Court Elder, wasn't afraid in the slightest when facing the Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Zheng Fan. Elder Zhao Lin, please return. Zheng Fan glanced at Zhao Lin calmly as he slowly spoke. Zheng Fan, you're insisting on interfering in my matters. Zhao Lin looked at Zheng Fan and directly called out his name. A fierce light flickered within his eyes as he said in a low voice, "Zheng Fan, don't forget who my grandfather is." "Ha ha!" Zheng Fan couldn't help but laugh when he heard Zhao Lin. "Elder Zhao Lin, I'm extremely curious. You dare tell Elder Ming about your current actions?" "You!" Zhao Lin's face went grim, as if Zheng Fan had grabbed onto his sore spot, and he was slightly enraged from embarrassment. "Elder Zhao Lin, please." Zheng Fan glanced at the direction of Dubhe Peak and slowly spoke. Zhao Lin's gaze shot into the distance, and the two Fergana horses had already completely vanished from his field of vision. He knew clearly in his heart. Now, not to mention Zheng Fan interfering in this matter. Even if Zheng Fan didn't exist, he might not be able to catch up to his target. Humph. Zhao Lin coldly swept Zheng Fan with his gaze, then turned around and headed towards the direction of the seven-star sword sect's main peak, Dubhe Peak. Zheng Fan followed up, and flowing lights flashed within his eyes. His thoughts seemed to have returned to yesterday. "Peak Master, I have something I need your help with." "Speak, so long as it's within my ability. I'll absolutely not refuse. I intend to leave the seven-star sword sect tomorrow, but I'm worried that someone will harm me. So I hope that Peak Master can help me leave safely. Duan Lingtian owes Peak Master's favor. It's only a small matter, I promise you." "Thank you, Peak Master." Flowing lights flashed within Zheng Fan's eyes, and his heart was filled with bewilderment. How exactly did that little fellow offend Zhao Lin? Zhao Lin was only a first-level, void prying stage outer court elder, and he didn't take him seriously. However, even if he'd already broken through to the void initiation stage now, he still felt reverence and fear towards the person behind Zhao Lin. "Giddy up! Giddy up!" Duan Lingtian and Li Fei spurred the Fergana horses to travel side by side, and they quickly arrived at Black Bamboo City and converged with Xiong Quan. After changing into casual clothes, they prepared to head to the Solitary Peak. The Solitary Peak was extremely far away from the seven-star sword sect. This time, Duan Lingtian had made preparations to go on a long journey. According to what Xiong Quan said, it would take almost 5 months to depart from here and arrive at the Solitary Peak. In other words, a round trip would take almost a year's time. Of course, this was only Xiong Quan's estimation of the time. When Duan Lingtian's group of 3 spurred their horses to gallop madly, eating wind and drinking dew all along the way, it had only been almost 4 months when they arrived near the Solitary Peak. "Xiong Quan, how far is the Solitary Peak from here?" After traveling for 4 months, Duan Lingtian's entire body was covered in dust, and slight exhaustion was mixed between his brows. During these past 4 months, he hadn't rested properly. He cultivated as he traveled. When the Fergana horse galloped, not only was its speed swift, it was extremely steady. So, while they traveled, it didn't affect Duan Lingtian's cultivation. "Young master, we're almost there. At most we'll be able to travel for another half a day." Xiong Quan glanced at the surroundings as he spoke slowly. Although Xiong Quan had traveled for 4 months as well, he was still in high spirits. This was completely different from Duan Lingtian. Of course, all of this was because Xiong Quan's cultivation was profound. Moreover, during the journey, Xiong Quan's cultivation that had already recovered to the 6th level of the void prying stage had broken through once more, and he'd officially stepped into the ranks of the 7th level of the void prying stage. Duan Lingtian nodded, then looked at Li Fei, who was beside him, and said with a light smile, "Little Fei, endure a little longer. We'll be able to rest very soon." "Scoundrel, I'm fine." Li Fei nodded with a strong expression, causing Duan Lingtian's heart to ache slightly, and he even slightly regretted bringing Li Fei along. During these past 4 months, although the bandits they encountered on the way were all killed by Xiong Quan, and they didn't have to worry about it. But because of the lack of rest, the accumulation of fatigue over a long period of time had caused Duan Lingtian and Li Fei to be both physically and mentally exhausted Fortunately, Li Fei's cultivation had broken through on the way. Otherwise, she might not have been able to persist until now. Li Fei's cultivation had broken through, and Duan Lingtian's cultivation had broken through as well. All along the way, Duan Lingtian's cultivation had smoothly broken through to the 8th level of the origin core stage after traveling day and night and cultivating without stopping. Even if I don't use a spirit weapon now, my strength is comparable to the strength of 121 ancient mammoths, and I'm already stronger than an ordinary 9th level origin core stage martial artist. An ordinary 9th level origin core stage martial artist only has the strength of 120 ancient mammoths. At the same time that they continued on their way, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, besides that, along with my breakthrough to the 8th level of the origin core stage, the quake energy broke through once more. Presently, the scope of effect of the quake energy has increased to the strength of 70 ancient mammoths. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian felt a wave of excitement. However, the current me is still inferior to that Lu Shige. In next to no time, the excitement on Duan Lingtian's face vanished without a trace, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, and his eyes flickered with an icy cold sheen. Lu Shige, a first-level nascent soul stage inner court disciple. Exerting his full strength, his strength was comparable to the strength of 200 ancient mammoths if he were to utilize a spirit sword. His strength would be even stronger. Scoundrel, what are you thinking about? Suddenly, Li Fei's pleasant voice sounded out, causing Duan Lingtian to return to his senses. It's nothing. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, and the icy coldness in his eyes instantly vanished without a trace. He didn't tell Li Fei about the matter of Li Fei, as he was afraid that Li Fei would be worried. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 hurried on for another half a day. Only when the sun set in the west did they see the precipitous mountain peak in the distance that was like a pillar that held up the sky. This mountain peak shot straight into the clouds, and with a glance it caused one to be unable to refrain from being shocked. Young master, that mountain peak is the Hermit Peak. Xiong Quan said to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded, and his gaze slightly moved down to descend into the distance. In the distance, a vast, majestic, and ancient city rose from the ground in the desert, and it was like an enormous beast that lay dormant there, causing one's heart to be awed. Xiong Quan, what city is this? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Li Fei's beautiful eyes slightly moved, and her gaze descended onto the distant ancient city along with Xiong Quan. Young master, this is the ancient city of Everlast. Chapter 345 Ancient City of Everlast. Duan Lingtian's gaze shone as he gazed at the endless stream of carriages outside the ancient city, and he asked curiously, I see that this ancient city is rather bustling. Is there anything special about it? An ancient city that stood in the middle of a desert, an ancient city that was close to the solitary peak, was actually able to attract so many merchant groups, and this caused Duan Lingtian's heart to be filled with curiosity. Young master, the ancient city of Everlast can be said to be the largest trade city in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Within this city, all the businesses are born for the sake of profit. Unlike ordinary cities, there aren't houses that are specially provided for people to stay in. If one isn't doing business here, then one can only stay in the inns within the city if one wants to stay here. Xiong Quan continued, the largest trade city in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Duan Lingtian was slightly in disbelief. How could a city that stood in this godforsaken place have such a great background? Young master, there's a saying that has always been circulated in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. If you want to obtain something you want, then if the ancient city of Everlast doesn't have it, then it's even more impossible to encounter it anywhere else in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Xiong Quan spoke slowly. Hearing you say this, I'm interested in this city. Tonight, we'll find an inn here to stay for the night and properly experience the local conditions and customs of the city. Then we'll go to the solitary peak another day. Since they'd finally come out, Duan Lingtian intended to bring Li Fei to properly take a stroll around the city, as he couldn't directly return after finishing what he had to do. In that way, it would be too uninteresting. Li Fei's beautiful eyes shone when she heard Duan Lingtian, and just like Duan Lingtian, she was filled with curiosity and yearning towards this ancient city. Young master. When they were about to enter the ancient city, Xiong Quan reminded Duan Lingtian, experts are as numerous as the clouds in the ancient city of Everlast. Even an inconspicuous passerby is extremely likely to be a void stage expert, coupled with the fact that this place is far away and it's a no-man's land and bloody slaughters frequently occur here. Martial artists without a certain strength can only tuck their tails between their legs in the ancient city of everlasting desolation, as they are afraid of getting into trouble. Duan Lingtian nodded, his expression turning solemn. This ancient city of Everlast couldn't be viewed with the same gaze as an ordinary city. When they were near the ancient city of Everlast, Li Fei took out her veil and put it on before entering the ancient city with Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan. As soon as they entered the ancient city, they could feel a strong aura of the market. On the main road of the ancient city, there was an endless stream of carriages and horses. It was very lively. Many stalls were set up on both sides of the road. These stalls were either selling medicinal pills, spirit artifacts, or all sorts of materials. There were young men, middle-aged men, and old men among the stall owners. Duan Lingtian urged his horse forward as he extended his spiritual power. Suddenly his pupils shrank. His gaze fell on the owner of a nearby roadside stall. This was an old man with a hunched back, and he was standing behind the stall and bargaining with someone. Relying on his acute spiritual force and the lifetime experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian was able to confirm that this old man with a hunched back was a void-prying stage martial artist, and his strength ought to be at the second level of the void-prying stage. Looks like what Xiong Quan said earlier wasn't false in the slightest. Any random passerby in the ancient city of everlasting desolation might be a void stage expert. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and became slightly vigilant. Scoundrel, how about we stay in that inn? Look, there's even a restaurant opposite the inn. When they passed by a corner, the gaze of the sharp-eyed Li Fei abruptly shone as she looked towards the distance. Duan Lingtian followed along Li Fei's gaze when he heard this. An ancient-looking inn appeared before his eyes. Beside the inn was a restaurant that silently stood there for a long time. This restaurant was extremely special, quiet, and elegant. The first floor of the restaurant was empty, and it was filled with various plants that were placed in a ring shape, causing one to feel extremely comfortable when looking at it. At the center of these plants was the staircase that led to the second floor. The structure of this restaurant caused Duan Lingtian's eyes to light up. Duan Lingtian spurred his horse forward and brought along Li Fei and Xiong Quan to quickly pass by the restaurant. Eternal Jade Restaurant? Duan Lingtian's gaze was sharp, and he saw the signboard of this restaurant with a single glance. Scoundrel, this restaurant is so quiet. Li Fei glanced at the second floor of the restaurant in surprise. There were many customers sitting on the second floor, either sipping tea, drinking wine, eating, or chatting. But all of them intentionally lowered their voices and didn't affect the others. Such an atmosphere appearing in a restaurant caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but reveal a surprised expression. It really is a strange restaurant. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, then looked at the inn opposite the restaurant. Let's stay in this inn first. Then we'll come out to eat. Xian Qi Inn. Duan Lingtian glanced at the inn signboard, then spurred his horse forward and arrived at the entrance of the inn. Immediately, 3 of the manservants standing in a row at the entrance of the inn came forward and respectfully took the reins of the Fergana horse from Duan Lingtian and the other 2, then led the Fergana horse down. Duan Lingtian and the other two walked into the inn, and the counter of the inn was right in front of them. Behind the counter stood a woman around the age of 27 or 28. When Duan Lingtian saw the woman for the first time, he couldn't help but stare blankly. Only when Li Fei's hand twisted around his waist did he return to his senses. Although this woman's appearance wasn't comparable to Li Fei's, it wasn't much worse. But for some reason, there seemed to be a trace of charm between the woman's brows, causing people to easily get lost in it. Charm technique? After Duan Lingtian awoke from his stupor, his mood surged. Within the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, there were records of charm techniques. Charm techniques were a cultivation technique that women cultivated. Once it was cultivated to the mastery stage, it was capable of causing men to get lost in it and be at their mercy amongst Duan Lingtian and the other two. Only Duan Lingtian was affected by the charm technique of the woman behind the counter. Xiong Quan's cultivation was profound, his gaze was clear, and he remained unmoved. As for Li Fei, she was a woman herself, so she naturally wouldn't be charmed by a woman. Innkeeper. Duan Lingtian understood that this woman ought to be the innkeeper of this Xianqi inn, so he came before the counter and called out. But the woman that was leaning on the counter and holding her fragrant cheeks seemed as if she hadn't heard Duan Lingtian at all, and her pair of eyes that were like jade waves stared straight outside the inn. Duan Lingtian followed the woman's gaze and looked over. He noticed that the woman's gaze had descended onto a slovenly young man by the window on the second floor of the opposite inn. This slovenly young man was around 30 years old. His face was covered in stubble, and his hair was carelessly draped over his shoulders. He was slovenly in appearance, and he held a wine gourd in his hand as he leaned against the window and drank wine. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian noticed that the slovenly young man seemed to have noticed his gaze, and the young man turned around and nodded with a smile towards Duan Lingtian. Although the slovenly young man turned around right away, Duan Lingtian still saw his appearance clearly. This was a handsome young man with slanted brows and starry eyes. His square face that was covered in stubble was filled with vitality, and his pair of eyes that contained the vicissitudes of life seemed to be telling of the countless vicissitudes he'd experienced in the past. This is a person with a story. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but have this thought in his heart. Alas, he's unwilling to look at me in the end. Suddenly, a sigh sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Only now did he notice that the beautiful innkeeper behind the counter had already recovered from her shock and was muttering to herself. Him. Duan Lingtian had a strange look in his eyes. That the beautiful innkeeper was talking about couldn't be the slovenly young man drinking on the second floor of the opposite restaurant, right? The three of you want to stay? Finally, the beautiful innkeeper raised her head and looked at Duan Lingtian and the other two as she asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. How many rooms do you want? The beautiful innkeeper asked. 2. Duan Lingtian said. Soon, the beautiful innkeeper took out 2 keys and handed them to Duan Lingtian. Sky Room 1, Sky Room 2. The room fee is waived. You can stay as long as you want. When Duan Lingtian received the keys and heard the beautiful innkeeper's words, he was completely stunned. The room fee was waived? Could it be that being handsome can waive the room fee? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Why? While Duan Lingtian was still in a daze, Li Fei looked at the beautiful innkeeper and asked with a curious look. The beautiful innkeeper glanced at Li Fei. Her jade-like eyes revealed a trace of reminiscence. Little girl, when I look at you, it's as if I'm looking at myself in the past. As for why you're waiving the room fee, it's because he looked at your man and smiled at him. The beautiful innkeeper's words made Duan Lingtian come back to his senses. It turned out that this beautiful innkeeper didn't waive the room fee because of his looks. Him. When Li Fei heard the beautiful innkeeper's words, she was somewhat puzzled. She had no idea what the beautiful innkeeper was talking about. That's right, it's him. An enchanting smile appeared on the beautiful manager's face. He rarely smiles at others. Since he smiled at your man, it means that your man is different from the rest. Anyone who can make him smile can stay in my inn for free, no matter how long. The beautiful innkeeper's words caused Li Fei to be even more bewildered. Now, probably only Duan Lingtian was able to understand the meaning behind the beautiful innkeeper's words, because only he saw the slovenly young man in the restaurant opposite the inn earlier, and only he saw the slovenly young man smile at him. Looks like the beautiful innkeeper of this Xianqi is secretly in love with that slovenly young man, and that slovenly young man ought to be aware of it as well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have only glanced at me and smiled at me before turning around. At this instant, Duan Lingtian guessed many things. Duan Lingtian thanked the beautiful innkeeper before passing the key in his hand to Xiongquan. Then he brought along Li Fei and stepped onto the stairs of the inn. Duan Lingtian slightly turned his head, and he could see that the beautiful innkeeper was continuing to steal glances at the slovenly young man. I never imagined that I would be able to encounter such an interesting matter as soon as I arrived at the ancient city of Everlast. Chapter 346. Scoundrel, what's so interesting? Do you know something? Li Fei heard Duan Lingtian's muttering, and a trace of curiosity appeared in her eyes as she asked slowly, "I'll tell you when we get back to the room." Duan Lingtian smiled mysteriously, took Li Fei's hand, and found the heaven room number 1. He opened the door and went in, and locked the door behind him. Scoundrel, Li Fei was about to continue asking, but she saw Duan Lingtian's eyes revealing a hungry wolf's gaze. She suddenly seemed to realize something, and her delicate body trembled, and her pretty face flushed. Duan Lingtian pounced on Li Fei like a hungry wolf pouncing on its prey. After a while of entanglement, Duan Lingtian hugged Li Fei, who had a satisfied expression on her face, and quietly lay on the bed with a satisfied smile on his face. "Scoundrel, you haven't told me what you found just now." Li Fei leaned on Duan Lingtian's strong shoulder and asked curiously. Obviously, Li Fei was very interested in the matter of the beautiful shopkeeper. Duan Lingtian smiled and told Li Fei his discovery one by one, and then asked, "Isn't it interesting?" "It can't be, right?" Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Li Fei was absent-minded for a moment and muttered, "That shopkeeper was so outstanding just now, but she actually fell for a sloppy, slovenly drunkard? That drunkard is really a blessing from 3 lifetimes. And the most annoying thing is that the drunkard actually didn't appreciate it?" Li Fei was a little angry as she spoke, and she felt injustice for the beautiful shopkeeper. This made Duan Lingtian speechless for a while. He really couldn't understand a woman's thoughts. In his opinion, so what if that sloppy young man was a drunkard? He still had the right to choose. If you like someone, you like them. If you don't like them, you don't like them. It wasn't something that could be influenced by a beautiful appearance. After resting for a while, the sky gradually darkened. Duan Lingtian patted Li Fei's perky butt and said, "Little Fei, get up and put on your clothes. Let's go to the restaurant across the street to eat and then stroll around the ancient city of Everlast's night market." After being slapped by Duan Lingtian, Li Fei's pretty face turned red and her eyes blurred. Only after she put on her clothes and put on her veil did she manage to hide the redness on her face. At this time, Duan Lingtian also finished putting on his clothes. Duan Lingtian brought Li Fei out of the door and called out to Xiongquan. The 3 of them then left the inn. Before leaving the inn, Duan Lingtian noticed that the beautiful shopkeeper was still leaning against the counter, looking at the restaurant across the street. Could it be? When Duan Lingtian walked out of the inn and looked up, he found that the sloppy young man was still leaning against the window and drinking. Humph! Li Fei noticed the sloppy young man as well, and she grunted in a low voice, seeming to be extremely displeased with the sloppy young man. "Let's go." Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, Then he held Li Fei's hand and brought Xiong Quan along to walk into the Eternal Jade restaurant before them. They stepped onto the stairs that were surrounded by verdant plants and walked up to the second floor of the restaurant. Even though there were many people eating on the second floor of the restaurant, it seemed to be extremely quiet. Duan Lingtian and Li Fei had only just sat down when a beautiful young woman, whose appearance wasn't inferior to the beautiful manager of Shenqian and whose age was similar to the beautiful manager of Shenqi, and walked over and lightly smiled as she asked Duan Lingtian and Li Fei, "Guests, what would you like to eat?" Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian noticed that after the young woman appeared, the originally calm gaze of the sloppy young man that was leaning against the window suddenly lit up and descended onto the young woman. At this moment, it seemed as if only this young woman remained in the world of the sloppy young man's eyes, and there was nothing else. Duan Lingtian was extremely familiar with this sort of gaze, and it would only appear when facing the person he loved. Looks like this sloppy young man likes this young woman. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. Could it be that this is the legendary love triangle? Big sister, are you the shopkeeper of this restaurant? Li Fei looked at the young woman and blinked her beautiful eyes as she asked curiously, "Sort of." The young woman lightly smiled as she nodded. "Sort of." Li Fei was stunned and didn't understand the meaning behind the young woman's words. The young woman continued, "This restaurant was opened by me and my manager." Duan Lingtian's gaze was sharp, and he was able to notice that when the young woman spoke the words manager, her gaze couldn't help but dim slightly, and it contained traces of an indescribable feeling mixed within, and she was extremely unconfident. Duan Lingtian was bewildered. This young woman seemed to be extremely unconfident when mentioning her husband. It was slightly strange. "So that's how it is." Li Fei smiled. She'd noticed the lack of confidence in the young woman's eyes as well, but she didn't ask any further. After all, every family had its own difficulties. Suddenly, as if she'd thought of something, Li Fei's beautiful brows frowned slightly as she looked at the sloppy young man that was drinking wine before the window, and then she slowly said to the young woman, "Big sister, why does your restaurant allow everyone to come up? This sloppy drunkard seems to have stayed in your restaurant for a long time, right? Doesn't it affect the business of your restaurant? Do you want us to help you drive him away?" As she finished speaking, Li Fei's eyes contained traces of excitement mixed within. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. Looks like Li Fei was still unable to let go of the matter of the sloppy young man ignoring the female shopkeeper of the restaurant, the beautiful shopkeeper of the restaurant that stood before Duan Lingtian, and Li Fei was stunned when she heard Li Fei, and then she couldn't help but laugh. Her laugh was extremely beautiful. "Big sister, what are you laughing at?" Seeing the female shopkeeper of the restaurant suddenly laugh, Li Fei's beautiful eyes contained a trace of puzzlement. "Young miss, he's the owner of my restaurant." The female shopkeeper shook her head and smiled as she spoke slowly. The female shopkeeper's words not only caused Li Fei to be stunned, even Duan Lingtian was stunned. That sloppy young man was the husband of this restaurant's female shopkeeper? That husband that could cause her to have a lack of confidence? Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless. Could it be that the ways of the world had changed? Such a beautiful female shopkeeper of a restaurant actually had a lack of confidence when mentioning that sloppy husband, little brother. Suddenly, a voice sounded by Duan Lingtian's ear, and it caused Duan Lingtian's expression to change. His gaze focused, and only now did Duan Lingtian notice that unknowingly the sloppy young man was standing beside the female shopkeeper of the restaurant and lightly smiled at him. "We meet again." "Yeah, we meet again." Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and his heartbeat sped up slightly. When did this sloppy young man appear before the female shopkeeper of the restaurant? With his acute spiritual force, he actually didn't notice in the slightest. Young master, he's not simple. Right at this moment, Xiong Quan's voice transmission sounded out in Duan Lingtian's ears. Xiong Quan's voice obviously contained slight fear mixed within. Actually, even if Xiong Quan didn't remind him, Duan Lingtian had noticed that this sloppy young man wasn't simple. This sloppy young man seemed to be sloppy and slovenly, but he was actually an extremely particular person. At the beginning, Duan Lingtian didn't carefully observe the sloppy young man, so he didn't notice. But now, Duan Lingtian was able to discern this from the smooth appearance of the sloppy young man. So it turned out that the sloppy and slovenly appearance of the other party was only a disguise. You know each other? The female shopkeeper of the restaurant had a dumbstruck expression when she saw Duan Lingtian greet her husband. The sloppy young man stretched out his hand and held onto the slender hand of the female shopkeeper, and he held it tightly before saying with a light smile, "I saw him enter Xianqi's inn earlier, Xianqi." Suddenly, the delicate figure of the female shopkeeper trembled. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. At this moment, he was able to notice that when she heard the two words Xianqi from the mouth of the sloppy young man, the female shopkeeper was obviously slightly moved. Moreover, at that moment, the lack of confidence on the female shopkeeper was even more obvious. Xianqi. Could it be that this is the name of the female shopkeeper of the inn? Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he guessed in his heart. It seemed that the couple in front of him knew the female owner of the inn. Duan Lingtian's train of thought gradually became clear. The female shopkeeper of the inn obviously liked this sloppy young man. As for the sloppy young man, he was the husband of the female innkeeper of the restaurant. Moreover, it was obvious that he only had the female innkeeper in his heart. This could be seen from his disregard for the female innkeeper and his pity for the female innkeeper. However, even though the sloppy young man's heart was with the female shopkeeper of the inn, the female shopkeeper of the inn seemed to be extremely lacking in confidence. This was something that Duan Lingtian was unable to figure out no matter what. It was too complicated. Logically speaking, the female shopkeeper of the inn wasn't confident, and it was completely unnecessary, because her husband's heart was completely with her, and besides her there was no one else. Perhaps there's another reason. Duan Lingtian could only think like this. The sloppy young man lightly squeezed his wife's palm, then looked at Li Fei and changed the topic. "Young miss, you were asking my wife if she needed you to help her drive me away earlier, right?" Li Fei's beautiful face flushed red under the veil, and she didn't know what to say for a time. Actually, when she found out early on that the sloppy young man was the husband of the female shopkeeper of the inn, she knew that she'd misunderstood the sloppy young man. It wasn't that the sloppy young man looked down on the female shopkeeper of the inn, but he already had a wife. It's all a misunderstanding. Duan Lingtian smoothed things over for Li Fei, and he lightly smiled to the sloppy young man and the female shopkeeper of the inn. "May I know how I should address you, big brother and sister-in-law?" He helped to change the topic. This sloppy young man was unfathomable, and it caused fear to arise in his heart. When the sloppy young man heard Duan Lingtian, he glanced at the female shopkeeper of the inn, and he seemed to be seeking her opinion. The female shopkeeper of the inn lightly nodded. "Little brother, I'm Zhang Shouyong, and this is my wife Wang Qiong." The sloppy young man nodded with a smile to Duan Lingtian. Obviously, he didn't fuss about what Li Fei had said earlier, and he was extremely magnanimous. "So it's big brother Zhang." Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. "I'm Duan Lingtian, and this is my fiancée Li Fei. I hope big brother Zhang and sister-in-law can forgive me for offending you earlier." "Brother Lingtian, you must be joking. It's only a small matter, and as the saying goes, the ignorant are not guilty." Chapter 347. The manager and wife of the Eternal Jade restaurant were both easygoing people, so they only smiled and didn't take Li Fei's rudeness to heart. "Brother Lingtian, what are you and little sister Li Fei eating?" Wang Qiong looked at Duan Lingtian and Li Fei, and her beautiful eyes flickered as she asked with a light smile. Sister-in-law, serve the dishes to us. We don't have anything we don't eat. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled to Wang Qiong. All right. Wang Qiong nodded with a smile before turning around and preparing to leave. As for Zhang Shouyong, he nodded to Duan Lingtian and Li Fei before returning to the window and leaning against the window as he drank wine from his wine gourd. The wine gourd in his hand was like a bottomless pit, and the wine within it could never be finished. Duan Lingtian shook his head. If it wasn't for him seeing through Zhang Shouyong's disguise now, perhaps he would really think that this slovenly young man was only an alcoholic. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian looked at Li Fei, who was beside him, and when he recalled the scene of Li Fei targeting Zhang Shouyong earlier, he couldn't help but laugh. Scoundrel, you're still laughing. When Li Fei saw Duan Lingtian staring at her and laughing, how could she not know what Duan Lingtian was laughing about? And she instantly felt slightly embarrassed. All right, I won't laugh anymore. Duan Lingtian shook his head and stopped teasing this little girl. Li Fei's beautiful eyes flickered as she asked curiously, Scoundrel, where do you think this big brother Zhang's charm comes from? He already has a beautiful wife at home, and there's even a beautiful manager that likes him. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Since ancient times, love is undoubtedly the most complicated thing. Who can clearly explain the matters of love? Scoundrel, I noticed that big sister Wang Qiong seems to be slightly unconfident before big brother Zhang. Have you noticed? Li Fei asked in a light voice. Duan Lingtian nodded. I've noticed. Scoundrel, do you want to know why? Li Fei's eyes were filled with curiosity, as if she wanted to know more about the relationship between the owner and his wife. This made Duan Lingtian smile. This little girl was actually so curious. However, Duan Lingtian asked himself, and his heart was undoubtedly filled with curiosity. Why? Do you have a way to find out? Duan Lingtian asked curiously when he saw the glint in Li Fei's eyes. Li Fei smiled mysteriously. For the time being, she had no intention of telling Duan Lingtian. This made Duan Lingtian gnash his teeth in hatred. He really wanted to punish Li Fei on the spot. Soon the dishes were served. Xiong Quan, sit down and eat with us. Duan Lingtian gestured for Xiong Quan to sit down. Xiong Quan had been eating and drinking with him the entire time. For the past 4 months, he hadn't had a decent meal. Thank you, young master. Xiong Quan sat down respectfully. Duan Lingtian noticed that Li Fei had only eaten a few mouthfuls before leaving her seat and walking towards the female owner. Big sister Wang Qiong, let me help you. Now, Duan Lingtian understood Li Fei's intentions. Looks like Li Fei wanted to use this opportunity to probe Wang Qiong's intentions. This restaurant looks pretty good. Let's have dinner here tonight. Suddenly, a wave of clamorous voices sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. In next to no time, he could see a few middle-aged men talking and laughing loudly as they walked up to the second floor of the Eternal Jade restaurant. Their clamorous voices broke the silence of the second floor of the Eternal Jade restaurant. Duan Lingtian frowned. The other customers that were eating on the second floor of the restaurant frowned as well, and their faces were filled with displeasure. This restaurant is rather quiet. The surprised voice of one of the middle-aged men was like a clap of thunder in the quiet second floor. Right at this moment, a cold and indifferent voice suddenly sounded out. Loud clamoring is prohibited in the Eternal Jade restaurant. Customers, if you're unable to do this, then please leave. When he heard this voice, Duan Lingtian looked towards the slovenly young man that was leaning against the window. Presently, it was precisely this special restaurant's manager, Zhang Shouyong, who was speaking. The few middle-aged men were stunned for a moment when their voices were suppressed by Zhang Shouyong. In next to no time, they recovered from their shock and walked over in large strides before surrounding Zhang Shouyong by the window. The middle-aged man in the lead sneered. A rotten drunkard like you dares to teach me a lesson? Let me tell you, I've always been so casual when I go to restaurants. When did a drunkard dare be so arrogant? You're simply courting death. Rotten drunkard. Say that again if you have the guts. See if I don't throw you out. The other middle-aged men looked at Zhang Shouyong and revealed crazy smiles on their faces. Finally, Zhang Shouyong, who'd been drinking with his head lowered, moved. Eternal Jade, restaurant. You're not welcome. Zhang Shouyong spoke slowly, and after he finished speaking, he picked up his wine gourd and poured a mouthful of wine into his mouth, then lightly shook his head, seeming exactly like a rotten drunkard. These fellows are going to be out of luck. Duan Lingtian sat in the distance and just happened to see a trace of fierceness flash within Zhang Shouyong's calm eyes, and his heart slightly jerked. Ha ha! Hearing Zhang Shouyong's words, the few middle-aged men started laughing loudly, and after laughing, they wanted to mock him once more. But unfortunately, they didn't have the chance. Whoosh! Suddenly, an ear-piercing sound of the air being torn apart sounded out. In the next moment, before Duan Lingtian's eyes, the few middle-aged men emitted shrill cries, and it was as if they'd flown out of the window. Bang! 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 Outside the window, a wave of oppressive sounds of a heavy object falling to the ground sounded out, accompanied by a wave of shrill cries. So fast! Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. He knew clearly in his heart that it was surely Zhang Shouyong who'd made a move earlier, but he only heard the ear-piercing sound of the air being torn apart when Zhang Shouyong made a move, and he didn't see Zhang Shouyong make any movements. It was even to the extent that the silhouette that condensed above Zhang Shouyong flashed and vanished swiftly, causing it to be difficult for his eyes to catch a glimpse of it. Xiong Quan, did you see him make a move clearly? Duan Lingtian looked at Xiong Quan and asked with a low voice. Xiong Quan nodded with a serious expression, and after a short moment he said, his speed was extremely swift. I didn't see the silhouette that flashed in the sky above him clearly as well, but I can be sure of one thing. He's stronger than me. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted when he heard Xiong Quan. Before Zhang Shouyong, even Xiong Quan felt inferior? After all, since the origin restriction goo within Xiong Quan's body was removed, not only had he recovered to the 6th level of the void prying stage, his cultivation had even broken through to the 7th level of the void prying stage now. Didn't that mean that Zhang Shouyong's strength was still at the 9th level of the void prying stage or above? It was difficult for him to imagine. A young man that looked to be a little over 30 years old actually possessed such a terrifying strength. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian stretched out his acute spiritual force, wanting to rely on his spiritual force and the lifetime of experience of the Samsara Emperor, Wu, to detect Zhang Shouyong's cultivation. But the outcome exceeded his expectations. When his spiritual force fused into Zhang Shouyong's body, it was like a stone that sank into the sea, just like when he investigated the mysterious yellow-clothed young girl. Han Shuai, there were only 2 possibilities for such a situation to occur. Firstly, Zhang Shouyong was similar to Han Shuai and knew how to conceal the aura of his cultivation, or perhaps he cultivated a cultivation technique that allowed the aura of his cultivation to be restrained. Secondly, Zhang Shouyong was at the 2nd void stage, or in other words, an expert at the void initiation stage or above. Void initiation stage at only a little over 30 years old? He didn't find it strange that a void initiation stage expert that was a little over 30 years old would appear in the foreign lands. But the ancient city of Everlast that appeared in the area of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom caused Duan Lingtian to feel that it was slightly unbelievable. In the end, Duan Lingtian determined that Zhang Shouyong ought to belong to the first situation. But even then, his heart was still filled with shock. After all, not to mention the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, even if it was in the entire Darkstone Empire, or even the Dark Han Dynasty, an expert at the 7th level of the void prying stage that was a little over 30 years old was an existence that was rare like phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. After the middle-aged men that were thrown out of the window by Zhang Shouyong emitted a few shrill cries, they completely stopped moving. Obviously, They'd realized how terrifying Zhang Shouyong was and had already left. The Eternal Jade restaurant, once again, recovered its calm. After Duan Lingtian finished eating, Li Fei returned, and when he saw the smile that hung on her face, Duan Lingtian knew that Li Fei had gained something. Eat some more. Duan Lingtian didn't ask Li Fei impatiently, and after he let her eat her fill, he asked, "You found out?" Li Fei nodded, and her beautiful face contained slight complacency mixed within. Duan Lingtian's gaze lit up, and he intended to pay the bill and leave. But Wang Qiong was unwilling to accept his money. "Brother Lingtian, little sister Li Fei and I hit it off at first sight, coupled with you calling my leader big brother. How could we accept your money? Take it back. Then I'll thank sister-in-law." Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile and didn't persist. Then he bid his farewells to Zhang Shouyong before holding Li Fei's hand and leaving with Zhang Shouyong. When they left the Eternal Jade restaurant and walked towards the night market of the ancient city of Everlast, Duan Lingtian looked curiously at Li Fei and asked, "Little Fei, what did you find out?" Li Fei sighed. "So it turns out that big sister Wang Qiong is a pitiful person as well." "Pitiful person?" Duan Lingtian had a puzzled expression as he listened seriously. Big sister Wang Qiong was originally a woman with extremely excellent natural talent in the martial Dao. Chapter 348. Scoundrel. Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian, and traces of shock appeared on her beautiful face. "I heard big sister Wang Qiong say that big brother Zhang's strength is extremely strong. When I asked her if big brother Zhang was a nascent soul martial artist, she only smiled and shook her head. Could it be that big brother Zhang is a void stage expert? Nascent soul martial artist?" Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Little Fei looked down on Zhang Shouyong too much. "Little Fei, I can only say, even Xiong Quan is ashamed of his inferiority to big brother Zhang's cultivation." Duan Lingtian slowly said to Li Fei, "What?" Li Fei's beautiful face abruptly went pale when she heard Duan Lingtian. She knew of Xiong Quan's cultivation. 7th level of the Void Prying Stage. Even if it was amongst Void Prying Stage martial artists, he could be considered to be one of the top. After being stunned for a moment, Li Fei looked at Xiong Quan, seeming to want to obtain further confirmation from Xiong Quan. It wasn't that she didn't believe Duan Lingtian, but this matter was too shocking. Only when she saw Xiong Quan nod did Li Fei completely confirm it, and she had a shocked expression as she muttered, "Big brother Zhang's cultivation is actually stronger than Xiong Quan's? Doesn't that mean that big brother Zhang is an expert that has surpassed the 7th level of the Void Prying Stage?" Gradually, Li Fei's eyes revealed a trace of envy. Envy of Wang Qiong. Wang Qiong, a woman, and a woman that couldn't cultivate, was undoubtedly lucky and happy to be able to obtain the unreserved love of such an outstanding man. From the beginning until the end, that outstanding man had extremely tender love for her, and was even willing to give up everything to bring her to this remote ancient city of Everlast to open a restaurant, all for the sake of helping her realize her dream that she'd always had. What? My little Fei is envious of others? Do you think I'm inferior to big brother Zhang? Duan Lingtian overbearingly held Li Fei's hand as he asked with a smile. Li Fei blushed and snorted, "You womanizer. Big brother Zhang is much more faithful than you. There's no other way. You've already boarded a pirate ship. You can't escape." Duan Lingtian chuckled and pinched Li Fei's palm. She looked at Li Fei with a coquettish expression before strolling around the night market of the ancient city of everlasting desolation. As the city with the largest trading scale in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the night market in the ancient city of Everlast was extremely bustling. It was even to the extent that when Duan Lingtian and Li Fei passed by, they would occasionally see some people having conflicts over small matters, and they would frequently kill each other. However, the passers-by looked on coldly. They seemed to be used to this and were not surprised. It's really a chaotic city. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. Bastard, let's go back. Li Fei frowned slightly. She was not used to it. She was different from Duan Lingtian after all. No matter what, Duan Lingtian was a mercenary that crawled out from mountains of corpses and seas of blood in his previous life. Not only would he not be disgusted by all this, he would even feel it to be slightly intimate. Okay. Duan Lingtian saw Li Fei's slightly pale face under the veil and nodded. He held Li Fei's hand before turning around and returning to the inn. Xiong Quan followed closely behind Duan Lingtian and Li Fei, vigilantly observing the surroundings. Once someone dared to harm Duan Lingtian and Li Fei, he would make a move at the first possible moment and kill that person. Protecting the safety of the young master and the people by the young master's side was the meaning of his existence. After returning to the profound pool inn, Duan Lingtian noticed that the female manager's actions had not changed at all, and she was still gazing with infatuation at the slovenly young man in the opposite restaurant. Duan Lingtian shook his head and held Li Fei's hand as they returned to the room. Little Fei, since you're not used to this place, we'll go to the solitary summit tomorrow and find Shangguanyin. After completing the Boundless Sect's young sect master's instructions, we'll leave. Duan Lingtian said to Li Fei. Li Fei lightly nodded and quickly fell into a deep sleep on the bed. Looking at the exhausted Li Fei, Duan Lingtian felt a bit of heartache. He lightly stroked Li Fei's beautiful face that was as smooth as jade, and his eyes were filled with tenderness like water. The next morning, Duan Lingtian and the other two prepared to depart. Let's go say goodbye to big sister Wang Qiong and big brother Zhang. Before leaving the inn, Li Fei said to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded. However, when the two of them left the inn and bathed in the fresh morning mist, they noticed that the Eternal Jade restaurant hadn't opened for business yet. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Looks like we woke up too early. Then we'll come say goodbye to them when we return, and then we'll leave. Li Fei suggested. Duan Lingtian agreed and spurred his horse out with Li Fei. Xiong Quan followed, closely behind like a shadow. After leaving the ancient city of Everlast, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 headed towards the solitary summit. The solitary summit stood in the distance, and it was even more majestic than the 7-star Sword Sect's main peak, Dubhe Peak. The solitary summit seemed to be very close, but when Duan Lingtian's group of 3 galloped at full speed and arrived at the foot of the solitary summit, it was already an hour later. The solitary summit's mountain path was wide and extremely level, and it was completely capable of using a horse to ascend it. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 spurred their horses to head up the solitary summit. All along the way, they were able to see that there were some buildings more or less built on the mountainside of the solitary summit. They were either wooden houses, houses made of bricks, or luxurious buildings that were like palaces. The solitary summit is so huge. Wanting to find Shangguanyin here is simply like looking for a needle in a haystack. After asking all along the way, there wasn't any news related to Shangguanyin, and it caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but reveal a bitter smile, as he felt this was a difficult mission. I thought we'd be able to directly find Shangguanyin after arriving at the solitary summit, but I never imagined that no one knows him at all. Li Fei's beautiful brows frowned, and she was slightly vexed. The solitary summit is so huge. It's not strange that they don't know Shangguanyin. Let's continue up the mountain and see if we're able to find out any news related to Shangguanyin. Duan Lingtian spoke slowly as he spurred his horse forward. Finally, when they arrived near the peak of the solitary summit, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 finally found out about Shangguanyin. All of you are looking for Shangguanyin. A robust old man with a face covered in stubble looked at Duan Lingtian's group of 3, and his fierce eyes glared. Who are all of you to him? Senior, were members of the Boundless sect. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he spoke to the robust old man. Relying on his acute spiritual force and the experience of the Samsara Emperor Wu, he was able to discern that this robust old man was a 9th-level void prying stage expert. His strength wasn't inferior to the 7-star sword sect's Migra's Peak's master, Wu Dao. Boundless sect. The robust old man pondered for a moment when he heard Duan Lingtian, then muttered, "I seem to have heard of this sect somewhere. Right, that old fellow Shangguan Yen once said that the sect he was in was called the Boundless sect." Finally, the robust old man reacted, and he looked at Duan Lingtian's group of 3 and asked, "All of you are Shangguan Yan's disciples?" Disciples and grand disciples. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched, yet he still nodded. "Exactly. Shangguan Yen is precisely the ancestor of our Boundless sect. Senior, we're looking for him for an urgent matter. Do you know where he's cultivating in the Solitary Summit?" As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian looked at the robust old man with an expression of anticipation. Unexpectedly, the robust old man shook his head. "I'm afraid all of you have made a wasted trip this time. Shangguan Yen had already left the Solitary Summit 7 or 8 years ago. I originally thought that he missed his disciples and returned to the Boundless sect, but now it would seem that it isn't so." The robust old man's words caused Duan Lingtian's expression to freeze. That Shangguan Yen had already left the Hermit Summit 7 or 8 years ago. 7 or 8 years ago. At that time, the Boundless sect hadn't encountered a calamity, whereas the Boundless sect's young sect leader thought that Shangguan Yen was at the Solitary Summit. In other words, Shangguan Yen hadn't returned to the Boundless sect. "We've really made a wasted trip." The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a bitter smile as he shook his head. Shangguan Yen had left the Solitary Summit, and his whereabouts were unknown. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was extremely large, not to mention the current him. Even the Samsara Emperor Wu at his prime might not be able to find Shangguan Yen under the circumstances that he didn't have any clues. "Thank you, Senior." Duan Lingtian bid his farewells to the robust old man before leaving with Li Fei and Xiongquan. "Xiongquan, according to your knowledge, besides the Solitary Summit, where would Shangguan Yen go?" Duan Lingtian held on to his last trace of hope as he asked Xiongquan. Xiongquan laughed bitterly. "Young master, I don't know as well." Although Xiongquan was a guardian of the Boundless sect, he'd only entered the Boundless sect later on and had never seen Shangguan Yen. Duan Lingtian nodded. He knew that wanting to find Shangguan Yen now was no different than searching for a needle in a haystack. This matter could only be temporarily put aside. "Giddy up." Duan Lingtian called out to Li Fei, and the two of them spurred their horses out together, following the wide and gentle mountain path to head down the Solitary Summit. Xiongquan spurred his horse to follow closely behind like a shadow. It was said that going down the mountain was easy, but going up the mountain was difficult, and these words weren't false in the slightest. The time Duan Lingtian's group of 3 used to arrive at the foot of the Solitary Summit was only half the time they used to ascend the mountain. This was even after discounting the time they used to inquire about Shangguan Yan's whereabouts all along the way. "Scoundrel, let's go to the ancient city of Everlast to say our farewells to Big Sister Wang Qiong and Big Brother Zhang." Li Fei lightly smiled as she spoke to Duan Lingtian, and Li Fei, whose face was covered by a veil, was still delicate and moving. "Okay." Duan Lingtian's eyes emitted a wisp of gentleness as he lightly nodded. "Giddy up." Right at this moment, a shocked shout suddenly sounded out from afar. A blue-clothed young man spurred his Vergana horse to dash towards the Solitary Summit with a speed that was swift. Behind the young man was an old man, who was following closely behind him. "Let's go." Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the blue-clothed young man, then called out to Li Fei and Xiongquan. preparing to leave the solitary summit. Right at this moment, halt! Duan Lingtian noticed that when the blue-clothed young man was about to pass by them and enter the solitary summit, he seemed to have noticed something and suddenly pulled on the reins, forcefully stopping the Fergana horse. Along with a burst of dust, the Fergana horse beneath the young man stood still. When Duan Lingtian saw the gaze that was revealed from the blue-clothed young man's eyes, his face couldn't help but sink. Chapter 349. Halt! The old man behind the blue-clothed young man had now caught up and pulled on the reins, causing the Fergana horse beneath him to stop before standing by the young man's side. Duan Lingtian's gaze squinted. Relying on his acute spiritual force and the lifetime of experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, he was able to discern. This old man's cultivation ought to be at the 5th level of the void prying stage without a doubt. As for the blue-clothed young man, he was around the age of 25, and his cultivation was at the 7th level of the origin core stage. Humph! Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's face sank, and he grunted coldly as he spurred his horse forward to block the young man's lustful gaze that looked at Li Fei. His eyes were filled with coldness as they focused on the young man. His woman couldn't be disrespected by others. Li Fei noticed the young man's gaze earlier, and her beautiful face beneath the veil sank slightly. Now, when she saw Duan Lingtian blocking before her, it caused the gloominess on her face to vanish without a trace, and replacing it was a light smile of happiness. This was her, Li Fei's man, a man she could rely on for her entire lifetime. The young man's face couldn't help but sink when his gaze of admiring beauty was blocked, and he looked at Duan Lingtian as he shouted coldly, "Kid, F***K off." Although the young woman wore a light veil and her appearance couldn't be seen clearly, but he who'd seen countless women was able to discern that she was a beauty just by looking at the young woman's pair of willow-shaped brows and beautiful eyes, and she was absolutely a top-grade beauty. This top-grade beauty was far from being comparable to the group of vulgar women in his home, especially this young woman's hot figure. It caused his imagination to roam. His lower abdomen heated up, and a greedy desire arose within his heart, a desire to take this young woman for himself. Now his mood was disturbed, and he couldn't help but be slightly enraged. Duan Lingtian suddenly started laughing when he heard the young man ask him to F***K off, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile that contained slight coldness mixed within. "I'll give you the time of 10 breaths to vanish from my sight right now. Otherwise, bear the consequences." Bear the consequences? When the young man heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was stunned for a moment before he reacted and couldn't help but laugh. The young man's eyes were filled with disdain as he looked down at Duan Lingtian. "Kid, you said earlier that you'd give me 10 breaths of time to vanish from your sight. Otherwise, I'll be responsible for the consequences?" Now, the young man even thought that he had misheard, because no one had ever dared to talk to him like this, or threaten him like this. 8 more breaths of time. Duan Lingtian looked at the young man calmly. His face was as cold as ever, and he was not affected by the young man at all. The young man finally confirmed that he had not heard wrongly. Immediately, he looked at Duan Lingtian and sneered, "Kid, it seems like you're quite bold. 8 breaths of time, right? Let me tell you, I can kill you in less than 8 breaths of time." The young man's words were filled with disdain and overbearingness. 6 more breaths of time. Duan Lingtian continued, speaking with a calm voice that contained traces of killing intent mixed within. "Uncle G." The disdain on the young man's face grew even deeper as he abruptly shouted out in a low voice, "Young master." The old man by the young man's side replied respectfully, "I'll kill this kid and his servant within 5 breaths of time." The young man spoke with a clear voice, and his cold and indifferent gaze swept past Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan, who stood behind Duan Lingtian. As he spoke, it was as if killing 2 people was a common occurrence to him. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man added, "Uncle G, you must not injure that little beauty when you make a move. I want to take her back and make her my 27th concubine." Ha! As he finished speaking, the young man started laughing loudly, and his voice was filled with arrogance and lewdness. 27th concubine? When he heard the young man, the coldness in Duan Lingtian's eyes grew even colder and oppressive as he said coldly, "3 more breaths of time. Uncle G, do it!" The young man abruptly shouted out explosively, and his eyes emitted madness. As far as he was concerned, so long as he killed these 2 irksome fellows, that little beauty would be his. At that time, wouldn't she be at his mercy? When he thought of how this beautiful woman with a hot figure was about to become his plaything, the lustful sheen in the young man's eyes grew even brighter. "Yes, young master." As soon as the young man finished speaking, the body of the old man on the Fergana horse beside him trembled slightly, and he directly soared up from the Fergana horse and floated in the air. The old man's gaze was extremely icy cold as it descended onto Duan Lingtian and Xiongquan, and it was as if he was looking at 2 dead people. Perhaps, in the eyes of the old man, Duan Lingtian and Xiongquan were bound to be 2 dead people in the next moment. "Kid, in this world, there are some people you can't afford to offend. Remember this when you reincarnate in your next life." The young man looked at Duan Lingtian as he laughed arrogantly, and his eyes were filled with viciousness. "Is that so?" Duan Lingtian sneered, then shouted in a low voice, "The time of 10 breaths is already up. Xiongquan." "Yes, young master." Xiongquan replied. Then his eyes abruptly squinted and emitted awe-inspiring, killing intent. Whoosh! Right at this moment, an ear-piercing howl of the wind sounded out. Duan Lingtian's face sank as he noticed that the old man that floated in the air had suddenly vanished before his eyes. At almost the exact same moment, an awe-inspiring strong wind assaulted his face. Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart that the old man was flashing towards him with an extremely swift speed, desiring to kill him. Above the sky, 7,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes could be seen condensing into form. This was precisely the symbol of the 5th level of the void prying stage. Now, this 5th level void prying stage old man didn't even utilize a spirit weapon or force when making a move against Duan Lingtian. Perhaps, as far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian didn't have the qualifications to make him utilize his spirit weapon and force. In the distance, the young man that sat on the Fergana horse revealed a slightly insane and lustful expression when he saw this scene. "Die, die. Once you're dead, that little beauty by your side will be mine." Right at this moment, whoosh, an exceedingly swift figure whistled out, accompanied by a shocked shout that was like a thunderclap. A mere 5th level void prying stage martial artist dares be presumptuous before my young master? It was Xiongquan's figure that flashed out, and in the blink of an eye, he descended before Duan Lingtian before the old man approached Duan Lingtian. Then he floated in the sky and blocked the old man's path. Above Xiongquan, the energy of heaven and earth roiled, and the number of ancient mammoth silhouettes ceaselessly rose 8,000 heads, 9,000, when it increased to 9,999. All the ancient mammoth silhouettes trembled and completely converged together, causing a wave of clouds and mist to roil. When the clouds and mist dispersed, an enormous creature that coiled down appeared before the eyes of everyone. This enormous creature was a few tens of meters long, and its powerful body spiraled in the sky, seeming lifelike. Its bloody mouth would occasionally open, swallowing clouds and spitting out mist, and it brought a visual shock to others. The enormous creature was 50% or 60% similar to the Eastern Divine Dragon in Duan Lingtian's impression, but it was slightly smaller than the Eastern Divine Dragon. Moreover, its appearance seemed to be even more savage and extremely deterring. Horn Dragon. This was an ancient horn dragon. During the ancient times, the strength of an ancient horned dragon was comparable to the strength of 10,000 ancient mammoths. Presently, Xiong Quan's strength had soared to the point it was comparable to the strength of an ancient horned dragon. It was equivalent to the strength of 10,000 ancient mammoths. Seventh level of the void prying stage. A voice that was mixed with trembling abruptly sounded out, and it contained traces of fear mixed within. It was the old man that charged towards Duan Lingtian like a bolt of lightning, and when Xiong Quan appeared before Duan Lingtian, he hurriedly flashed back and floated in the sky. As he looked at the lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouette above Xiong Quan, the old man's eyes emitted terror that came from his soul. As this middle-aged man's figure flashed, he drew upon the energy of heaven and earth to condense into the strength of an ancient horned dragon. He didn't utilize a spirit weapon, nor did he utilize force. The old man was well aware of what this meant. 7th level of the void prying stage. This was a 7th level void prying stage expert. This is an ancient horned dragon. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the sky above Xiong Quan. Even though he knew beforehand that Xiong Quan had already broken through to the 7th level of the void prying stage, relying on the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, he knew that Xiong Quan was able to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth to condense into an ancient horned dragon silhouette. However, this was the first time he'd seen an expert at the 7th level of the void prying stage or above make a move. It was the first time he'd seen an ancient horned dragon. Ancient horned dragon. Li Fei had a bewildered expression, as she'd never heard of an ancient horned dragon. Little Fei, in Cloud Continent, martial artists are able to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth to develop ancient mammoth silhouettes. However, when the number of ancient mammoth silhouettes reaches 10,000, it would automatically transform into an ancient horned dragon silhouette. Duan Lingtian noticed Li Fei's bewilderment and slowly explained, "This is the rule of Cloud Continent, the iron law of Cloud Continent. In other words, the strength of an ancient horned dragon is comparable to the strength of 10,000 ancient mammoths." Li Fei came to a sudden understanding when she heard Duan Lingtian's explanation, and she completely understood. Ancient horned dragon strength? In the distance, the blue-clothed young man that sat on the Fergana horse revealed a dumbstruck expression after Xiong Quan drew upon the energy of heaven and earth to condense into an ancient horned dragon silhouette. Only now did he react to what had happened. At the instant he reacted, his eyes were filled with a sheen of disbelief. No, impossible. How could there possibly be a 7th level void prying stage expert by the side of this immature kid? No, impossible, impossible. He wasn't willing to believe that all this was true. Immediately after, his chest was completely filled with panic and fear. Now, there was only a 5th level void prying stage martial artist by his side, whereas there was a 7th level void prying stage expert by his side. Chapter 350. Right at the same time that panic arose in the blue-clothed young man's heart. Xiong Quan, kill this old fellow. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian looked at the old man that floated in the distant sky and abruptly spoke with a voice that contained traces of icy coldness that didn't contain the slightest emotion. He could imagine that if it wasn't for Xiong Quan, he would have already been killed by this old man earlier. At the instant the old man vanished before his eyes, the murderous intent that assaulted his face caused him to almost feel suffocated. He didn't want to feel that feeling a second time in his entire lifetime. It was too unbearable. Yes, young master. Xiong Quan replied, and a cold light flashed within his eyes. With a raise of his hand, a meter-long blade appeared in his hand. The old man's face went pale at the instant Duan Lingtian finished speaking. Now, when he saw Xiong Quan's actions, his eyes revealed terror, and his figure shook as if transforming into a ghost as he flashed directly towards the blue-clothed young man, grabbing the latter with the intention of fleeing. Obviously, he wanted to flee with his young master, but would he be able to flee? Humph. Xiong Quan's cold snort sounded out abruptly, and it seemed to be able to condense the air. In practically an instant, in Duan Lingtian's eyes, Xiong Quan vanished on the spot, and when he appeared once more, he'd already caught up to the old man that carried the blue-clothed young man and soared into the sky, intending to flee into the solitary peak. Swish! An ear-piercing sword howl sounded out. It was only a single sword strike, a sword strike that was swift to the extreme, a sword strike that was like a bolt of lightning, and a sword strike that carried a terrifying aura transformed into a sword light that flashed out, causing the air to condense. Whoosh! At practically the same time, another 5,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the ancient horned dragon silhouette above Xiongquan. These 5,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes surrounded the ancient horned dragon silhouette like a host of stars surrounding the moon, as if they were worshipping an emperor. The grade 7 spirit sword in Xiongquan's hand was able to amplify the strength of 3,000 ancient mammoths on the basis of the strength of an ancient horned dragon. Advanced sword force was able to amplify the strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths. When the two were added together, it was the strength of 5,000 ancient mammoths. Pooh! A strand of dazzling red rose condensed from fresh blood abruptly bloomed in the air. It was bright and beautiful. The old man that was carrying the blue-clothed young man with the intention of fleeing abruptly stopped in midair as the bright light in his eyes faded away, and the 7,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes above his head vanished into thin air along with it. Cough! The old man's throat trembled, and a bloody hole appeared on his throat. It was extremely strange, and a pillar of blood gushed out, dazzling and eye-catching. Boom! The old man's body suddenly fell, and the blue-clothed young man in his hand fell with him. At this moment, the blue-clothed young man's face was splashed with blood from the old man's throat, but he seemed to be unaware of it. His eyes were wide open, and his body was trembling, as if he was extremely frightened. Duan Lingtian looked at the old man's corpse calmly. So what if he was at the 5th level of the void prying stage, in front of Xiongquan, who was at the 7th level of the void prying stage? He was similarly like an ant. If Xiongquan wanted to kill him, it would be as simple as cutting grass. Whoosh! After killing the old man, Xiongquan's figure shook as he returned to the Fergana horse, and he respectfully followed behind Duan Lingtian with a calm gaze, as if he'd only done something of no importance. Duan Lingtian sat on the Fergana horse, and his icy cold eyes descended onto the blue-clothed young man who was dumbstruck. I gave you a chance. Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold, and although his tone was calm, it concealed awe-inspiring, killing intent. The blue-clothed young man's body trembled as he recovered from his shock. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian and revealed a terrified expression as he shouted out in shock. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. I can't kill you? Duan Lingtian laughed, and he laughed extremely brilliantly. Whoosh! Suddenly, a 1-meter-long blade appeared out of thin air in Duan Lingtian's hand, and it flickered with a faint sheen of origin energy as he prepared to attack at any moment. Kid, you're dead if you dare kill me. You're dead. The young man's expression changed when he saw the 1-meter-long blade in Duan Lingtian's hand, and he suddenly shouted out explosively, If you dare kill me, my grandfather won't let you off. The young man didn't finish his words in the end. Idiot! Because Duan Lingtian had already flashed out and sent the 1-meter-long blade in his hand into the young man's chest. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian coldly snorted, and his leg flashed out like lightning, kicking the young man who had his body pierced through by the 1-meter-long blade in his hand. The latter crashed onto the ground with a bang, and he completely lost all signs of life. Dead! Duan Lingtian's figure flashed, and he took the storage rings from the hands of the old man and young man one by one. Chi! A dazzling golden grade 7 pale fire appeared in Duan Lingtian's palm, and it slowly pulsated. Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and the grade 7 pale fire descended, directly landing on the corpses of the old man and young man, and igniting them together. Let's go! After the pale fire descended, Duan Lingtian extinguished the ceaselessly burning pale fire in his hand. He couldn't be bothered to take another glance at the corpses of the two people, and he returned to the Fergana horse and called out to Li Fei and Xiong Quan. The three of them spurred their horses and galloped out, heading towards the ancient city of Everlast. Duan Lingtian planned to bring Li Fei to bid farewell to the manager and wife of the Eternal Jade restaurant, and after they finished, they would leave the ancient city of Everlast and return the way they came. Duan Lingtian had already planned it out in his heart. He was in a hurry when he came, and didn't properly savor the scenery along the way. On the way back, he must bring little Fei to have a good time and go on a scenic tour. Whoosh! Whoosh! Not long after Duan Lingtian's group of 3 left, 2 figures flashed down from a large tree outside the secluded summit, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived before the 2 burning corpses. Bang! Bang! The 2 people made a move, and the bone-piercing origin energy in their hands transformed into cold winds that roared out and extinguished the pale fire on the corpses. Presently, the old man's corpse was almost completely burned, and only half of the young man's corpse remained. The 2 people that made a move now were 2 middle-aged men. Luckily, you can still recognize him. One of the middle-aged men heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the young man's complete face and the corners of his mouth suffused with a wisp of a smile. Second brother, he's indeed the grandson of the withered old man. We've struck it rich this time. You go follow those 3 people. I'll send him to the withered old man's place, and then I'll go look for you with the withered old man. The other middle-aged man nodded, and at the same time that he dashed out, he whistled. The sound of the whistle sounded out. Suddenly, in the distance of the Hermit Peak, an extremely swift, leopard-type, fierce beast flew over. The middle-aged man's figure flashed to descend onto the back of this leopard-type fierce beast, and then he dashed out with a speed that far surpassed the Fergana horse. Withered old man, you're going to owe us, brothers, a great favor this time. The corners of the middle-aged man's mouth was suffused with a wisp of a smile. After that, he raised his hand and carried the remnants of the blue-clothed young man's body as he soared up into the sky, directly ascending towards the top of the mountain, ancient city of Everlast. When it was close to noon, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 had rushed back, just in time to have lunch at the Eternal Jade restaurant. Duan Lingtian smiled. Then he urged his horse to stop outside the Eternal Jade restaurant before dismounting and holding Li Fei's hand as they walked into the restaurant. As for Xiong Quan, he'd gone to take care of the 3 Fergana horses. Big brother Zhang, Duan Lingtian, and Li Fei walked up to the 2nd floor and nodded with a smile as they looked at the slovenly young man that was drinking by the window. Zhang Shouyong replied with a smile. Then he continued drinking. Duan Lingtian and Li Fei had just sat down when Wang Qiong walked over and asked with a light smile, "Brother Lingtian, little sister Li Fei, both of you are covered in dust. You went out early in the morning?" "Yeah. Big sister Wang Qiong, we went to the Eternal Jade Peak early in the morning to look for you, but unfortunately we didn't find you." Li Fei lightly nodded, then said, "Big sister Wang Qiong, scoundrel, and I came to bid our farewells to you and big brother Zhang. We're preparing to return after lunch." "So fast?" Wang Qiong was slightly surprised, then she smiled. "I thought both of you would stay for a period of time, but I never imagined that you would leave so quickly. I wasn't even mentally prepared for your sudden departure. But since both of you are leaving, then I'll personally cook for both of you today." Duan Lingtian and Li Fei didn't have any reaction. Yet the slovenly young man that was drinking by the window seemed as if he'd been injected with chicken blood, and his figure flashed over to sit by Duan Lingtian's side. Brother Ling Tian, it's all thanks to both of you today. Zhang Shouyong looked at Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei as he lightly smiled, and he seemed to be extremely greedy for Wang Qiong's cooking. You speak as if I've starved you usually. Wang Qiong coquettishly glared at Zhang Shouyong before turning around and preparing to leave. Big brother Zhang, could it be that big sister Wang Qiong doesn't usually cook for you? Li Fei looked curiously at Zhang Shouyong as she asked. That's not it. Zhang Shouyong lightly shook his head as a wisp of tender affection appeared on his face. It's just that I usually see her busy with the matters of the restaurant, and I'm afraid she'll be too tired, so I rarely let her cook. But the food your big sister Wang Qiong cooks will surely make you praise it endlessly, and you'll even wish for nothing more than to swallow your tongue. As he finished speaking, Zhang Shouyong smiled. Looks like we'll be able to eat our fill today. Li Fei's beautiful eyes lit up, and they were filled with anticipation. Young master. Meanwhile, Xiong Quan had already settled down the 3 Fergana horses and walked into the Eternal Jade restaurant. Sit down, let's eat together. Duan Lingtian said to Xiong Quan, Thank you, young master. Xiong Quan sat down. Brother Ling Tian is really considerate to the servants. Zhang Shouyong glanced at Xiong Quan and lightly smiled. After that, he seemed to have noticed something, and he looked outside the Eternal Jade restaurant and frowned. Brother Ling Tian, you brought someone else? Zhang Shouyong's words caused Duan Lingtian to be stunned. No, what's wrong? It's nothing. Zhang Shouyong shook his head. He noticed that the feeling of being watched had vanished at this moment. Maybe I'm mistaken. In next to no time, the food that Wang Qiong personally cooked was served. A table full of fragrant delicacies, and just the smell of it had already caused Duan Lingtian's appetite to be aroused. Big sister Wang Qiong, sit down and eat as well. After the table was filled, Li Fei looked at Wang Qiong and invited her. All of you eat first. There's still soup. I'll go bring it out. Chapter 351. Eternal Jade Restaurant. Duan Lingtian and the others sat around a circle and ate the fragrant and steaming dishes with large mouthfuls. It's too delicious. No wonder Big Brother Zhang said we would even wish for nothing more than to swallow our tongues. Big sister Wang Qiong, your culinary skill is too good. Li Fei praised as she ate. Eat more if you like. If it's not enough, I'll make more. Wang Qiong smiled to Li Fei, and her beautiful eyes contained slight, tender affection mixed within. She liked this little sister from the bottom of her heart. After the meal, Wang Qiong started to clean up the dishes, and Zhang Shouyong went into the kitchen to help as well. Duan Lingtian and Li Fei sat at the table to rest, and they intended to rest for a while before bidding farewell to Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong. Senior withered old man, there within this restaurant. Suddenly, a clear voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and the voice sounded out from outside the Eternal Jade restaurant, and it grew closer and closer. Whoosh! 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 In the next moment, Duan Lingtian heard 3 ear-piercing howls of the wind sound out by his ears. In the blink of an eye, 3 figures appeared before his eyes. Standing behind them were 2 middle-aged men. One wore azure clothes, the other wore red clothes, and their appearances were exactly the same. Obviously, they were a pair of twin brothers. Before the 2 middle-aged men stood an emaciated old man. The old man's body was thin and only skin and bones, and it seemed as if a gust of wind would blow him down. But Duan Lingtian didn't dare look down on the old man because of this. He was able to discern that amongst the 3 people before him, the old man's strength was the most terrifying. Relying on his spiritual force and the experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, he was able to see through the cultivation of the 2 middle-aged men, and they were both 4th-level void, prying stage martial artists. As for the old man, when his spiritual force stretched out, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. It was extremely likely that the old man was in existence at the second void stage, or in other words, the void initiation stage. Duan Lingtian's heart sank. It's him. Duan Lingtian saw the old man suddenly speak, and at the instant the old man's muddy eyes descended onto him, it was suffused with a ghastly cold light that seemed as if it was about to swallow Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's heart jerked. The old man's target was him? Yes. Meanwhile, the azure-clothed, middle-aged man behind the old man hurriedly nodded. Senior withered old man, us brothers saw him kill your grandson with our own 2 eyes. The attendant by your grandson's side was killed by this 7th-level, void, prying stage martial artist. The middle-aged man's gaze first fell on Duan Lingtian. Then he looked at Xiongquan, who was standing beside Duan Lingtian. The middle-aged man's words caused Duan Lingtian's pupils to shrink. He finally understood what was going on. It turned out that his actions at the foot of the Hermit Summit this morning had been exposed. This old man that seems to be a void initiation stage expert is actually the grandfather of that blue-clothed young man I killed. He remembered that before the blue-clothed young man died, he seemed to have mentioned this old man. However, at that time, Duan Lingtian was in a fit of rage. How could he possibly care about him? However, even if he knew now that there was an existence that seems to be at the void initiation stage behind the blue-clothed young man, he didn't regret it in the slightest. Not only did that blue-clothed young man dare disrespect little Fei, he even wanted to kill him. He truly deserved death. He could imagine that if it wasn't for Xiongquan's protection, the person who died this morning wouldn't be that young man, but him. So he didn't regret it. If he really wanted to talk about regret, then what Duan Lingtian regretted the most now was not seeing those 2 corpses being burned into ash with his own 2 eyes. Although he didn't see what happened after that, he was able to guess a thing or two. It ought to be that when he and Xiongquan made a move, it was seen by the twin brothers behind the old man. Later on, one of them went to inform the old man, and the other followed them all the way here. Looks like Big Brother Zhang noticed the people following us earlier. Duan Lingtian recalled that before lunch, Zhang Shouyong had asked him if he'd brought anyone else over. For a time, Duan Lingtian's heart was clear like a mirror. Why did you kill my grandson? The sharp gaze of the gaunt old man descended onto Duan Lingtian, and it seemed to have transformed into a bloodthirsty venomous snake that would bite Duan Lingtian at any moment. Duan Lingtian could feel the old man's killing intent that was difficult to restrain. He deserves death. Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold, and his tone was calm, yet mixed with a murderous intent. At this moment, Duan Lingtian knew that he had no other choice and could only fight head-on now. He still couldn't confirm if the old man was a void initiation stage expert. Perhaps he still had a chance. He'd already sent a voice transmission to Xiongquan, asking Xiongquan to wait for an opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the old man and strive to kill him in one strike. He deserves death? The gaunt old man was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian. In next to no time, his gaze descended onto Li Fei, who was by Duan Lingtian's side. Presently, Li Fei hadn't worn her veil, and her drop-dead, gorgeous appearance was clearly visible. When he saw Li Fei, the gaunt old man's eyes flickered with a fierce light, and he said in a low voice, "Looks like my grandson was destroyed by a woman." Obviously, the old man knew his grandson very well. Now that he saw Li Fei, he easily guessed some things. When he felt the bloodthirsty killing intent that rose from the gaunt old man towards Li Fei, Duan Lingtian's face went grim, and he hurriedly stood up to stand before Li Fei, blocking this bloodthirsty killing intent for Li Fei. Humph! Duan Lingtian's expression was cold and indifferent, and his back was straight. He wasn't afraid in the slightest when facing the old man's bloodthirsty killing intent, and he remained unmoving like a mountain. Scoundrel! When the old man's killing intent enveloped over, Li Fei felt as if she was within a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and that suffocating feeling caused her to feel extremely uncomfortable. Now, Duan Lingtian was blocking before her, and at the same time that it caused her heart to feel warm, she was slightly worried. The gaunt old man's white brows raised when he saw this, and he grunted coldly. "Kid, needless to say, you're really not bad, but unfortunately you're dead for sure today. As they say, beauties bring disaster. Remember to stay far away from women like this in your next life." Whoosh! As soon as the gaunt old man finished speaking, origin energy flickered on his gaunt hands. Swoosh! Right at this moment, an ear-piercing sound of the sky being torn apart carried along a string of explosions as it abruptly resounded out. It was Xiong Quan who'd always been waiting for an opportunity to make a move. When he saw his young master's life was in danger, Xiong Quan's figure flashed out as if transforming into a bolt of lightning that flashed directly towards the gaunt old man. Swish! A dazzling sword light shot out violently like a venomous snake leaving its hole, and it pointed towards the old man while carrying traces of an extremely terrifying aura. Advanced sword force. In the sky, the origin energy of heaven and earth roiled as an ancient horned dragon silhouette appeared first. Then around this ancient horned dragon silhouette, almost 5,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared, and they surrounded the ancient horned dragon silhouette like a myriad of hearts surrounding the moon. As soon as Xiong Quan attacked, he exerted his full strength and didn't hold back in the slightest. He intended to directly kill the old man. Advanced sword force. The old man's slightly muddy eyes squinted, and his voice contained a trace of surprise mixed within. After that, petty tricks. The old man sneered as he casually raised his hand to intercept Xiong Quan's attack. Instantly, the origin energy of heaven and earth roiled above the old man before condensing into two ancient horned dragon silhouettes. In the end, the old man didn't utilize a spirit weapon, nor did he utilize the concept of a void initiation stage expert. Only a pure origin energy attack was comparable to the strength of two ancient horned dragons. First level of the void initiation stage. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted as his face went grim, and he abruptly shouted out explosively, "Duan Lingtian, watch out!" Meanwhile, Xiong Quan saw the two ancient horned dragon silhouettes that appeared above the old man, and he instantly realized that the old man was a first-level void initiation stage expert. His face couldn't help but go grim. Slap! The old man raised his hand and grabbed, easily seizing the grade 7 spirit sword in Xiong Quan's hand. At this moment, Xiong Quan's strength at the 7th level of the void prying stage, the amplification of the grade 7 spirit sword, and even the advanced sword force were so weak as if they were made of paper. Move aside! Duan Lingtian's acute spiritual force vaguely detected that the old man was about to attack, and he shouted out explosively once more to warn Duan Lingtian. When Xiong Quan heard Duan Lingtian's voice, based on his trust towards Duan Lingtian, he didn't hesitate in the slightest to stomp his feet on the ground as he completely exploded out with the strength of an ancient horned dragon, desiring to dodge to the side. Swish! At practically the instant Xiong Quan moved, the grade 7 spirit sword the old man seized from Xiong Quan was like a stroke of genius as it flashed directly toward Xiong Quan. This sword was originally flashing towards Xiong Quan's heart. It was precisely because of Duan Lingtian's warning that Xiong Quan was able to dodge a moment earlier, allowing his heart to be spared. However, even then, the grade 7 spirit sword still easily entered Xiong Quan's body. It struck his dantian. Pooh! Fresh blood splattered everywhere, transforming into numerous red roses. Xiong Quan's body fiercely flew out, flipping over a few tables. No, no. Xiong Quan's voice was filled with panic, and after he fell to the ground, he fiercely clenched his fists. However, what appeared above him now wasn't an ancient horned dragon silhouette, it was an ancient mammoth silhouette. 9th level of the body tempering stage. His dantian was crippled by the old man's sword strike, causing his origin energy to be completely lost, and only his cultivation at the 9th level of the body tempering stage remained. Xiong Quan roared for a short moment before stopping, and he had a dazed expression. Right at this moment, a wave of clamorous noise sounded out. It was the group of customers that were eating on the 2nd floor of the Eternal Jade restaurant that were watching the show. When they saw the matter developing to such an extent, they were afraid that it would affect them, and all of them were in a panic as they left their silver and left, fighting to be the first to leave the restaurant. Xiong Quan! Duan Lingtian glanced at Xiong Quan, and his eyes turned crimson red, and his expression was terrifyingly gloomy. A trace of guilt arose within his heart. If it wasn't for him wanting to go to the solitary summit, Xiong Quan wouldn't have appeared here, and nothing would have happened to him. During these past few years, Xiong Quan had followed him, worked for him, and did his best without the slightest complaint. He'd always been grateful in his heart. Now, because of him, Xiong Quan's cultivation had been crippled. He empathized with Xiong Quan. When he heard Duan Lingtian's shocked shout, Xiong Quan raised his head, and when he noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze, he couldn't help but force out a laugh. "Young master, I'm fine. I just lost my origin energy. My advanced sword force is still there, and no one below the void prying stage is able to block a single strike of mine." Advanced sword force was a type of profound comprehension of the sword that void prying stage martial artists possessed. It was separated from origin energy. Chapter 352. A wisp of bitterness appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth when he heard what Xiong Quan said. A 7th level void prying stage expert had his dantian crippled in the blink of an eye, causing his origin energy to be completely lost, and he was even inferior to a 1st level void prying stage martial artist. How could this be called fine? Duan Lingtian asked himself if it was him, he would surely be unable to accept this reality. He knew clearly in his heart that Xiong Quan was only consoling him. Xiong Quan didn't want him to feel guilty. But how could he not feel guilty? "Xiong Quan, I owe you." At the same time that Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart, a wisp of bitterness appeared on the corners of his mouth. What he owed Xiong Quan, he would probably only be able to return in his next life. He'd killed the grandson of this void initiation stage expert, so it was impossible for the old man to let him go. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian stared coldly at the gaunt old man in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. "Scoundrel!" Meanwhile, Li Fei held Duan Lingtian's hand and stood shoulder to shoulder with Duan Lingtian. Go through thick and thin together. As far as she was concerned, being able to go through life and death with Duan Lingtian in this lifetime was not a life in vain. "Little Fei." When Duan Lingtian saw Li Fei like this, the coldness and indifference on his face vanished without a trace, and replacing it was gentleness that was like water. He lightly stretched out his hand to stroke Li Fei's beautiful face. "Do you regret knowing me?" Li Fei shook her head. "Being able to know you in this lifetime is the greatest favor of the heavens to me. Even if I leave with you in the next moment, I won't regret it, because I'll always be by your side. You'll never be alone." Duan Lingtian nodded heavily, then took a deep breath and squeezed out a trace of a smile on his face. His eyes gradually revealed a trace of firmness. No matter what, so long as there was a trace of a chance, he wouldn't allow anything to happen to little Fei. Humph! A cold snort sounded out, breaking this beautiful atmosphere. What a touching scene! My pitiful grandson died because of this woman. The gaunt old man's voice was cold and indifferent, and his face was gloomy like water. All of a sudden, whoosh! The old man moved and made his move. In the blink of an eye, Li Fei was taken away from Duan Lingtian. "Little Fei!" Seeing this, Duan Lingtian's expression changed greatly. The moment he came to his senses, he flew out, wanting to save Li Fei. Whoosh! The old man casually raised his leg, causing the shadows of his leg to sweep out, and he only used the strength of over 100 ancient mammoths to kick Duan Lingtian flying. In that instant, Duan Lingtian felt his internal organs tremble and a sweet taste in his throat. Boom! In the next moment, his entire body flew out like an arrow from a bow, slamming heavily into the wall. Puff! Duan Lingtian spat out a mouthful of blood. The shock from his internal organs almost suffocated him. However, seeing that Li Fei was still in the old man's hands, Duan Lingtian suddenly roared and flew out again as if he had turned into a poisonous snake. Sword drawing technique. The sword flashed out like lightning, heading straight for the old man. Swish! The sword light that flashed by seemed to have transformed into the fangs of a poisonous snake, biting towards the old man. A mantis trying to stop a chariot! The old man laughed coldly as he casually raised his hand and blasted Duan Lingtian flying once more. Puff! Duan Lingtian spat out a mouthful of blood once more, barely supporting himself with his sword, and his body swayed as if he would fall to the ground at any moment. Scoundrel! This scene caused Li Fei's eyes to almost split apart as she cried out in grief. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a slovenly figure flashed out from the second floor of the Eternal Jade restaurant, and in his hand was a beautiful woman. It was precisely Zhang Gu and Zhang Gu of the Eternal Jade restaurant. Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong. They were originally busy in the kitchen, and they rushed out at the first possible moment when they noticed the commotion. Zhang Shouyong frowned when he saw the scene before him, whereas Wang Qiong's beautiful face went pale. Little sister Li Fei. Kid, looks like you have deep feelings for this woman. You're actually risking your life for this woman. The gaunt old man only glanced indifferently at Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong before paying no further attention to them. Perhaps he felt that these two people weren't of any threat to him. His gaze once again descended onto Duan Lingtian, and traces of coldness were mixed within. Old fellow, your grandson was killed by me, and it has nothing to do with her. You're a void initiation stage expert, at any rate. Don't you feel ashamed of making things difficult for a weak woman? If there's anything, feel free to come at me. Duan Lingtian looked at the gaunt old man and gnashed his teeth as he spoke. Truly touching. A wisp of a strange smile appeared on the old man's face as he looked at Duan Lingtian and said indifferently, Kid, I know that this woman is surely the culprit behind the reason you killed my grandson. How about this? I'll give you a chance. I'll let you leave, but leave this woman behind and I'll kill her. How about it? Humph. Duan Lingtian grunted coldly and disregarded the old man. Not to mention that he didn't believe that the old man would be so kind. Even if what the old man said was true, it was still impossible for him to leave. Li Fei was his woman, his life. Asking him to abandon his woman and use his woman's life to exchange for his life and live an ignoble life by himself? He would rather die. Scoundrel, leave quickly. However, Li Fei believed it and looked at Duan Lingtian as she said anxiously, Leave quickly. In the future, you have to take good care of little sister Kerr and live well with little sister Kerr. In Li Fei's eyes, even if she could use her life to exchange for her man's life, she would have no regrets. Did you hear that? Your woman is asking you to leave as well. Kid, you'd better leave quickly so as to avoid leaving your life here. A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of the old man's mouth as he grunted. Duan Lingtian didn't pay attention to the old man and looked at Li Fei as he lightly shook his head. Little Fei, you're too foolish. I was the one who killed his grandson. How could he let me off so easily? Even if he's willing to let me off, if it's at the cost of your life. I, Duan Lingtian, would rather die. I, Duan Lingtian, would rather die. Duan Lingtian's tone was resolute and filled with the will to die. His heroic spirit soared to the heavens. Scoundrel! Li Fei's delicate body trembled as tears fell from her autumn eyes like rain. At this moment, even though she was facing a life and death crisis, her heart was still filled with happiness at this moment. It was as if Duan Lingtian was the only person left in the world in her eyes. This was her man. She was Li Fei's man. Duan Lingtian's determination made the old man's expression extremely ugly. Naturally, he wouldn't be so kind as to let Duan Lingtian leave. He only wanted to destroy the laughable feelings between this young couple and let them know how fragile their so-called feelings were. Now, it seemed that he had failed. This young man who killed his grandson was actually willing to die for this woman. Taking a deep breath, the old man's hand shook as he directly threw Li Fei out and said coldly, "I'll give you the time of 10 breaths to disappear before my eyes, and I can spare your life. Otherwise, I'll let you be buried with this kid." As the old man finished speaking, his eyes emitted a cold and fierce expression. He still wanted to see the scene of the murderer of his grandson being abandoned by everyone. Only in this way could he dispel the hatred in his heart. Seeing this scene, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sneer. "Old man doing the same thing twice. Don't you feel bored? In your heart, I'm afraid you wish for nothing more than to burn our bones and scatter our ashes. Would you let any one of us leave?" Laughable. Duan Lingtian's words caused the old man's face to flicker between green and white. Scoundrel. Li Fei arrived by Duan Lingtian's side and helped the ghastly pale Duan Lingtian up, and the gaze she looked at Duan Lingtian with was filled with gentleness that was like water. So long as she was able to be together with this man, even if she had to die in the next moment, she would have no regrets. In the distance, Zhang Shouyong was slightly moved when he saw the scene. Subsequently, his gaze descended onto Wang Qiong, who was by his side. Presently, Wang Qiong's beautiful face was completely covered in tears, and she seemed to have transformed into a tearful beauty. The unwillingness between Duan Lingtian and Li Fei had deeply infected her. The feelings between the two of them had already surpassed life and death. It was shocking. "Kid, what you mean is that I'll go back on my word." The killing intent in the old man's eyes was awe-inspiring, and his face sank. For the sake of seeing the scene of Duan Lingtian being abandoned by everyone, he secretly gritted his teeth and made a decision. With a raise of his hand, the origin energy in his hand transformed into needles that pierced into the tip of his finger. Hiss! A strand of light, fresh blood sprinkled down into the sky. "I, withered old man, swear with my blood that so long as this woman is willing to abandon this kid and leave, and let this kid taste the pain of being abandoned by everyone, I, withered old man, am willing to let this woman live. If I go against this oath, then I, withered old man, am willing to be blasted to death by the 99 heavenly tribulation." As soon as the old man finished speaking, the fresh blood in the sky strangely rose up into the sky. In the blink of an eye, that strand of fresh blood emitted a dignified and formidable aura. This aura pressed down on everyone present, including the withered old man, to the point their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Bang! That strand of fresh blood directly penetrated the roof of the Eternal Jade restaurant and shot into the sky. After a short moment, bang! A thunderclap descended from the horizon, and it alarmed the entire ancient city of Everlast. A void-prying stage martial artist is overcoming the 6-9 heavenly tribulation in the ancient city of Everlast? This was the thought that arose in the hearts of most people at the first possible moment. Only because this thunderclap wasn't ordinary thunderclap. Bang! Subsequently, another thunderclap sounded out in the horizon. Wait, it's impossible for the interval between the 6 bolts of tribulation lightning of the 6-9 heavenly tribulation to be so short. Some void stage experts that had experienced the 6-9 heavenly tribulation spoke out in astonishment. Bang, 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 bang. In next to no time, another thunderclap sounded out. It sounded out a total of 9 times before it stopped. This is 9-9 heavenly tribulation? For a time, the entire ancient city of Everlast was in an uproar. 9-9 heavenly tribulation. Within the Eternal Jade restaurant, Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted, as he never imagined that the old man would actually swear such a heavy oath. Looks like this old fellow is really willing to let little Fei go for the sake of seeing the scene of me being abandoned by everyone. Duan Lingtian's heart slightly trembled, and he guessed the old man's objective in doing this. In next to no time, he looked at Li Fei, who was by his side, and his eyes emitted traces of tender affection. And within this tender affection was slight reluctance mixed within. Through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian knew the 99 heavenly tribulation like the back of his hand. The 99 heavenly tribulation was the tribulation of an oath that caused one to tremble with fear upon hearing its name. In Cloud Continent, other oaths didn't have much binding force and only relied on one's conscience, and the person that made the oath could go back on it at any time. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.